Oh man, we live. I was gonna use this trash ass HP I got, but I don't know how to use that thing. I don't even know how to use the at symbol. I'm used to Max, man. Can't use this thing. It's worthless to me. There's no point of it. Can't use it. What am I gonna do with this thing? Let me find out how to get the link off of this. That way people can join. Ain't we even gonna get notifications on, man? I hate YouTube, bro. Man, oh, there we go. I got the notification, bro. Oh, here we go. All right, let me post the link. Shut up. There we go. I got the notification, bro. Oh, here we go. All right, let me get the link to this thing. How do I copy the link on here? Uh, oh man, I'm back. I'm back, everyone. Is your people? I don't know how to work this thing, man. It's my first time. I don't know how to do this. Damn, I might as well turn this whole laptop off, man. Man, I got my poncho on, but it's hot now. It's not cold no more. Oh man, somebody's, it's probably me who's in here. Uh, I don't know how to work this thing, man. It was so hot. Might go outside. Yes, it was me. I want to get someone on this live, man. Participants, myself. Oh, there we go. How do I got the link now? Copy the clipboard. How do I post it in the chat, man? How do I post this in the chat, bro? Now there's two people in here. All right, man. You gotta hop on this, bro. Gotta hop on this thing. How do I send out the link? Oh, this shit complicated. All right, hold up. I'm gonna get this thing working. Paste. Where's the chat, man? I don't see the chat. How do I use the chat on stream yard, whatever? I don't know how to do this thing. All right, whatever, man. All right, okay. All right, I got it. I'm gonna figure it out. Everybody sit tight, man. We're getting this worked out, man. I hope Daniel joins. That's what I'm doing. Um, I know what to do. I know what to do. I know what to do. I'm a I'm gonna message myself on Facebook. Everybody, you gotta hop on this thing, man. I ain't using Streamlabs for nothing. So everybody gotta hop on. Anybody who could hop on video or mic or whatever, y'all hop on this bit. All right, let me get the link. Let me get the link. Invite a guest. There we go. Copy the clipboard. All right, all right. Everybody better hop on, man. I'm gonna be so mad. If nobody hops on this, because I ain't doing this for nothing, man. All right, okay. I'm gonna copy and paste the link in the chat right now on my other account. All right, cool. I was gonna use this. I was gonna use this trashy ass HP laptop I bought for like I don't know how many dollars, but I don't know how to work HPs, man. I grew up on Macs, man. I don't know how to do this. There we go. I posted it. Wait, did I post it? I ain't posted where I posted. There we go. Everybody join that thing. Hop on. I still don't know how to work this. All right. Yeah, that's it. Hop on, everyone. Let's see how insane I look before I go on camera. I need at least to be at 8 on that scale before I hop on. Now, here we go on, man. I don't know how to work this thing. I might go outside. Oh, I gotta accept people? How do I accept people? Alright, I'm good. We're good. I'm gonna go outside because there's no point in having a bunch on inside, man. It's hot. StreamYard should have an app, man. How do I accept people in here, man? Who knows how to work StreamYard? There should be a waiting room. Man, I don't know how to work this thing, man. It's fine. I'm gonna get used to it. Somebody try to join. Let me see if anything happens. Oh, I gotta charge this phone. I can't even go outside. I can't go outside. Yeah, I can. I got a charging port outside. That's fine. I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna do that because yeah, fuck this laptop. Somebody try to join. Somebody try to hop on. Hop on. I'll accept Michelle Medina. Hop on this, man. One of you. Hop on. Somebody gotta hop on. You know what? Actually, let me try to do that on my other account. See what happened, man. I look fat, man. I need a fast. Alright. I'm trying to hop on my other account to see how this thing works. Alright, this is gonna be the debate. To end up. Pro tip: wear earbuds if you experience. Oh man. Allow. Alright, cool. Display name. Wasi. Wasi Punguero. Yo, what's up, homeless people? Damn, I need to mute this. That makes sense. Yeah, I should mute it. Alright, okay. Only the host can see you. Oh, there we go. There's the guest. All right, that's how I do. All right, cool. Everybody, somebody hop on. Somebody go on video, man. I got it all worked out now. We're good now. Somebody hop on. Somebody hop on the live. Man, yeah, that's because I opened it up on my other phone. But somebody hop on live. Somebody hop on this, cause I'm gonna go outside. Come bring my machete, of course, man. You don't know. Could be out there. Somebody try to hop on. Somebody hop on. Where's my machete? Look at Gordo. Gordo sleep. Machete on, man. No, man. I ain't going outside no machete. What you think, man? All right, Gordo. Stay here, right? All right, cool. All right. So you gotta press the link that my other account sent. Gotta press that link, right? And then hop on this live with me. Should I put on headphones? Left them shit aside. Well, Daniel better hop on this thing. I'm gonna sit right here on the floor. All right. somebody hop on. I'm gonna be so heated if nobody hops on because I did not do this whole StreamYard shit for nothing. Yo, oh, my connection buffering, man. That's terrible, man. How do I pin it? I know how to pin shit. Alright, I'm gonna do it. It's buffering still. I don't want to have to go back inside. It's hot inside. Alright, I'm gonna figure out how to pin it. Cool. Go to YouTube. Alright, I'm gonna go on my account just for safe measure. Alright. And thank you all for 430 subscribers. I remember this one time I had 17 subscribers and I had made a thank you video to them. And I'm past 17 now. And I had to make the thank you video with what's it called, with unboxing of, oh there. Put this user in timeout, bro. That's me. What you mean put this user in time? I'm gonna put myself in time. Oh man. Now okay. Yeah, everybody go to this link. Everybody go to this link. Y'all see right here. Press it. Hop on. One of you gotta hop on. I ain't gonna accept that none of y'all gonna hop on. Alright. I wanna get somebody on here before I get into the topic. Hope Daniel could get on. Hopefully Daniel could get on. Man, it's cold here, man. Cold. Yo, who y'all vote? Oh man, somebody got, yeah, man, Polish man. Oh man, that's add the stream, yeah. Yo, what's up, Polish bro? What's up, dude? Talk, dude, talk. Gotta talk. You can do it. I believe in you.
So what did you do?
Alright, that's cool. You got nice background noise at least. What's this name? Private chat. Hello, how are you? I'm good, Polish man. How are you? Oh, you can't talk? That's fine. You got some cool background noise going on. You watching Polish television or something? That's what's up, dude. Man, shout out Poland. Shout out all my Polish subscribers. I'm pretty sure you're the only one. But yeah, whoa, thank you, Polish dude. I appreciate you being interested in my channel, man. Poland's real interesting. My stepdad, I guess he ain't my classified man. Hop on the live, Diego. Hop on the live, Diego Vasquez. Hop on the live. Click the link. Hop on the live, and I'll classify you in real time, bro. But I don't know, man. I can't see your profile's too small, man. Your profile picture's too small. Yeah, hop on the live, Diego. That's the best. I'll classify everybody who hops online. Good at classifying people. I don't know. I don't know what to do over. Man, I hope. Like, no, because Nature Level 1 got on here, man. Nature Level, man, that Nature Level 1's like one of my favorite subscribers, man. And Daniel Valencia, man. That dude's input will be good for this topic. I don't know, basically what I wanted to make a live about. Man, Diego, hop on, bro. Hop on and discuss this with me, bro. But I guess the topic I was gonna talk about was the one that the dude left a comment about. You know, like mestizos are indigenous because I guess we originate on this continent, right? So well, how I feel about? I mean, you know, like that's an argument that could be made, of course. You know, of course, there's an argument that could be made. But you know, Daniel makes another good point. You know, it's not a one specific region. You know, it's a whole continent, and we do come from colonialism. We gotta give it up to colonialism. So I mean, it's different. But I mean, that's cool, Polish man. Thank you for hopping on though, bro. Appreciate you. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, we of course we come from colonialism. We originate on this continent too, of course. So I mean, we didn't exist nowhere before this. So you know, so I understood dudes comment, I guess. I mean, I can't see you, man. Hop on live, bro. But yeah, my take is, I mean, I don't see mestizos as an indigenous people. But I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, like mestizos, pardos, ambos, we all could only exist here. But I mean, our history is different. It does like I don't know interfere with actual indigenous people's history. And I mean, but yeah, man, we came from all those things that happened colonialism, man. So we can't act like that ain't happening. I don't know, man. Yeah, I can't see your profile, dude. You can't clip on files on YouTube no more. So I don't know what you look like, and I don't know if I'm off of here. I don't know you because I don't got a good memory. So let me post this link in one of my Facebook group chats, man. Let me see if I get somebody hop up in here. I don't know. Fuck it, man. Yeah, hop on my live now. I hope they join my anthropology group. Posted on Kick. Man, I ain't on Kick no more, man. I ain't on Kick. On Kick since early 2020, April 2020. And I never downloaded it again. Is that where I know you from, Luis, man? I don't remember, man. I was a Kick legend, man. That's fine, man. Kick's pointless anyways. That's okay. Man, I need somebody to hop on my live stream, man. I don't care who hops on here, man. Ain't nobody read the message. Man, why can't you hop on, Luis or Diego? Why can't y'all hop on? Where'd Michelle Medina go, man? Where'd Michelle go? Michelle, hop on. I got one viewer. I don't know if this is accurate. Probably is. Ponchos, man. I'm just go on my mobile data, I think, man, because deberías hacer un live en español también, bro. Oh, man. De ley, bro, algún día, man. Pero ahora no, porque no me da la gana, man. O sea, oh, man, somebody try to hop on. Jay Burner. Hey, bro, who Jay Burner? Is this who? Nah, he ain't from the group chat, man. Where are you from? What's
What?
up, Jay Burner?
Hey,
What's
I
up, dude?
actually been subscribed to you for a couple of weeks. I think I've been in one of your live chats before.
Oh, man, yo, thank you. I appreciate it, dude. That's cool.
This is cool how you can do this, huh?
Yeah, that's yeah. I don't know. It's my first time using StreamYard, but yeah,
I like it, honestly.
that's cool. But how do you find my channel? Where you from?
I'm from California. You know the Santa
California.
Ynez area? You know
That's
that it's
what's up,
like in
dude.
central Southern California?
Yeah,
Yeah, but I
yeah. I
actually
don't
found
know.
your video because I was interested in DNA tests, and I somehow what was that video? It's like DNA don't lie. You're not Native American.
Yeah, I did. That's like my most viewed video.
Yeah, I found it and I watched it and I was like, oh yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about. So I was like, I'm gonna subscribe.
Oh, thank you, man. Have you taken a DNA test?
Yes, I have.
That's cool. Well,
It, it was it
what's
was
your break?
ancestry, but honestly, I don't really like ancestry that much.
Did
You
you
know.
try another one?
No, I haven't. Do you have one you'd recommend?
23 is good.
23andMe? Oh,
23.
okay. Don't they tell you more information like your background and
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah. You could get like your like paternal and maternal haplogroup. Hey, yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna try that, except I don't know what are the prices anyways. Like
Oh
like
man,
do you know what the price is? Like or does it just depend? Because I think they have sales on them,
yeah,
right? So
they have sales all the time and stuff too.
yeah, but I think I'm gonna try that because my I don't know, I didn't like Ancestry that much. I was kind of disappointed in it.
Why? Well, why were you disappointed?
I don't know. I felt like the results were basic. Like European Jewish was my biggest percentage, and I was like, okay, well, that's really all they gave me, and I was like, I think I have more than that, so I want to try another. Like I have like more ancestry from Europe than just that, you know?
That's cool. So are you like Ashkenazi or something?
Yeah, yeah, basically. But they just
That's
told me that, and I was like, well, I already know. I don't know. You know, feel like it can kind of be hit or miss, you know?
yeah. I mean, you could try GEDmatch. You could upload your raw DNA to GEDmatch.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. Don't isn't it? How much does
It's
that
free,
cost?
man.
No,
That's
it's free.
free. That's free. Yeah, yeah,
Oh, okay. I feel like that's free for like I or no, my true ancestry. Have you tried that?
yeah. I tried my true ancestry before. I never upload videos up because like you got like you keep your results up for free for like a few days and it
Yeah, then you
disappears. You
have to
gotta
pay
re-upload it.
for it.
Yeah,
But it's crazy
you get
because
basic.
that costs like $400 to do like
Yeah,
the to do
the
to get
whole
the best results out of that. That's like they charge $400 or something like that. It's like
yeah. That
I
shit's
don't
expensive.
like who can pay for that? But yeah, I just wanted to say that I love your videos and I wish I could join more. I'll be joining more lives in the future.
All right,
Even though I
that's
don't
what's
have
up.
any Native American ancestry, I find I at least find your videos very fascinating. You know, and I like how
That's
you put
cool, dude.
your
Yeah,
results
thank
on it too.
you. Yeah, yeah. I tested like most of my family. A lot of them. I mean, like my close relatives at least. Yeah, that's cool. I appreciate the support and all that, man. Thank you.
But yeah, so I don't I don't know. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I forgot what I was gonna say. But yeah, you deserve more subscribers. That's for sure.
Yeah, I got like over 130K views on my videos. I got like I don't even got 500 subscribers, man. But I mean, it's whatever, man.
I I
Oh,
I,
that's
I
what's up, then. Come on, soon, man. Oh, but yeah,
I,
what were
I
you gonna say?
no, I feel like it's better to have like a limited amount of good subscribers than like a whole bunch of subscribers or just I don't know. Eh, you
Yeah,
know.
for sure, man. Definitely. Nature Lover, hop on. Nature Lover, hop on video about. Oh man, Nature Lover, come on, or at least on mic or something. Nature Lover. Oh, but yeah, yeah, I agree with that. See, like Daniel, Nature Lover, man, those are like top two subscribers. I appreciate good subscribers over like a bunch of trash subscribers. I guess I don't know. I see what you're saying. Yeah, the
Yeah, but
quality over quantity, whatever.
yeah. Oh, I wanted to ask you this. What do you think of um them casting like Eurasian, like half Asian, half whites for like Native Americans in movies and stuff?
I've seen a lot of people casted as native. Like there's this one actor who's straight up Persian, like 100% Iranian, and he's like
Oh yeah, wasn't
casted
his
as a
name?
native.
Yeah, yeah, he's
Yeah,
Persian and he passes himself off as Native American.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's like the one dude. So I mean, yeah, that's definitely the same guy we're talking about. So yeah, and I seen this one like straight up like criollo looking Spanish Mexican dude casted as a native in this one movie. I mean, I seen this Italian dude casted as a native in this one movie. I don't get it. I don't know, like you could get real natives and pay them real cheap. I mean, especially back in those days. So I mean, I don't know. They should have took advantage of that instead of just casting a bunch of people who aren't native. I don't like that.
Yeah, I, yeah, and you would think that they would cast like Mexican people that have a good amount of Native American ancestry.
Yeah, for sure. That makes a lot more sense than some Apple or Italian or Persian or whatever else.
or half Asian, half white person that they
Yeah, for sure.
like Lou Diamond Phillips. Have you heard of him?
Nah, tell me about him. I don't know.
He's half white, half Filipino, and he's been cast to play like Native Americans in like the show called Longmire. You should look it up.
Oh, okay. I'll check that out. But yeah, yeah, I don't like that. I mean, I don't know. It's just I don't get it. I mean, there's so many natives they could cast who can act, man. It don't make no sense. They just cast completely random
Not
people. Yeah,
natives, but
non-natives. Yeah.
hey, how long will you be on the chat? Cause I have to hop off, but I can be on like the text.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna be on for a few hours probably.
All
But
right,
yeah,
well
thanks for
I'll hop
joining me.
off, but if I can get back on, I will.
Oh, okay, I thank you for joining. Man. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
no, I'll still be part of it. I'm just gonna go
Oh,
to
okay, yeah.
the text.
All right, okay, okay, cool. Thanks.
All right, bye.
All right, indigenous unity. Y'all want to get into that right now? Let's get into it right now, then, man. Look up the Instagram page. Look up the Instagram page, decolonized indigena, decolonized period indigena. That's my old page. I was catfishing because I didn't want to be my real self. I didn't want to be my real self. I didn't want to be my real self on that Instagram. Anyways, Indigenous Unity canceled me like 2 years ago, man. I don't know if you know about it. He removed the post, but I was in the wrong. I could accept that, man. But I was heated, man. I was heated. Like when you heated, you say a lot of dumb shit. You know what I mean? So, man, basically, it was the day I was getting my cedula, man. The day I was getting my Ecuadorian ID. The day I became an Ecuadorian citizen. All right, so I see this shoe shining boy. I just want to be nice. I'm gonna give him all the change in my pockets to like surprise him type shit, right? So I'm thinking like, yeah, I'm gonna hook him up. This motherfucker dude comes up to me. He's like, oh, that'll be $20. My motherfucker, what? Like, come on, man. I was gonna give dude like $12, man. I was gonna hook him up. I thought it was gonna be like 25 cents or some shit. Man, like but I'm like, I fuck it, man. I'll give you the shit, and whatever. I made a post about it, man, and I wasn't talking about the kid, man. I was calling his brother soft because his brother pussy, man. I'm like, why was his brother pussy? I don't remember what happened. But I mean, his brother wasn't saying his brother was pussy, man. His brother was ratting on his little brother. There he is, man. Make him go apologize. I'm like, bro, you soft, man. If that was my sibling, I wouldn't be giving him out like that, because it's just a little kid they use to like scam people and shit. So I got mad. I used the word Indio. I ain't gonna lie. I think I was in the wrong. I don't think I should. I don't think there was no point to that because in retrospect, if it was a black kid, I wouldn't have said nothing about. I wouldn't have called him negro or nothing. So I did that. But I didn't reflect on that until afterwards, man. But Indigenous Unity like canceled me because of that, and so yeah, whatever. I was in the wrong. I'll accept it. Whatever. If anybody wants to cancel me, hate me because of it, okay, that's cool. But I'm not racist, and I'm not. Everybody can say some racist. I didn't say no Indio de mierda, none of that. I just called little kid Indio, man. Just identified my race by his race, which sure it shouldn't be relevant, but whatever. I did that, and that's when I came out to Indigenous Unity. I said, I'm I'm the owner of an Instagram account that heavily inspired you and a lot of other people. I'm the owner of Decolonized Indígena. I was back in 2014. I I was the biggest one out there at that time period, man. I was catfishing as a Bolivian, but I was using the picture of my Chilango friend, my Mexican American friend from Chicago. I used his pictures, and but I didn't even really use pictures like that. It was only memes. I started it off trolling conservative Catholics, and so yeah, man. So I did that, and then yeah. So then I just so I don't like indigenous unity. I don't like really leftist people at all. I think they're really toxic and annoying, and I don't like that whole cancel culture thing, man. And but I'm glad he canceled me because I didn't want to be on Instagram no more, no ways, man. But that's fine, man. There's too many, man. I don't like lefties like that, man. I don't got no political standing really. I don't identify with no political view, not like that strongly. I don't really care about it. But I can't stand these toxic ass lefties, man. I mean, like when X died, XXX Tentacion from my condado, man, my county, Broward County, when he got killed. All type of hate, man. All these social justice warrior type females were posting all this hate towards dude. Dude was just turned 20. Dude was a kid. All these accusations was when he was a teenager. And then, I mean, rest in peace, George Floyd. He didn't deserve to die like that. But whenever anybody would bring up George Floyd's past, after that, after he died, after he was killed, leftists were like shutting him down, and he got way worse accusations than X. So what about that, man? I mean, they hypocrites. I don't like them. They toxic, ragging on a little kid who died, man, just turned 20, man. That's legit, man. So rest in peace, X. And I don't like those. I don't like indigenous unity at all. I don't like that whole leftist. I don't like them. I don't like the cancel culture. I don't like none of that. And radical Latino, I don't really watch him like that. I seen his one video where he was interviewing Chivo's cousin. I don't watch him like that, but I heard he's like Dominican and Ecuadorian. So if he's Ecuadorian, cool. I don't know. That indigenous podcast be deleting my comments. That's understandable. I'd imagine they would. What did you say to get deleted though? Many movies are played by indigenous from Latin America in their language with subtitles. But yeah, man. Somebody hop on. Mexicano, hop on, man. Hop on my live. All right, let me see what you said. Gotta get somebody else on here, man. One of y'all hop on mic or on camera or anything, man. Michelle Medina, where'd you go, man? Hop on. I know she'd be willing to hop on. I'm boy about to get on. All right, man, that's cool. Who's about to get on? I don't even know who you are, Mexicano. Are you that dude who says Mexicans gonna conquer or whatever? I don't know, man. I don't know, one of y'all. Um. Oh, okay, cool. Somebody hop on, Chi, man. All right. Indigenous Peruvian. Oh man, that boy. Oh man. Oh yeah.
What's
Yo,
up, bro?
what's up? Yo? You indigenous Peruvian, dude?
Huh?
Are you indigenous Peruvian? That's your channel?
No, why?
Oh, I don't know. That dude just popped up. I don't know. All right,
What dude?
which one are you? I don't know.
Chichi.
What's your what's I Chi? What's your background? Where you from?
I'm from Texas, the Southwest. My parents
Oh,
are Mexicans.
oh, that's cool. Like Mexican immigrants. You're not like one of them like multi. I mean, what are the Tejanos who've been there forever?
I don't fuck with the Hanu. I mean, they're cool people, but like the Hanu sometimes they're like kind of anti-Hispanic, anti-Mexican. Sometimes my family they're yeah, like I'm
Oh,
like
I see.
first or second. Yeah, I guess I'm first generation.
Are you first generation? That's cool. What's like Mexican immigrant and Tejano relations out there in Texas?
Well, honestly, most of the time they get along because again, like they're both Hispanic and shit. But at the same time, like you have like some of the Tejanos, they have like reputation of being I want to say like ass kissers to like white people, and like
Oh,
I guess Trump supporters, Yeah,
oh,
a lot of them support Trump. A lot of them do like in North Texas. A lot of the Tejanos do a lot.
dang, that's
But
crazy.
but yeah, I mean, but I used to go to school with some, and like they were kind of chill. I mean, it's just at the end of the day, you can't really tell the difference from like a Tejano and a Chicano because they're both. I mean, most of the time they both look alike, and they both have like I mean, they both have like an accent, and they both speak both languages. So it's just like, at the end of the day, it's the same thing, like
Yeah,
kind of how like northern Mexicans and southern Mexicans are like kind of like different. That's kind of how it is with Mexicans, like paisas and shit, Chicanos and Tejanos. Like at the end of the day, they're the same thing, but they're a bit different. Whether it's
yeah,
culturally or the way they see themselves.
I feel you, man. So,
It's
so
just
what, what, What part of Mexico is your family from? Are they all from the same place? Or,
No, Jalisco and Nuevo Leon.
oh, that's cool, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah, have you been to Mexico?
that's from Jalisco. Yeah, I go to like the northeastern part, like Tamaulipas,
Oh
Nuevo
shit,
Leon.
that's. I mean, you right there too. You just drive there. Or what?
Yeah, it's like 30, like 40 minutes from me. I'm like, yeah,
Oh damn, you
it's
like
pretty
right
chill.
on the border.
Yeah, I'm like right on there. So it's just like, to me, where I'm from, like it's like the county I'm at, it's
Yeah,
90% Hispanic. So I'm basically in Mexico, you know?
damn, that's crazy.
Yeah. Have you met a lot of Mexicans?
It's South Florida. Yeah, I know a bunch of Mexicans out there too. Like most, but like first generations or immigrants themselves. Like there's a lot of like Oaxaqueños out there and shit.
Oh yeah, yeah. I noticed a lot of like a lot of the South Mexicans, they go to the East, right? Like the
Yeah,
East Coast. Yeah. I like
yeah,
where I'm at. Most of the
yeah,
Mexicans, like like in South Texas, most of the Mexicans, they're from like a lot of them are from Nuevo Leon and Tamaulipas. So like they're like from the north, like here. But we do get some like Southerners, but like they're from like the east side of Mexico. You know, not like Veracruz, not so much
oh,
Oaxaca.
like yeah,
They're like
oh,
in Cali. Why?
yeah,
Oh, I mean, they just don't really. I mean, it's just they just because then again, like in Texas, we get Eastern Mexicans. You know, like ones from like the Northeast and the Central East, and like the ones in Cali, they get Mexicans
yeah,
from like the Northwest, the West, and the Southwest, right, of Mexico. It's kind of
yeah, definitely.
complicated, but like it makes sense, you know, because I'm like, if you're from like Oaxaca and you're from the Pacific Coast, why the fuck would you go to Texas? Like I'm just gonna go to Cali, right?
Yeah, you're
Same
right.
thing with people from Jalisco. Like, well, I'm like a rare case, right? Because most Jalisco Mexicans, they go to Cali, but mine went to Texas. But most of the time they go to Cali, you know.
That's cool. So it's like most of your family out there still in Mexico still, like aunts and uncles and shit.
What? Oh,
Like, are you like,
now
yeah,
most of my immediate family, they're in America in Texas, but like I'll have like distant, maybe like my grandparents' cousins. I mean, my grandparents' brothers. Like yeah, like my second cousins. Yeah,
yeah.
they're in Mexico.
Oh,
But I was gonna say,
so like
yeah, go on.
like what's your background? You mestizo, right?
Mestizo. Yeah, yeah, I would say I'm mestizo. I mean, I never did DNA test, but I would guess like maybe like 70 to 80% Spanish and the rest native. Maybe like some African, maybe like 5%.
That's cool, man. How do you feel about the whole like I don't know if they're like I know like Chicanos. I don't know like they I mean like in California like I know there's like a big Chicano movement. They like identify a lot with like Aztec
Aztecs.
culture and all that.
The thing about it
Yeah,
is like most Mexicans in Cali, they're from like Jalisco and Michoacan, right? So
yeah,
like
yeah,
they're native, like if like their
yeah, and
native
even Aztec.
ancestors, they're not from the Aztecs. And the funny thing about it is Michoacan, right? Michoacan, the
Yeah,
state of Michoacan, the natives
yeah,
from
put a
Michoacan
picture. Shit.
are called the Budapechas, right? And the
Yeah,
Budapechas were known for being the rivals of the Aztecs. And the Budapechas were like one of the native groups in Mexico that made an alliance with the Spanish. So like when I see a fucking Chicano in
yeah,
Cali of like Michoacan roots, and he's claiming to be the Aztecs and calls the Spanish rapist, I'm like, well, like what are you doing, bro? Like your native ancestors didn't like the
yeah.
Aztecs, and they brought in the Spanish. You know, it's just, but
That's
it's all
facts, man.
fucked because the liberals in Cali, they like pushing this pro indigenous shit, right? I'm like, if you're proud to be if you're proud to be native, that's cool, right? But thing about it
Yeah,
is most of these guys are mestizos. Most of these Chicanos, they're all mestizos, right? So I'm like, you gotta embrace both sides, you know? Like with me,
definitely.
I find it kind of like I just find it cringy when like when like a mestizo goes more so to his native side, and when a mestizo goes more to his European side, I'm like, you're both. You know what I'm saying? Like you're
Yeah,
both.
definitely. Yeah,
Of course,
yeah, that's
the
my
funny. Yeah, go on. I think you.
I'm my sin conexión, man. Oh man, sin conexión. De nuevo en línea. Yo, y'all hear me, man? Yo, hop back on, Gigi, man. My bad, dude. My Wi-Fi messed up. But yeah, yeah. I mean, definitely. Philip Jack, somebody hop on this thing, man. But that's definitely. I mean, Chichi, hop back on if you want to, man. I mean, yeah, my Wi-Fi cut, but yo, my live, y'all can see me, right? Somebody verify y'all can see me, y'all can hear me, cause yeah, my Wi-Fi cut. I'm on my mobile data now. My Wi-Fi working on my other phone. I don't know what happened, but I we can see me. I Rolando, hop on live, man. Hop on live, bro. Any one of y'all hop on live. Um, but yeah, I mean that's my stance on it too. You know, that's my stance on it too. We should respect both sides of our heritage, and I don't like to see any of us leaning more towards one side or the other, or putting down one side for the other. I mean, sure, you can identify however you want. Yeah, you just press the link that's pinned right there at the top. Just scroll up, it's right there. Man, I'm on my own Wi-Fi, man. I'm far away from the Wi-Fi, but let me move closer to that, and I'm gonna turn it back on. Move over like 2 feet. I'll do a different side. But anyways, that's my stance on it too. I think we should respect both sides of our heritage, and not just, especially when you put down one side to like uplift the other. Like I hate that, man. Like, cause I see a lot of Hispanistas doing that. They'll talk all this bullshit, calling natives cannibals and all that, and like you got no proof to back any of this nonsense you talking. And so I don't get it. I'm gonna repost the link, but yeah, so I don't like that at all. But man, they do got McDonald's out here though. But I'm gonna hop back on my Wi-Fi now. But anyways, are we back on Wi-Fi? Back on Wi-Fi. Tell me about your stance, Ivor. Tell me about your stance on the topic. And if you want to join, hop on, man. Hop on. It's fine. I'm up to take anybody's opinion. Man, look. These comments are getting. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah. What's your name, man? It's Daniel, man. How about Yeah, you just put every comment that gets like that doesn't go through this. Just accept them, man. Accept all comments out here. Right? YouTube, be on that plus shit. YouTube, come on. Um. So yeah, I mean, my stance on it, I do understand that guy's comment, but at the same time, I don't view us as an indigenous people, I mean, I understand where he's coming from. I mean, we don't exist in the old world. We couldn't exist in the old world. We originated here, but I don't think that makes us indigenous people. I mean, we've only been in existence for what, 5 years. So I mean, yeah, that's different than indigenous people who's got like 20K plus years of history on them. That's different, big difference, you know. So I see both sides of it. I mean, if everybody just give your perspective, and I'll hear you out. Anybody wants to hop on, Chichi? I'm sorry for my Wi-Fi cutting off, man, but it was I was interested in talking about it. I do agree with your stance on it, man. Yeah. as an indigenous see ourselves as an adopted people. We are like listening to corridos of our region and other things that are popular in Mexico. We even sometimes make our own. Oh, somebody trying to hop on? Yeah, Rolando. Oh man, add the stream. Yo, what's up,
Yo,
Rolando? Invite you.
what's
Oh,
up, man?
what's up, dude?
Yeah,
You're that Venezuelan dude, right?
yeah, what's up, man? How you doing? Long time we don't talk.
Yeah, long time. How have you been, man? How's life? What did you grow up in Venezuela? Gotta ask.
Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. All good, thank God. With college right now, kind of busy, but I saw your notification and I thought I couldn't miss it, you know. Your videos are pretty good,
Thank you,
so
man.
yeah. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, I grew up in Venezuela. I was born and raised. Both of my parents are from there. Also my grandparents. Um, and yeah, man, from since I was born till 11, I lived there.
Yeah.
Then I moved to Miami for like 3 years.
Oh, that's what's up. Yeah,
Yeah, man.
that's cool.
Yeah, yeah, I lived
So
there for like 3 years,
there's a
and
lot of
now I live in
Venezuelans. There's not
Mexico.
a lot out there. Oh, you're in
Yeah,
Mexico
yeah,
now?
yeah, I'm in Mexico right now.
That's crazy. What part of Mexico you at?
Yeah, Mexico City.
That's crazy. I had a cousin who lived in Mexico City for a while, but
Really, man?
yeah, but he's like in Russia now and shit. He's yeah, he
Oh
was working
shit.
in Mexico City, but he had a bad experience. Like somebody like robbed his laptop, stabbed him, type shit. So like
Mm.
he left. But how you like it in Mexico and how
Oh,
what part of
oh,
Venezuela you from too?
I'm from Caracas, like
Oh,
the
that's
capital. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. And dude, I love Mexico. Like, you know, I've been living here for a while since I've been 14, 15, I think. I'm 21 right now.
So your family went all over Miami, then you
Yeah,
went
man.
to. That's crazy. Did you
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Miami? There are a lot of
yeah, dude.
Venezuelans out of South Florida.
Yeah, yeah, no, like, thankfully, like all the places I've moved to, it's been like like a pleasant experience. The only
Yeah,
place I remember, I moved for like a year to North Carolina, and I didn't like it that much, but it wasn't because of like the state or anything like that. It was more because of like the vibe.
yeah.
And I just like came back as soon as I could because my parents moved back to the States and I wanted to
All
stay
right.
in Mexico. Yeah, because all my friends are here and my school is
Oh,
here.
cool.
Yeah, and then I just came back as soon as I could, and yeah, man, just thank God, like I've gotten many blessings, and everything's been fairly smooth in my experiences with moving. So thank God everything's good.
That's also So when did you leave Caracas, man? Well, how old were you
Oh,
when you left?
yeah, I was 11, I think. Yeah, because I moved out when I was in 2010 or 2011. So I was 11, and then I lived in Miami for like 3 years. So I moved out, no, 3, 4 years, and then I moved out of Miami when I was 15 to Mexico.
Oh, that's what's up. How did
Yeah.
you like Miami? You have like a lot of Venezuelan friends out there? Because I know a
Oh
bunch
yeah,
of
dude.
Venezuelans.
Dude, I had like every kind of friends from Venezuela, Colombia, Cuba, Mexico, and you know American. Um, but
That's
yeah,
cool.
like yeah, that's like when I moved to the States, that's like when my identity and like all that kind of stuff started like coming up, you know, because
Yeah.
like living in a place with like so many different people, you kind of like start figuring it out. Um, but yeah, man. I don't know what you want to talk about, like what you were talking with the
That's
other guy.
yeah. I mean, so do you know like where your native blood comes from? Like, you got an idea? Like,
So like from the DNA test I've done, it's very weird because my native is supposed to come from like the Amazon tribes, and you know like
yeah.
yeah, so like but my blood, like my Native American blood, like the tribes that it points it out are all Mexican for some reason.
Oh,
Like
that's
yeah,
cool.
like Central American. So I get like Maya, um, Taromaras, Primas, all that kind of stuff. And it's very bizarre. I only have like 2% Amazon blood out of like the 15% native blood that I have. and the other 12% is black, so like sub-Saharan African. So I'm like around like a quarter, a little bit more than a quarter, black and Native American. And
That's
yeah, man, yeah, pretty common for like Venezuela.
Venezuela. Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
feel yeah, you got like pretty common Venezuelan results. That's what I figured. Like
yeah,
mostly
yeah. No,
Spanish, but a
it's
little
yeah, super
indigenous
common.
and African. That's
Yeah,
cool.
man. Yeah, like half and half. Yeah, 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 man. Uh,
But what
it's
DNA
pretty
test
weird
did you?
because like when people, hmm?
What
Tell
DNA
me.
test did you
Yeah,
take?
yeah, yeah.
Like what companies did you test with?
I took so I took 23andMe, and then I took another one that's Somos Ancestria, which is like a
Oh yeah,
Latin, yeah, yeah, it's like a Latin DNA test company, and they test you like they specialize on testing like native tribes, and I've done those two, and then like I've like I've like carry on my raw data and put it like on other sites, but those are not as accurate, so I don't really count them as much. And like my results vary from like 59% European to like 66%. So it's kind of inconsistent, but it's from 66 to 59, like the range.
yeah. I mean that's what's up. How do you feel about your results when you like were
Oh,
shocked by
dude,
them?
I was so happy. Like you have no clue because I've always gotten so much shit for my appearance because like I think you've seen me, but like most people say I look pretty white. and and I get a lot of shit from it because like they're like, oh, you're not really Latino and shit like that. And oh, dude, when I got those results, it was so nice. Like I could just like fucking like put it on their face and show them. Oh my god, it was the best because like I've always been like undermined. Like my race has always been undermined
Yeah,
because of my appearance. And just to like get some like concrete evidence that I'm just like anyone else from my country or from like our continent,
yeah, definitely, yeah.
it just made me feel so much better.
Yeah, that's how I felt when I first got him. I figured like I always figured I'd get less because like I don't know like three of my like my knew my Cuban grandfather was like really Spanish. I always knew that, and my other two
Mhm.
grandmothers they ain't that dark or nothing. But my mother
Yeah,
grandma
yeah,
got a lot of native and like she got like as much African as you with like forty
yeah,
percent, 42% native. So like when I first got it, and I saw like I'm a quarter native. I was like mad, like proud of that because I'm like, damn, that's crazy. I didn't expect it to be that much because like my grandfather's dad is like the darkest one of my family. I figured he was always full blood and I was only like 1/8. That's what I always figured.
mhm.
So then when I
Yeah,
got it,
yeah,
I was like, oh, all right, it's different. But that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I always got a lot of that too. Like, I mean, I know a lot of people online tell me I don't look that white, but I mean, being in
mhm.
South Florida, man, it's like a lot of like I'm from Broward. I'm not from. Yeah, have you been to
Yeah,
Broward?
yeah. I
Yeah.
lived there. I lived in Weston.
Yeah, cool. Oh, that's cool. So
Yeah,
yeah, I'm from Broward. It's like got
yeah,
a lot of Caribbean people, Haitians, Jamaicans, Trinidadians, and not like most of our Latinos aren't Cubans like they are in Miami. Like we got Brazilians, Venezuelans, Colombians, Ecuadorians, a lot of
yeah,
Peruvians too, Guatemalans, Mexicans, all that. So I
yeah.
mean,
Colombians. Yeah.
so, like and like my Boricua stepdad man, like he's darker, got the afro man, and like people never speak to us in Spanish. Like people talk shit about us in Spanish, and we just be like, man, like that'll get annoying. I'm sure you went through
Oh
that too,
shit.
probably. You ever get
Yeah.
that man? Somebody talking about you in Spanish and then have no clue you speak it.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. And like in the States, when I was with
Yeah,
like with my American friends, and then I would be with like another Latino person and start like fucking like going off in Spanish. They were like, "What the fuck? You speak Spanish?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I'm Venezuelan. What the fuck you think I am?" But yeah, I used to get that a lot. Like they would be surprised that I spoke Spanish or that I was Latin American, which I would hate a lot.
yeah,
But you know, after a while, man, it you just like after you kind of learn to accept it, I feel like you become like more at peace of like who you are, and you become more confident. At least that's what happened to me because I would hate like it was so annoying for me, and it would like make me so insecure when people would say that I looked white or that
Yeah,
I didn't look Latino, you know, because
yeah.
it didn't just happen on the States. It when I went to Europe, it happened also. Like
Oh,
French
that's
people
great.
thought I was French, yeah. Spanish people thought I was from Spain, like you know,
Yeah,
like Southern European, like
yeah, yeah,
it would just get on my mind, dude, and it would fuck me up so much. It was so
yeah,
annoying. It was so insecure. But and I would say like, nah, dude, not like, nah, I don't look like why, like, stop saying that and shit like that. And I,
yeah,
after a while, like reflecting up on it, it just made me look worse. Like it made me look insecure, it made me look immature, it made me look like I didn't know who I am and
mhm,
or who I was.
yeah,
And after I learned to accept how it looked and that that didn't change where I was from, who my family was, where my roots come from, who I am, because I can't control how it looked like. It
yeah,
just made me so much more secure about myself and like my identity. And when people just make comments about it, like, hey, you don't look Latino, shit, like I'm like, oh yeah, man, I get that a lot, and then we just laugh about it, and then
yeah,
they never mention it again.
yeah. I feel you, man. Like you remind me of, like my
Yeah.
grandma. Like my grandma from Quito, man. She's like, I posted her DNA results. She's like 30% native, the rest Spanish and shit. Like, but she
Hmm.
really like she's really light with the green eyes and all that. And when she first
Yeah.
came to USA, like she came at a totally different time, like in the '60s, man.
Hmm.
So things were a lot different. It's still like a lot of racism and stuff, but like she was in New
Yeah.
York, and like you'd have a lot of like European like co-workers in her factory, and they'd like ask
Hmm.
her if she's French, like nah, hell nah, I'm from Ecuador,
Yeah.
like she rep it proudly,
Yeah.
And then like my
Yeah. Of course.
grandfather's sisters, on the other hand, like my grandpa's pretty much like half indigenous Ecuadorian,
Hmm.
and his sisters could not pass as white at all, man. Like they got like
Hmm.
brown skin and big old Andean noses, and
Yeah.
like whenever anybody would like say like, oh, you look French or something, they like, and they go to tell my grandma, she's like, they lying to you, man, you tienes la mapa en la cara type shit. Like you get, everybody could tell they just clowning you and making fun of you, and
Yeah.
so yeah, yeah, I mean a lot of us go through stuff like that, man. Like definitely like being judged by
Yeah.
our appearance, but that don't that definitely don't change who we are,
Yeah.
where we're from, anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. In the end, we're part of like the mixed community. You know, like
Yeah,
we all
definitely.
come like in different percentages, different appearances, different like combinations of different ethnicities and races. And anyone that's mixed in any part of the world can tell you that they go through the same shit. It's just something we have to put up with, but not something we have to stand all the time. It's something that we can change. It's just we have to make aware. We have to make people be aware of it. You know, like raise some awareness for it. Um, I feel
I
like,
wait,
yeah, yeah. Go
wait
ahead.
1 second, real quick, man. Thank you for joining OG the Rancho, man. I like your channel, bro. Somebody put me on to you, and yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks, and okay, K Watson, keep talking about what you talk, whatever. Thanks everybody who's on. But yeah, man, yeah, definitely. But like yeah, like I was saying, like I feel like us who are like lighter or whatever, like we feel
Hmm.
like we want to embrace it even more because like we get mad that people don't see it on us, and
Yeah.
so like and like those of us who are darker, like a lot of us got like like they insecure about it a little bit, like definitely
Hmm.
like on my grandpa's side, they're all like, well, like him and his siblings are all like brown, and they're all like
Yeah.
they way more ashamed of it than like my lighter family.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah, man.
definitely.
Yeah, we're the same coin, just a different side. It's it's
Yeah,
just we're just that, man. I think everything has its cons and its pros, and people like to look at like their difficulties and the bad side of things instead of the good, and we'll just like torture ourselves with it. Don't matter who we are. I think that happens all the time. In my family,
yeah.
it's pretty mixed. My dad looks like the typical Venezuelan. My mom, it's like
Mm.
like a lighter Latina. My grandparents are definitely like
Oh, okay.
super stereotypical Latinos, but for some reason, yes, like I just inherited like very like recessive genes. So I ended up having like hazel green eyes and like light brown hair
Yeah,
and like light skin, and it would
like
fuck with me as a
yeah,
kid because I would look different than my family. But I don't know, man. Like with time, it's just things that you just I feel like you just gotta accept and love yourself. You know?
yeah, for sure. I mean, like as a mixed people who come from like hundreds of years of mixing, like we could come out any type of way. Like
Yeah,
I've seen plenty of people like as native as me, like mad dark and even less than me, way darker than me, and we all come
yeah,
out randomly, man. Like my sis, like my dad, he came out like really Spanish looking, I think, but his brother is
yeah,
like brown. He can never pass as white. Like people would think he's Mexican and shit. And my
yeah,
mom too.
yeah,
My mom came out really fair with green eyes, but her sister's brown year round, not just from tan, and
mhm,
like she's always brown. And we
yeah.
mix, man. We could come out any type of way, so we shouldn't like we shouldn't discriminate people for any like
Exactly.
for how they look, because we could came out looking that way too, man. We mutts at the end of the day, and that ain't nothing to be ashamed about. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I feel you totally. Like we just have like so much genes and so much like traits to get from that it's literally like random. Like we cannot control it. It can come out any way, and siblings can look so differently, and kids can also do. Parents, it's incredible, and we have to embrace that. We have to embrace like our diverseness. We have to embrace our
yeah,
difference because that's what makes us special. You know, that's what makes us
yeah.
us.
100%, man. Yeah, that's how it is. Like I got a really mixed family. Like I mean, my sisters, like I got two half sisters. We all got different
Mhm.
dads, man. We got a rough background. We from South Florida, though. Like, but I
Yeah.
mean, it is what it is, whatever. But my youngest sister, she's half Garifuna. Like
Mhm.
her grandmother's from Honduras, and
Okay. Yeah.
Garifuna are
Yeah.
like majority African, indigenous. They speak and indigenous Arawak Carib. They're from the Caribbean. They speak an indigenous language, an Arawak language. Like like that's what Daniel was talking about. Like the Wayu tribe from Venezuela.
Hmm. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
there's this video by my I gotta plug him in, man. That's my sister's cousin, man. My sister's cousin, because Grifo and I are pretty closely related, so it came back as a cousin
Hmm.
on my sister's designate. But yeah, look up. I'm like, well, if you want to, man, YU versus Garifuna, like comparing their languages, and I'm a painter right now. So yeah, they speak in indigenous. Like, oh, that's what's up, bro. Thank you for getting
Yeah, man.
on
I
camera.
just thought like
But
you were the only one that
yeah,
had the camera, and I was like,
got 'em.
I'm just
Yeah,
gonna put it through.
so yeah, my sister's half Garifuna. My other sister's half Boricua,
Mhm.
man. So I grew up with like a really mix of different Latino cultures, man. I always be over my Boricua family's
Yeah,
house, and so yeah, man. I don't know. So I can't hate on nobody. Like I don't know if you heard of this
yeah,
YouTuber, Chivo2121. He's this Dominican dude. Man, he's like mad racist to black people in
really.
general, and like Haitians because he's Dominican,
Mhm.
and like just make videos like being racist is a good thing, and all this crazy talk, man. So like I don't think we should be that way, man. We gotta accept all of our people, man. We all connected. We got more in common than we don't. So I mean,
Yeah, yeah, I totally agree, man. Yeah, I feel you on that. That's so weird because like usually Dominican Republic, they usually have like a black background. So I feel like if he's like that, it probably comes from
yeah,
like some inferiority complex or
yeah,
something like that.
yeah. He like posted his DNA 16% African, like 7% Native, and the rest
Yeah.
Spanish. It's really he obviously got African in him, man. And I do think it comes from like I mean, like you talking all this stuff about Africans. Like he said stuff like on one of his last videos, like he thinks that Africans deserve to be in slavery and all this crazy stuff, man. And like you talking about your own ancestors at the end of the day, dude. Like you're not. I mean, that looks, man. I mean, that's just disrespectful. I don't get it. But
Yeah, I feel like he hates himself or something like that. Like usually
yeah,
when something like that happens is he just hates a part of himself and he takes it out like that to
yeah,
feel superior in some kind of way.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. I don't get that, man. I don't know how we could come from such a mixed background and then have any type of resentment or hate for any other race. Like we come from all these races, man. Like wouldn't be here without our African or Native or Spanish ancestry. So I mean, that's like I don't like when mestizos be on like hating their Spanish side or hating their native side or any of that. It's just
Yeah. Yeah, no, I
it's
totally feel you there.
yo, is that the real Chivo, man? And that can't be Chivo, man. Anyway, but man, I don't even know if I want him on my live, man. This dude says too much crazy stuff. I mean, I want my channel taken. This dude says some crazy ass stuff, man. But nah, man. But yeah, man. I don't think we should. I don't think we should hate on any side of our heritage or any people we
Totally.
descend from, man. It's just I don't care. He was Africanized when he was young. I don't know Andy Batista's whole history or nothing. I mean I watched that one video Radical Latino posted on him interviewing his cousin, man. But I don't know, but I don't that racism stuff don't hold no like it's stupid, man. It don't help nobody in nothing. I mean I understand African Americans can be frustrated and like a lot of Latinos in the States, like I mean we take a lot from their culture, man. We take a lot of like from their identity politics and stuff like that. I don't know. But I mean it is what it is. We can't just hate on black people or white people or natives. It don't make no sense to me, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
but yeah,
100%, man. 100%. I feel like you truly like reach harmony with yourself, like truly like inner peace once you start
yeah,
like giving an equal importance to every side of yourself, because I feel like some people
yeah,
just want to connect with everything that's not their white side, and I feel like that's not okay, because at
yeah,
the end they're neglecting that one a part of
yeah,
them. And
yeah, for
you're
sure.
never gonna be fully if you're half black, you're never gonna be fully black as much as you
Yeah,
identify with it. If you're mestizo,
yeah,
you're never gonna be fully indigenous as much as you
yeah,
identify with it, because you're
yeah, for
half
sure.
white, you're half other things, and you're always gonna have problems with rejection and with feeling outcasted and with feeling
Yeah,
not accepted by other people, because you're not what you're presenting yourself as. You're something else, and you're not
yeah,
accepting yourself as what you are. So why are people going to do that with you?
yeah, 100%, man. That's how it is. We just gotta accept ourselves as we are, man. I mean, like, it's been so many years since like colonialism. We still so caught up on it. It's crazy,
Yeah,
but like, still, people still saying shit like "mejorar la raza" and stuff. Like, I mean, like, it don't make no
la raza.
sense, man. It's
Yeah,
like you
yeah.
can't even get over our history, man. It's been hundreds of years, and we still so hell bent on it, man. I mean, but I mean, like, honestly, like, I think
I
all the Americans is
it,
pretty racist, so,
it's so weird.
considering our
It's
history
so
and all.
weird because, like, take for example, like I find it so weird that people are still so up on about like colonization and all that
Yeah,
stuff, and I feel like, and we haven't moved like so much worse shit, and they move past it. Like, for example, like Japan with Hiroshima and with Nagasaki, they got bombed like what, 70 years ago, and they moved past it, they rebuilt, and they hold no grudges. Why can't we do that? Why can't we learn from them? Why can't we do the same and move past it?
yeah,
Like, grow, like, if we don't move past that resentment, I feel like we're not gonna progress in many important ways that we should, and I feel like those are where the complexes come from, and where the hate comes from, and where the lack of acceptance comes from, and yeah, man, that's just how I feel about it. So much like
yeah,
anti-hispanismo, and so much anti-indigenismo. Like, people are against indigenas, or racist against indigenas, or racist against
yeah.
Spanish. It's always one of those two. I don't understand, why can't we just have like
I know. Yeah,
balanced,
yeah,
yeah,
balance.
balanced identity.
Yeah, for sure. That's how I feel about them, man. We just they ain't no point to like hate on one side of yourself. You don't got to do that to be an ally to Native people at all. You don't got to do that.
Exactly.
They ain't gonna respect you more for that or nothing. Like I got indigenous friends out here in Ecuador, man. They show me nothing but love. like the first day I got out here, and they didn't care. Like I'm mixed, okay, so what, man? I don't mean I don't gotta reject any part of myself to be accepted by them or anything. You don't gotta do that to support indigenous people. And I feel like a lot of people, like Latinos in the state, feel like they got to reject their white side, their like colonizer side, man. But and that's another stupid ass thing. Like they act like all of our Spanish blood came straight from colonization. Like
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
not how it is, man. Spaniards been coming here hundreds of years after. I mean, they still coming, man. So I don't know
We
how they could
last
act like
yeah.
it's just a bunch of conquistadors that made up our Spanish
Yeah,
bloodline.
last century when the whole Spanish Civil War was happening, that's when actually most of the migration from the Spanish
Yeah,
came
for
to
sure.
Latin America. So actually, a lot of us Latinos have probably some recent Spanish admixture. If
Yeah,
anything,
definitely.
our native is the most Asian one, ancient one.
Yeah, for sure.
Um,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
man.
Yeah, I
I
mean, like a lot of us
we're
come
like
from
yeah, yeah,
like mixed ass families. Like we come from like some of the first mestizos ever made. Like so, I mean, from like the 1500s, 1600s. So yeah, of course, a lot of us got more recent Spanish ancestry. And
yeah,
yeah, man,
exactly.
I'm like
Yeah, man.
like my Cuban grandfather, like he's straight up Criollo, like Isleño, like Canary
Hmm.
Islander grandparents. And that
Yeah,
also gave me like another perspective, another insight on it. Cause I mean, he was always racist, and him and all my family were always racist to like my Ecuadorian family. Like he'd always, whenever he'd fight with my Ecuadorian grandmother, he called her India de mierda, maldita India, all that stuff. So I mean, and then he said the same thing to my mother when he first met her too. She's also Ecuadorian. So and, my great grandfather from Cuba, like he would call my father mestizo, like in a derogatory way, laughing at him. So I mean, they've
yeah.
all, and like when I first went to Puerto Rico to visit my Cuban grandfather's half brother, man, dude just met me with Indio jokes, man. Like I told him my name, he's like, oh, man, I see some of those Indios. I'm like, dang, man, like, but I mean, it's just playful, but I mean, still, they pretty racist. Like they always made it like obvious, like we not one and the same, we mix. So I mean, yeah, that's so I mean that definitely gave me another perspective, like, cause different from like people who just have come from mestizo families. So like it's different because I got my Spanish Cuban grandfather and three mestizo Ecuadorian grandparents. So I don't know. I've always viewed it differently, man. I don't know. That just gave me another look on another perspective on some more insight, man. Like how actual criollos feel about mixed folk, stuff like that. But what about the other dude who hopped on, Jay
Hmm.
Burn? I'm sorry, dude. I ain't let
Hello,
you
how
talk.
are you? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, can
Yeah,
you
hello.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
man.
I was on here earlier,
Yeah.
but then I had to go, so I just figured
Oh,
I'd
I.
hop on if that was okay. I don't have
Oh,
much to
okay,
say.
dude. Yeah, sure.
I don't have any of this.
Oh, I.
I'm just here because I find it fascinating. You know.
Oh, okay, that's cool, dude. Respect. Thank you, man.
Cool, man.
But
Yeah, but oh, I did want to ask: Have you been like, have you been to Spain?
Yeah, yeah, me or Sapo?
Yeah. Oh no, both of you. Have either of you, one of you guys been to
nah,
Spain?
I ain't been to
Yeah,
Spain,
I
but like
have.
my uncle's been to Spain. I got my grandparents. A lot of my family been to Spain. I hope to go one day, man. But nah, I never been to Spain so far.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah,
I don't know, but don't they have like Arab ancestry or Moorish ancestry?
yeah,
I've
a
heard.
little.
Yeah,
Yeah, most
like
of most of
my last
Southern
name is
Europe.
Moorish, man.
Mhm.
My
Most
last
of
name's
most
Moorish,
yeah,
man.
most of
Yeah.
Southern Europe does. But
Yeah.
the Spanish have like little, like around 2 or 5%, because
Yeah.
when the Moors invaded Spain, they were there for like 300, 400 years, and then the Reconquista happened, which is when the Spanish kicked the Moors away,
Mm-hmm.
and there wasn't almost much mixing as supposed on the um, what was it, the conquista, the colonization. Uh-huh. And that's why we only have around like 2 or 5% of like North African blood, but it's not as impactful as suppose like Greece or maybe
Or
Sicily, but
Sicily?
those are different
Yeah,
places.
like
Because Sicily might have like a little bit more, or Greece from Turkey. So like North African and Middle Eastern, but it's not enough to like make too much impact. But what it did impact a lot was the language.
Yeah. Yeah.
Moroccan, I think. No, yeah, North African.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah, yeah,
what's up,
yeah.
the Americas though? Thank you for joining. And
We have a
hold up.
little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, where I
Mhm.
live, we have the Chumash, and I've met a couple, and they're really nice. They're really nice people. I live fairly close to the Chumash reservation. Of course, they have the casino up there where they do all that
Mhm.
gambling stuff. I haven't gone in, but I'm just I don't really have like a say in this or whatever since I'm not of that ancestry. But I just find your content really enjoyable. So I just like
Oh, thank
coming on
you, man.
listening.
Thank you, man. And but I want to talk on like what they talking about in the chat right now. So
Mhm.
but my view on this, like, I mean, I understand, like, yeah, I think criollos are white. I mean, like, I got like criollos can look mad weird and like get really dark and all that. Like, I got a lot of like one of my criollo cousins, my criollo Cuban cousin, man, dude is so brown, man. I mean, he works construction too, but dude is so dark. But I mean, and when my Cuban grandfather first came to Miami in 1960, like he had to sit on the back of the bus, man. So yeah,
Mhm.
those white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, they definitely ain't seen my Cuban grandfather or the other white Cubans who came as white during that time. So yeah, I mean, but I mean, all my grandparents had to sit on the back of the bus, man. They came in the '60s, so that was a whole different time period. But but yeah, but I
Jeez.
mean, yeah, I still see criollos as like, I mean, white is like, what? It's just a
Yeah,
label, man. I
criollo.
mean, yeah,
Yeah, I consider. I also consider criollos are the ones that 85 and plus,
yeah. Like once you 85 plus, you
right?
criollo, man. That's how. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
sure. Yeah, yeah. Once you 85 plus, you criollo. Yeah, but yeah. I mean, that's how it
there we
was.
go.
Like I refer to like the Spanish caste system a lot. I know it wasn't like. I mean, people could say that history is racist or whatever. But I mean, I like that we all got labels for our mixes and stuff like that. And you know, Spaniards back in the colonial days, they ain't see castizos as white, and you know, like, but
No.
like the castizos. But wait, I gonna is it? Nah, wait. I don't know what buttons I press. Hold up.
Mhm.
All right, straight. But now yeah, I mean, back in colonial times, we weren't seen as white. So I mean, that's not how I'm going to identify. And, you know, having a real Criollo Cuban grandfather, that definitely they always made that difference. Like they always made it obvious there was a difference between us and them. I mean, they'd
Yeah.
always seen us as mixed, and I mean, so yeah, I mean,
Wait,
yeah, that's
on
my take
the
on.
on the Spanish casta, you and me are similar in percentages, right?
I mean, like in the Spanish cast, I'd be like Castizo, I guess. And I don't know about you, man. I gotta look into it, man. That's like you got a unique mix on you, man. But I'm sure there's a label for it, man. There's like I don't know how many castas there are, but there's a whole bunch of them. But yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
you
I
know,
don't
like
know
I
what I mean.
like earlier on my channel,
Hmm?
like I identified like strongly with the Castizo label because you know that's like when I first took my DNA test, I'm like, okay, cool. I got a cast with my I got a cast I can identify with, you know. But I mean, I think I
Yeah.
see like it's kind of like divisive, you know. What I mean, to me, like mestizos in Latin America, we come
Yeah.
in all different blood quantums. It's not like we in the 1500s no more and we all 50-50, you know. So like the mestizo demographic throughout Latin America is like mad diverse. Like in southern Mexico, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, etc. Like most mestizos are like majority Indian, and then like North Mexico, Chile, Argentina, Venezuela, Colombia, and mostly European for the most part. And in Colombia and Venezuela, like most of the mestizos got African in them too. So I mean, like mestizos is a spectrum, man. Mestizo ain't just people 50-50. I mean, I just see it as people who are like, you know, a significant amount of European and native. and it's
Yeah,
just become like a broad term to like identify a bunch of different mixed people. So yeah, always
yeah,
somebody
I
else
think
trying.
the same. I think people usually tend to confuse biracial with mixed, and that's where like all the controversy comes from. You
Yeah,
know,
for sure. Yo, what's
biracial.
up, new dude? What's up, new dude? Talk.
You're where the hoes at?
Yo, where you from, man? What's up? We don't got none on these. I mean, we got Nature Lover one, but she ain't hopping on. But that's the only. All
What's
right,
good with y'all? What y'all got popping on?
I don't know, man. Are you like Chicano or something, bro? Where you from? Oh yeah, you can't disclose that. I mean, but still, I don't know.
I'm mixed, but I'm not Chicano.
Oh, okay. Are
My
you that
culture is
Salvadorian?
nah. I'm half Puerto Rican, half Guatemalan.
Oh, okay. I see. Man, that's man. I had a good Puerto Rican Guatemalan female friend a while back. I ain't talked to her in a minute, man. I respect Puerto Rican Guatemalan mixed people. Y'all cool. Um,
Yeah, that
you
shit rare. That shit rare to me. Like I haven't met people with my mix. Like it's just,
yeah. That's what's up, dude, man. That's cool. Respect to all the Guatemalans out there, all the Boricuas out there. Y'all
yeah.
keep mixing, man. Y'all cool people. That's
What's dude in
so
the
how you find my
what's dude in
channel,
the
man?
middle? Oh, how did I find your channel?
Yeah.
I was trying to like, cause I like studying about this shit. So I mean, you were just there. Like I put up mestizo or some shit, and like
Oh, like right now?
not right now, like yesterday
Oh,
or 2 days
okay.
ago.
Oh, I was gonna say, man, but that's cool, man. So, what's your Guatemalan background like? What is that?
Mostly indigenous, like, not white at all.
I see, man. Did your family speak like a Mayan language? Any of that?
No, they speak Spanish, but there's like not really like any like white people there, and but they
That's
don't really know about their culture, which is sad. So,
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I know there's a lot of Guats like that. So your friends like from the city or something?
um, where am I from?
I mean, like I mean, sure. If you want to disclose that, man, yeah.
Oh, they're like I don't really like listen. I don't know shit about. I mean, like I respect. I think it's cool. I think it's dope. But
Yeah.
like I'm from the U.S., so I don't know about that shit. But they live in like some those rural places, like the with the houses made out of metal and shit, like that type of
Oh
shit.
shit, yeah, I know. So
Yeah.
have you been there? Have you been to Guatemala? Seen your family out there?
Well, they live in Mexico now, and I'm planning to go there. So I've
Oh,
been
okay.
trying to learn Spanish and shit. Even I don't really
Wh-
like that type of shit, but
So what about your fucking Boricua family? What part of PR they
mixed
from?
like black, indigenous, and white and stuff.
Oh, that's
All
what
like,
part of PR they from?
I don't even know about that shit either. Like I don't
Oh,
really.
that's
Yeah.
man. You should take a DNA test, man. You got a rare mix on you, man. Guatemalan, Puerto Rican, man.
Yeah, for real.
That's
So what
cool,
are you?
man.
You're like Mexican and Cuban type shit? Or?
Nah, man. I'm from South Florida. My mom's Ecuadorian. My dad's Ecuadorian and Cuban. My dad grew up in Rio Piedras, Puerto Rico, man. And yeah, my stepdad's Boricua too, man. So I've always been close to the island and culture and all that shit. I fuck with pasteles heavy and all that, mofongo and fucking marie, all that. So
Facts.
yeah. So you probably grew up with more like Boricua food since your mom's a Puerto Rican one, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes in a while, but I
I
don't know.
don't
I
even know
just,
what Guatemalans eat, man.
bro. I think to be honest, it's just like the same shit as Mexicans type shit. Like I don't know if that's wrong to say, but no.
Yeah, man. Nah,
Mexicans
I'm from South. Yeah,
Mexicans be
I'm
more
from
white
South
though.
Florida. I never even seen a Guatemalan restaurant. So and there's a lot of Guatemalans out in South Florida. So I don't know what the fuck y'all eat, but
Facts. What
that's
about
cool though.
who's the dude in the middle though?
Yeah. Have you been to PR? Have you ever left USA or not?
Nah, bro. I'm steady in in US.
Dang. All right, but that's cool. You want to go out to Mexico at least, see your family and shit.
Facts. Who's bro? Who are you?
Oh, that's man. He's from Venezuela, man. That's
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Orlando.
What's good, bro? Like y'all
Nice
friends
to
or
meet
some
you.
shit?
Man, he been subscribed for a minute.
Oh well, I've been following his channel. Yeah, yeah. I've known his channel for a while, like 2 years old, almost, I think.
Yeah,
And yeah, well, I just hopped on the stream.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm just
So
like you,
far,
just like
oh, do I got a delay or some shit?
nah, you
mm,
good, bro.
yeah. Go ahead, man.
Cause I'm on the fucking school computer type shit. I'm
You
trapping.
on the school? You hit licks, man. You stole the whole school card or some shit.
Nah, bro. But I'm like, I stayed because I'm fucking with the vibe, like, cause there's a lot of
Yeah,
like, or not a lot, cause even this whole topic itself, about,
yeah,
cause you see the surface, you see like what's on fucking Telemundo or something, so people don't really know about the mixed culture, and usually
yeah, bro.
try to look into it, like it's like filled with like racist people, like they're just like, oh, like I'll see a dude that's like clearly mostly indigenous or clearly mostly black, and he'll be like, "Oh, we're Spanish. They need to die in some shit." So I'm fucking with you because it's like
Yeah,
you're you know bring everything together without being racist. Like you're cool. Bro.
yeah, man. Like that's I don't like you can embrace all your roots without being racist. Ain't no need for that. That's I don't know why people got to do that.
Yeah, for real. That shit. I think it's weird because since we're such a melting pot, like everybody wants to stick to one thing and overcompensate. So
Yeah,
people, oh, even though it's like a melting pot, bro. I
yeah, for
personally
sure. Yeah,
identify with my Spanish side because I don't really have much Spanish and I don't practice whatever like
yeah,
shit like so.
yeah,
But I still respect it. I mean, it's cool as shit.
yeah, man. I mean, this like I don't know, like Latinos. Like I feel like a lot of us feel like we gotta stick to one side, or like I don't know, like they feel like we can't embrace all of ourselves without I don't know, man. I don't know. We
Yeah,
weird.
Yeah, I mean, we're just an example of like
yeah,
what happened. Like colonization happened everywhere, and we're like a very deep rooted culture of
Yeah,
what came out of that. And I mean, yeah, we got hardships and shit, and it shit sucks sometimes, but it's also beautiful because like art comes out of struggle. So
yeah, sure.
like all the bad shit, man, we still find a way to trap through it and shit. So
That's my take on it, man. I mean, like, regardless how like crazy our history is, I mean, like at least we're here and like I mean, like, I know a lot of people like want to hate on Columbus and colonization and all that. I mean, that shit was all terrible. I mean, slave trade, all that genocide. I've never supported none of that, man. Obviously, but man, but like we come from that, man. That's can't go back 500 years, change nothing, or we wouldn't be here, man. If anything happened, then definitely wouldn't be alive right now. So I mean, it is what it is, man.
for real, I mean, we're here. We might as well trap it out, type shit. But
Type shit, yeah. Yeah, that's my
so
take on it too.
what y'all talking about tonight? What's the chat on?
Man, I guess like I don't know, someone left a comment like saying mestizos are indigenous because I mean, we do like we originate on this land. I get that, but I mean it's different from like mestizos who've been here for like fucking like we've been in existence for 500 years versus like and all of us other mixed people out here. We've been here like what 500 years of existence versus like actual indigenous people like 20K years on us, so it's different.
I,
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
I guess it really boils down to what you feel comfortable. Like, I mean, let's say you're white passing. Like, obviously, you don't got to be forced into oh, you're indigenous, or if you're
Yeah,
you don't got to be forced into Spanish. Like, it's all up to you, type shit. Like, or
yeah,
but whatever you are, man, just Like I'm not gonna tell a Spanish person like, oh, you're not white, or I'm not gonna tell an indigenous person or mostly indigenous person like, oh, you're Spanish. Like no.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, man. I mean, anybody can identify however they
Yeah,
want,
man.
man. I just want
That's
like
that's what.
I like getting other people's
Yeah,
perspectives on it.
that's what they. Yeah, that's what they want to do with us. Like they want to put us like in one box, and we're just not one. That's the thing. Like what I was telling Sapo, like we get a lot of shit for appearance. Like if we look like predominantly like one side or another, they don't let us identify with like our how to put it, our lesser side, like our lesser percentage. They don't let us because like of what we look like, or of like our majority. Like a lot of people still go like by the logic of like the one drop rule and stuff like that, or like just like a lot of ideas from colonization and from like slavery still stand today when it comes to identity. That's like why a lot of like half black, half white people identify only with the black side, because like before 80 years ago, if you were only 2% black, you were black and you were treated as black. And that's why
Yeah,
people like try like uh have the identity politics are like that today. It's
yeah,
because of our past. That's why you don't see as much Latinos like being half indigenous, half Spanish, and then say like, "Oh, I'm just indigenous," or "Oh, I'm just Spanish," because we didn't have that. Like
yeah. We got a
every
different history,
culture,
definitely.
yeah, we are the product of our history, and that.
And it's like the thing with like
Mhm.
African Americans, like Anglos are mad racist. Like look at white Americans' DNA results. They're like 98, 100% European. Like you don't see that in Latin America because everybody's mixed. Like we don't got that. I mean, I know there's like full indigenous, full white, full African people, but I mean, like the majority of us are mixed. So I mean, we didn't have that segregation, none of that like USA did, like where there couldn't be no legal interracial marriages. Like we didn't have it. So we got a completely different history. So like people were like half black in Latin America, they won't just call themselves black versus
Yeah,
like
exactly.
African Americans, like their kids, even if they're half white, and they're mostly white because most African Americans are mixed in with like they still just call themselves black because that's how they seen in society and shit.
Yeah,
So yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's different out in Latin America for sure.
yeah. I mean, the way I see it, like, um, cause my personal opinion is like, I don't want like what I've seen like on TV and shit, and the way, cause I'm from more like a street perspective, and the way I see,
Yeah,
I walk around and I'll see like uh like a Caribbean, like a Dominican or a Puerto Rican, and they're clearly mixed or like half black or something, and they're like no
yeah,
Spanish, or like a Mexican, and like my family who's clearly more indigenous, like, and they're just like, oh, I'm Latino and a white person is in a,
yeah,
and that's sad to see. Um,
yeah, for sure.
so that's why I try to like kind of push for people to really know their past and to accept it. Um,
Yeah,
more on the leaning towards the indigenous and Afro side. So it
yeah,
was interesting where I found people like you who are like kind of like on the other side, but still fair, like
yeah.
not
It's
racist.
it's like I mean, like I forgot what I was gonna say, but I mean, yeah, I mean, like we like people who are like more like are people who got more like of a Latin American point of view, like they're more Eurocentric, with like really Eurocentric with it, like they embrace the Spanish side a lot more, and then like us who've been in USA for a minute, like we lean more towards our indigenous side, our African side, and like reject our European side. So like that's a difference. I mean, like that's like the American way, and I mean both of them are flawed in my opinion. Like I
Yeah.
mean, in Latin America, people are mad Eurocentric, man. People are, they'll embrace like their white ancestors and ignore the rest of their ancestry. And I mean, they're like, I don't know, everybody's just mad Eurocentric out here. People prefer like more European features. And then like versus our people in the USA, they could be more like, like against our European side, like I guess out of like rebellion against our families and shit. And wanting to break that cycle, we should just like, I don't know, embrace all of our history, man. You can't change the past or none of that. That's my take on it.
Exactly. Yeah, I think the same.
I guess it's different too, cause like of like different mixes and shit. Cause I can't
Yeah,
know what it feels like for a mestizo person, cause I'm not like mestizo, and I can't or a fully black person or a fully indigenous. Like I just know where I am. So,
yeah,
but yeah, I mean, we need a balance. We can't like, but I feel like the Eurocentric part is more of a concern because
yeah. Sure.
it's like fucked up that people are walking around. So, like, I don't know if you saw that video of the dude walking around in I think Mexico or some shit, and asking asking people. It's an old video, asking them what they thought they put down in the census, and it was mostly
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's now
yeah,
that's like California. I know what you're talking about that. It's like a Peruvian YouTuber. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
oh
I know.
yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
know what you're talking about. Yeah,
So like, and it was like I don't know that shit personally hurt, like
yeah,
bro.
that's great. But that's how it is, man. Like in USA, like our history is not taught. We don't give a fuck, and like our our parents or grandparents they can't even work. They ain't teaching us our history. Like they ain't no fucking school teachers neither. So I mean, we don't get like a good perspective on our history type shit. We don't. So we're not taught it in school. Our parents don't teach us it. So like we kind of in the middle. We don't really care. Like in general, Latinos really don't care that much on average about our history or race and that. So yeah, man.
Yeah,
But yeah, that video
it
sad, man. Like
gets. Yeah, go
like
ahead,
like
man.
I'm from
My
South
bad.
Florida, man. Like I've seen mugshots of like full-blooded indigenous Oaxaqueños marked down as white, and I'm just like, well, like I mean, I understand Americans don't know about our history, but come on now, man. You really gonna say this dude's white? Like, I mean,
For
USA just
real,
don't care
I'd
about our
rather
history.
be put down as something like if you're gonna get it wrong, don't like come on, you're
Yeah,
skipping every like he doesn't even look white passing.
yeah,
You're just like
I
like
know. Yeah,
but shit.
yeah, man. Like yeah, I always like when I was looking up my stepdad, my dad's mugshots. They got basic ass Hispanic names, so I saw a lot of Oaxaqueños, a lot of other Hispanics and shit. Like all the races marked down as white. Like that shit was crazy to me, and
And
they still doing it.
it's so weird because that only happens in the USA because like
Yeah,
nobody like you said, Sapo, nobody cares in the Latin America. Almost no one
yeah,
cares. Like we don't really think about that.
yeah, for
But
sure.
when we get to the States, it gets so confusing. Like that's when I started like doubting doubting it, when I moved to the States because
Yeah,
like everything's so centered around it. I remember like on the census forms where you have to
yeah,
put your and stuff like that. I just like didn't know what the fuck to put. It
yeah,
was so confusing. Like I always just put mixed and Hispanic and that was it.
mm,
Because in Venezuela no one fucking cares and no one really asks that.
yeah.
Well, I don't remember.
Yeah, USA is like mad race obsessed, but then again, they don't care about our history neither. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
So
man.
I mean, like I like envy like Chicanos and shit from like California. Like they at least got into the academics out there and like try to teach their history. I
Yeah.
mean, like for like us and like South Florida at least, like we mix a whole bunch of other Latino shit and Caribbean people. Like our history is not taught at all. Like I remember it was like 2 pages on Latin America in my history book at school, and I
And it's
mean,
so weird because Florida was Spanish territory, so you would think, and so many
I don't
roads
know.
and places are named after have Hispanic names.
And I mean, Florida itself, man, Florida, man, La
Yeah,
Florida. So
Texas, California, Arizona, all those places
yeah,
are so tied to Hispanic culture, and people just don't acknowledge it. It's so weird,
yeah.
so bizarre.
so
Shit.
what do you identify as the other guy, the dude
Me?
right? Yeah,
Yeah, I'm mixed, mestizo,
he's
Latino. That's what I just usually use. I just use Latino because, like, what I was telling Sapo, like, I get like a lot of shit for my appearance because
yeah.
people don't say I look like your stereotypical Latino, and like people undermine my race and stuff like that, and I just don't go around saying like, oh, I'm mestizo and stuff. I just say Latino, and most people get it, so like it doesn't get too confusing. But yeah, that's what I identify as, and I'm like Latino born and raised. I just happen to speak English, but yeah, that's why I identify as.
All right, all right.
Hmm. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. So yeah, like I was saying, man, like I got a Creole Cuban grandfather, man. I mean, Cubans could be like mad racist. So my whole view of my identity, like that plays a big role on it too, man. Because they always, I mean, they'd always call my Ecuadorian family like Malito Indios and all that. So like that definitely gives me a different perspective. Like if I was just fully South American, I'm sure I'd feel differently about my identity. I guess I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
I
the
don't
thing is
know.
that
But I mean,
Cubans
yeah,
are the whitest. They have the most percentage of whitest Latin Americans. Then it's Uruguay, and then it's
I mean, yeah.
Argentina.
Cuba was still under Spanish rule like until like 1809. So
Yeah,
I mean, of course, like my Cuban grandfather's grandparents all came from Spain, the Canary Islands, man. So
yeah, mine too. Mine
yeah,
too. Mine, Canary Islands, Castilla-La
oh,
Mancha,
that's cool.
Asturias. Yeah,
Yeah, I heard like, well, I mean, I'd guess because like on Ancestry it says like my
yeah,
grandfather's region is like Canary Islands, Cuba, Venezuela, and shit. So I figured Venezuela would have some
yeah. Well,
Canary.
I'm actually gonna tell you something pretty cool. Do you know why the Caribbean, Venezuela, and Colombia speak very similarly? Like we have very similar like jergas and like
Yeah,
accents
yeah, I
and stuff
heard
like that.
that's from the Canary. They
Have
speak
you heard
from
like have you heard a
yeah,
Canarian talk like ever?
yeah, I have man. Yeah, they do.
They
They sound
they
like
they
Puerto Rican
they
Cuban.
fucking just yeah, they
Yeah,
just speak like us. It's like 90 like
yeah,
Venezuelan accent is 90% Canarian. Like and Cuban
yeah.
too, Cuba too, Dominican Republic,
Puerto
Puerto
Rican
Rico is a
Cuban.
little bit less, but also
Yeah,
like we all have mainly our ancestries from like Spanish ancestry is Canarian Islands, which is pretty
yeah,
cool. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, other dude, like what? You around a lot of other Latinos and shit?
I'm around mostly where I'm from, the state
Yeah.
is Connecticut, so it's like
Okay, the county and where that shit is. Oh, that's
it's
like by
like
New York, right? That's like,
New York, yeah. So it's
yeah,
like
okay.
the entire state is like mostly white, but I live in an area where it's like more minorities. So
Oh, that's cool.
blacks and Latinos mostly. But you go to a certain side and it's like all white people and shit.
Um,
Mm.
how do they treat how do them white folks treat you out there? You know, the Latinos and shit.
Um, I don't really like. I just go whenever I go to that side. It's mostly with my parents and shit. So
Yeah,
I don't really talk to white folks, but I don't know. I don't be. I guess they're cool, but
yeah,
sometimes weird shit can happen. Sometimes not. Some of them try to act hood, and
yeah,
their parents will be racist and suburban and shit. So it's like weird. But yeah,
yeah. That's crazy, man.
where you live at right now?
I'm in Ecuador, man. Look at that fucking street
Ecuador.
cat. Yeah,
Mm.
Ecuador, man. I'm from Broward County, South Florida, like Kodak and X, Kodak, and Broward County. Yeah. Broward County. Broward County is nice. Like my first school, like my elementary school, had a lot of white kids in it. But then I went to like a school. My middle school is like mostly Haitians and other Caribbean and Latino kids. So I mean, I liked it more there, man. Around them white kids, like I mean, they always like discriminating Hispanics and shit. And like they like my grandmother always used to speak to me in Spanish when I was a kid. And so I went home one day after seeing all these white kids bullying other Hispanic kids. I'm like, yo, grandma, don't be speaking that. Don't talk Mexican to me no more. Don't talk Mexican to me no more, man. Cause like
Yeah.
I didn't want to get fucking bullied and shit. And I went to that one high school, um, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, that got shot up in February in like Valentine's Day 2018. Man, that school
Mhm.
was so fucking racist, man. I feel like I didn't get along with nobody in that bitch. That shit felt like the Twilight Zone, I swear, like, cause it was like upscale, rich white kids. It was a public school, but still, man, even the staff was mad racist to me. Like, I'd have my headphones on, and the staff would be like, "You listen to salsa?" Like, they all laughing at me and shit. I'm like, And like, I remember one time, man, when it really felt like the fucking Twilight Zone. This fucking Haitian kid, this fucking Haitian kid was like, these white kids were talking all this type of racist shit, saying the N word with the hard R, like unapologetically and shit. And so his friend tells him like, "Oh, yo, they saying this." That kid turns around, he's like, "Man, I hate Negroes too." And I'm like, "Yo, man, where the fuck am I, dude?" That shit was crazy to me, cause I just came from some hood ass fucking middle school, like really fucking hood, and I'm in this fucking place, and I got kicked out of that bitch in like a month. So, and then I got back to a, Latino and Caribbean school. So
Was
that
he
was
like whitewashed or some shit? Like
you in that school. If you wanted to survive, you gotta be fucking whitewashed. Like you see straight up Haitian girls looking like they just hopped out of Benin, Africa, like wearing fucking blonde wigs and shit, talking this fucking
that's
fake ass Valley girl accent, and I'm like, that shit, that shit was unbearable. I couldn't stand that shit. I don't know.
yeah.
Nah,
My
I don't.
school,
I don't think. Yeah, well, what's up, dude? Yeah,
my school is mostly black, and then it's like half black, half Hispanic. And that I went to two schools.
yeah,
Both of them are like that because I went to public schools. So
yeah.
I've never really been around like there was like no white people in both schools.
Man, that's how it should be, man. Cause I'm not for segregation, man. But I mean, being in a majority white school, that ain't it, man. If you black or Hispanic, man, that's we do not fucking belong to them kids. Like I remember this one time, this kid was like bragging about sending a chain message, like he was bragging about sending a chain message to a bunch of kids in school, talking about we need to kill all Negroes and spics and all that. And I'm like, bro, where the fuck am I? What the fuck is this place? Like,
It's weird, bro.
like they feel so comfortable being racist when there's like a big majority of them. But like in the other schools I went to, you never see that shit. They keep their mouths real fucking shut in others like in those other schools. When they the majority of the school, they feel safe as fuck. And yeah, man, that shit wasn't. I got kicked out of there so fucking quickly. Fucking just 1 month, I got fucking stuff from that bitch. But yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, South Florida, they got them fucking, they got fucking rednecks. It was a part of the Confederacy, whatever. And you also got some rich upper class whites, and they just as racist as one another. So
my white areas is mostly just suburban. I don't have country people. Like,
yeah, I know. Yeah, that's
you're from like
Connecticut. Yeah,
down
South
there.
Florida. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. When I lived in the States, like the white area on my side,
yeah.
people were pretty cool. I think there were never any problems. I think. Well, trying to think of. Um,
Did,
yeah, I'm
did you go
trying
to
to think.
school in Miami too?
Yeah. I went to school with X actually.
Oh, for real,
Yeah,
man.
bro.
Oh, man, I know what high school you went to, man. Don't tell me, man. Hold up. I was gonna go to that school, man. They were gonna send me that shit. What's it called, man?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Freshman F.
man, I forgot, man. What's shit? I forgot. But high school and middle school with them. I know what middle school we went to.
Middle school. I went with to middle school.
Oh, we Margate Middle, man. I grew up on Margate too, man. Yeah,
On where?
Margate. You know Margate,
Which one is
man.
that one? Because I'm from Broward as well, but
Oh
I
yeah,
went to
yeah.
Falcon, like Falcon Club Middle School.
Oh yeah. I'm sure that
Yeah,
kid got a
yeah.
bunch of schools, man. Did you meet him personally? Do you know him personally? You see him?
No.
Yeah.
I found out he went with us when he became famous. I had no
Oh
clue till one of my
yeah.
friends told me, and he's on the yearbook with us, which is so weird.
You got the yearbook, man?
I don't
Yo.
have it. I
Man, you
don't
gotta
have
show
it.
me.
If you want, I can ask for a picture, but I don't have it.
Oh, OG the Rancho, man. Oh man, I gotta have one on here, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Um,
OG.
That's
what I
dope
was
as
gonna
fuck.
say.
Yeah, I'm from Broward, man. I know a bunch of people who knew X personally, man. Like
Yeah,
you
yeah.
from
I know
Broward, you
people
can't
when
know people then. Ain't no way. You from
he
Broward, you know somebody knew X.
he was my favorite, like up and coming rapper, like one of the new ones. And dude,
Yeah.
when he fucking died, I was fucking
Man, they
devastated.
did it, man. That was a hard day for Broward County, man.
Yeah,
Any from South Florida, man. That was a
yeah,
hard day, man. That shit was. My sister texted me as soon as that happened. Like she heard X. I'm like, what the fuck, man? So I'm updating
yeah.
TMZ every few minutes, man. Once they announce he dead, I'm like, oh fuck, man. I mean, like, you're from
I
Broward, man. You from Broward. No, nobody knew what the fuck Broward was. It was just north of Miami. Nobody knew what the fuck Broward was before Kodak and X came out. So, I mean, if you're not from Broward, you can't understand. You can't relate to that. But, man, they put us on the map, man. It's so, man, rest in
I
peace, X, man.
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't like Kodak,
What's up?
but I love X so much. Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, what's up, OG, man? Thank you for
What's
joining. I didn't even
good?
know you knew about my channel, bro. What's up?
Yeah, man. A couple of the guys that are in the Discord that I'm in, they really like your stuff, and they've been wanting to get me to reach out. Sorry
Oh,
if I'm talking a little bit weird. I had a frenectomy, which is when they cut like the skin under your tongue.
oh shit. Why do you gotta do that, man? What's that for?
My tongue is too attached to my mouth, man. Yeah, and
Oh,
it
you
just like it makes you
you had
carry all
sleep
this
Oh,
tension.
apnea?
No, I
yo,
didn't have, but I had other like issues, and so they just cut it open with a laser, dude. But it kind of hurts, you know.
Shit,
damn.
damn.
But yeah,
Yo,
No,
I
I
you
was.
sound
like your
perfect.
channel, though.
Oh, you do? What
Yeah.
what episodes have you listened to, or was there something you disagreed with or agreed with, or something that was new and you thought about it that way?
Man, I've been meaning to watch them fully, man. I just ain't had the time, but I mean, I
They're long.
checked into a few of them. But yeah,
They're
I'm
pretty
definitely
long.
gonna check some more out, man. Can you I want to like hear your take on like the whole Castizo thing. I know you made a video about that, man. I was trying to watch it, man. That I don't know. I got like
Just
sidetracked.
what I noticed about the guy, I know the guy who kind of started the meme. He's actually a
Yeah,
Venezuelan kind of who lives
yeah,
in. He's a friend of he runs this blog called Mundo Republiqueto, which I highly recommend to you guys. It's in Spanish.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. I saw his comment on that too. Yeah,
he used to be on the right stuff, which is like some kind of like alt right platform back in the day, and so he kind of had like kind of like what we call pick meism, like where he's like, you know, he was like pick me white man, like I want to be on your team type thing,
yeah,
which we contrast. That's kind of like people like Andy, right? Which we contrast
yeah,
with people like Radino. I don't know if you guys know him, but like the
yeah,
Latinxers, right? The ones who are like what you see here in the U.S. is that you see people like Hispanics don't fit into the mold because we're not black and we're not white, and so it's like you see how they're trying to kind of like bifurcate us to get us to fit into one of these camps. And so the phenomenon with the pick me is that he wants to like carry water for the white Americans. And the phenomenon of the Latinxer is that he wants to carry water for the black Americans. And my position is that like we should see ourselves, we shouldn't allow American racial, we should have an ethnic identity, not a racial identity, because racial identities are very arbitrary, but an ethnic identity is really how humanity has always kind of functioned. You know, an ethnicity is and there's a slight difference. You know, a race is emphasized in kind of the biology. Hey, yo, you should mute Mike. I'm getting a lot of feedback. Anyways, a race is a biological construct. Oh, what happened to Sapo? Se fue?
I don't know. I think his Wi-Fi probably crashed, but you can keep going, man.
Yeah. What I was saying is that race is a biological construct, and again, it's very arbitrary, like who's part of the race and who isn't. You know, when you ask people that, they always have weird answers to it, and so I just reject the whole notion, and I think we should embrace our ethnic identity, which is Hispano. You know, we are a product of the Spanish paternal legacy, and you know, el mestizaje. You know, that's crucial to us because that's part of an experience that we all have in common, right? We all have in common kind of this Spanish ancestry, whether we have it like genetically, but at least culturally. Even if we don't have it genetically, culturally, you know, it's part of our ethnicity. But then el mestizaje was another crucial part of our experience because it was different in the Dominican Republic as it was in Mexico, as it was in Argentina. So it's like it's something to celebrate. And the problem with us Hispanics is that we enter into this tension where we don't know, like, are we Spaniards or are we Indios? And it's what I'm trying to present is that we're both, and we shouldn't feel any dialectical tension in that. We should be just as proud of our Spanish heritage as we are of our Indio heritage, as we are of our African heritage, and embrace it and see how it strengthens us. You know, one of the
Yeah.
one of the thinkers that we really adhere to is Jose Vasconcelos with the concept of raza cósmica. You know, so like when I
Yeah.
hear people talk about like mejorar la raza, like I understand how historically that might have, but I think today, like it goes both ways. Like if you're like so white that you're pink and like you can't be in the
Yeah.
sun that long, like someone's gonna tell you mejorar la raza by getting some chocolate in you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So for us, it's like we're very proud of being raza cósmica. You know, we embrace that,
Yeah.
and so, you know, it's something to celebrate. But like the situation that we're living in the US is that they're trying to keep us feeling ashamed. I think that the US, the Anglo tradition has this view of, you know, we're competitors in this, and we can't deny that. Like we are rivals, especially in this continent. Like there's only so much continent before you start, you know, bumping into people and you start kind of fighting over it. So we are competitors to these people. And you know, one of the ways that you're gonna disable somebody from being competition to you is by kind of getting in their head. And if you kind of can get them to feel like either they're rapists or rape victims, which is kind of like the
Yeah.
way we think of our history. It's like, yeah, I come from rapists and rape victims, you know, then
Yeah.
then it's like we're never gonna be in a position of strength to kind of and feel enabled to kind of project authority or power in this continent. And so it's convenient for them to kind of keep us in this thing where it's like it's a chapter of history we don't even want to look into. So a big part of what we've done so far on the channel is to kind of take apart the Black legend and really get to know like how it really went down. Not to say that it was all roses and stuff, but like let's look at the virtues of the Spanish Empire too.
Exactly.
Um,
100%.
and
Holy
and
shit.
let's
Yeah.
with the intention, yeah, with the intention of healing, right? The intention is to like get like if there's something to forgive, let's forgive. If there's something to be proud of, let's be proud of. Let's just harmonize our ancestry. And again, I don't like to be so I'm not a biological determinist. I don't like to be so literal. Like, you know, you may have 2% Indian or maybe I mean or 2% Spanish. Like it doesn't matter. Our culture is mestizo. You could be
Yeah.
green-eyed and blonde-haired from Peru or from Costa Rica. It doesn't matter, but you're still culturally a mestizo, right? And the vice versa too. If you're an indígena from Puebla, you know, you're still mestizo culturally too. So for me,
Yeah.
it's we got to heal historically so that we can like take advantage of the situation, because for us it's a very unique situation. Like we're a very young population, we still have, you know, nominally positive reproductive rates, and you know, to me it's an opportunity to really like you know, I don't want to be like overly ambitious or sound like stupid. It's not about taking over, but the point is that it's about ascending. We don't have to continue the story of the last 200 years where it's like we really just been real actual colonies, though they left us our own flags, but we've been more colonies in these last 200 years than we were the 300 years prior to that. And
Sure.
we don't have to be relegated to being the working class or the peasantry in the US. Like we're going to ascend, and it's already happening. You're seeing more and more Hispanic American millionaires and even billionaires. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, we're not going to be kept at the bottom of the food chain here for very long. And if you look at, you know, Black Americans and white Americans, they have negative reproductive rates. You know, America really is a sinking ship. And here come the
Yeah.
Hispanics onto the picture. And it's like, are we going to give fresh blood to the sinking ship? Or are we going to like, you know, stay away from their beef, you know, the black and the white beef, and let them do their
Yeah.
thing? And then think about like, okay, how do we want to move forward? Because again, our average age, we're in our 20s. The
Yeah.
white people's average age, white Americans average age is in his 50s. So
Right.
and for every one of them, every one Ted in his 50s, there's 4 of us in our 20s, right? So it's like, do we really want to keep do we want to keep going down the American road? Because that's the other thing that's happening. Do we want to keep adopting American values in our countries and amongst ourselves? Because if we do, we're going to be where they are today. We're going to be at negative reproductive rates. We're going to be, you know, going through all the crap and drama that the West is going through. So I think the millennials and the Gen Zers, Hispanics, we have like an opportunity here to kind of really set the course. Do we want to keep going the way things have been going, or do we want to go back into our history, get over our grievances, heal, harmonize, and then set a new course that, you know, would work best for our children
Yeah.
at some point. So that's what I encapsulate as el momento hispano.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, man.
I think we've all been like kind of wrestling with the stuff in our own personal issues.
Sorry,
The
what?
point I was saying that, you know, I think we've all kind of been wrestling with this. We've all had this conversation in our head. You know, we've all been wrestling with this conversation in our head. But I think this year, what's been different is that we're finally having the conversation together. You know, it's like it's finally now we're networking and now actually having the conversation publicly, and we're figuring it out. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Oh man. Yeah, I that's what I was trying to say, but you couldn't have said it any better. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, for sure,
I was
man.
listening to what I was going in and out to what you guys were saying. You're Sapo, you're Ecuadorian and Cuban?
Yeah, I got my mom's Ecuadorian from Queens, New York. My dad's my dad's born in Puerto Rico. His dad's Cuban. His mom's Ecuadorian. So yeah, I'm from South Florida. I'm in Ecuador right now.
Mm.
And you're like Nicaraguense, no?
Nice. Yeah. I'm from Nicaragua. I was born and raised in LA, but I lived in Nicaragua for about a third of my life, and you know I'm there like half of the year. I travel back and forth, not just to Nicaragua, but to Colombia and Mexico a lot because I work in the produce business, so I'm in there a lot.
So
and then
you
you're
still
from
talk to Chivo?
What?
Yeah, he's from Venezuela. Yeah.
No, you know. Oh, nice. Are you in Florida too, or in Venezuela?
No. I'm actually right now in Mexico.
Oh, dope. Oh, okay. No, with Chivo, you know, I didn't really know who Chivo was in the beginning. I just, you know, a lot of people were suggesting that I should talk to him because I had done a couple like Spanish language. Oh, there's some delay. Is it me who's delayed?
No. I think it might be my Wi-Fi. I don't know. But what were you saying, man? I didn't hear anything. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I just want to make sure that I can't be heard. If
not,
I might have to check my internet, but I think
it's just it's everybody.
Everybody?
Yeah.
And anyways, with Chivo, I had done a couple Spanish language podcasts. I did with Mundo Republiqueto, and then with Zero Schizo. I don't know if you guys know him. He's from Peru. He's really cool. You guys should check out Zero Schizo's channel. But anyways, yeah, I did a couple Spanish ones, and then they kept telling me like, you know, you should talk to this Andy guy, and I had seen a couple of his videos, but I never saw the one where he went viral. So until after, I found him, you know, and whatever, I didn't judge him for it. You know, I was like, okay. Yeah, and I didn't judge him for it. Like, you know, everybody's got their moments and, you know, whatever, you know, but I didn't really know how he felt about Hispanos of African descent. You know what I'm saying? I thought he had more of my view where it's like, no, we embrace our mixture. There's nothing wrong with it. And yeah, we're vindicating our Spanish heritage. And we kind of place it as kind of our paternal lineage, right? Overwhelmingly it is. But that doesn't mean that we deny, reject, or feel ashamed about our other admixtures. So I didn't really know that about him. And I came to find out kind of afterwards, and we went back and forth on Twitter, and you know, I just feel like the guy's kind of low IQ, and you know, he just went viral once.
He just had a video like the other day. He was,
in his words, but he's acting like a chimp in the video himself. So
I know. This dude just had a video the other day. He said like thinks that societies should keep Africans as slaves and societies who don't keep Africans as slaves.
Hold on, let me hop out. Let me hop back in. There's something wrong with my connection, dog.
All right.
Y'all talking about the Dominican guy?
Yeah, you seen him before, Chivo 2121. This
Oh my
OG
god.
Rancho. Check out his channel. He like interviewed him and shit.
The guy that was just on, he interviewed him.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I would
OG
tell you
Rancho.
that.
Bro,
I would-
that dude is crazy, bro.
Yeah, man.
That shit
Fucking
is
street.
sad, bro.
Yeah, that dude's crazy as fuck. He just did a video. I was saying like he did a video where he's the other day. He just said that he thinks that society should still keep Africans as slaves. I don't know how this dude's that insane, bro. I mean, dude is just so racist. I mean, I get the whole Haitian and Dominican beef. I mean, I'm from South Florida. I saw that firsthand. I mean, Dominicans and Haitians always have problems. But I mean, this dude just takes it to a new level. Like, dude is
I would
just.
so fucking love to talk to him just to see what the fuck is wrong with him.
Yeah, I talked to him, man, but that dude's crazy, man. He be saying
Do
some
you
wild.
do you think if I ask him
If
do,
you
do,
ask,
do you think that if I talk to him I like he would like if I ask him like he would accept like an interview I would like just like know what the fuck is up with him.
yeah, for sure, man. I
Wait,
should
what's the
try to
other
get
dude?
him on. OG Del Rancho, man. The dude's check out his channel, man. He did an interview with Chivo.
What
Yeah,
about
but
this guy? I forgot.
this Rolando, he just got a few videos. I don't know, but he's cool too. Subscribe to him.
What's your channel?
Yeah,
Oh,
you can
it's
click on his channels on.
yeah, if you want I'll write it on the chat like I don't upload anything but I've been thinking of like getting back to it, you know? Like I haven't done anything in like 2 years.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like I seen the what's his name? The Chavo dude.
Chivo, yeah.
I
He
didn't
was
know.
crazy.
Y'all know about him because I
Yeah, nah. Yeah, OG interviewed him, man. OG got like a video with thousands of views interviewing him. That dude is so insane, man. I can't. I mean, it like he basically says to be Spanish, you got to be majority Spanish type deal. And
What the
I mean, he
fuck up
basically
with
doesn't consider Black Hispanics, and I mean, he just don't see them as Hispanics. Like, but like what OG saying, man, dude's just really low IQ. Dude's just
I
yeah.
would so
ain't
love
all
to
there.
I
be
hate
on
that.
board.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
can't.
take kindly to the racist shit against
Yeah, I can't, man.
Puerto Ricans. So I kind of see that shit first.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Dominicans
I mean,
and Puerto Ricans are kind of different with
yeah.
issues with it, but that shit is ridiculous.
I mean, dude's just like. I mean, he's visibly African, man. Ain't nobody gonna mistake him for a criollo for shit. But I
Even
mean, he's just 60%
older
genetic.
pictures, he looks even
Yeah, I
like he's
know.
rocking a long curly hair, bro. Like it's just,
Yeah, I saw that too, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, and his sister's even married to a black dude. And he just says such crazy racist shit. I mean, like his nephews and nieces, whatever, are half African American. He's just talking like, how could you get with these monkeys and shit? Like these kids don't even look Hispanic. I'm like, dude, how you throwing shit at your own nephews and nieces, dude? You sound so. I mean, dude's just ignorant, man. You can't. I don't get.
cause
I
like
can't mess with his channel, man. He's just too racist. Like he could spread his message about being proud about our Spanish blood without all that racist shit too, because he just takes it to like straight hate, and not even
yeah,
our Spanish
those are
ancestors were that racist.
those like those people. That's the stuff I can't respect. Like I get it,
Yeah,
people can be more in tune with their Spanish side, but bro, not like that, not like that.
yeah. I mean, even our own Spanish ancestors weren't as racist as this dude's being. Obviously, I mean, they still made kids with all them black people in his ancestry. So I mean, come on, heck, he's more racist than his own Spanish ancestors. It don't make no sense. And that's something else I noticed in my family too. Like, my dad's always been on. I mean, he got my mom pregnant by chance. I mean, my dad was getting a lot. I could have easily came out half white American, but my dad got with another Ecuadorian, got her pregnant. So, but no, my dad's always been telling me like, you should just get with a white girl. I can mejorar la raza. And I mean, like, his dad's not on that shit. Like, his dad, my Cuban grandfather got with my coastal Ecuadorian grandmother from Waikiki, man. She got African and a lot of indigenous in her. So I mean, bro, his dad ain't even care about it like that. So I feel like mixed people are more insecure than like criollos and shit when it comes to that. So they could like be even more racist to it.
I mean, when you think
Oh,
like the oh, what's good, bro?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Sorry, it was my internet that was acting up.
Oh, welcome
man.
back, Oshi.
Like you got to think about it, bro. Like the mixed people of that situation. Like sometimes when they want to cleanse on one side, they
Yeah,
overstate, so they're like, oh shit, they did fucked up shit. I'm gonna go double. I'm gonna go extra hard with it. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's weird and it's sad.
yeah, man. I can't with Chivo, man. That dude's too racist, man. Like you don't got like our own Spanish ancestors weren't on that shit. Like they weren't. I mean, they obviously weren't as racist as he is. I mean, they still got with all those black ancestors he got. So
Yeah,
I
I don't know
mean,
why
well,
he
you
had to
gotta
bring
keep
all that
in
racist
mind,
shit into it.
you know, with the Dominican, I don't know who ran their place. What was the name of that ran the Dominican Republic for a minute? And they had some stuff. It was in Spanish where something about enhancing the race or something like that.
Joder, la raza.
Mejorar la raza.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's a very common saying in all of Latin America, actually. And no,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it's pretty old, but like a lot of people say it's pretty messed up.
Yeah,
but
man, and that's what I'm saying. Like my dad would say that shit to me, and but like his dad was Criollo Cuban, man. He didn't care about none of that shit. He got with my Ecuadorian grandmother, man. She, fucking African, indigenous, Spanish. He didn't care about that. But my dad's way more racist than his dad is, and it don't make no sense. I feel like mixed people are more insecure with it, so they
Yeah,
they
we
want to
are.
bring more racism
I've
to
heard
it.
that statement be used in other. I mean, I've heard it like not always in the case of like, adding white to you.
Yeah,
I've heard it like to add Indio or black to you too. Like I've heard it go both ways. It's not just. I
yeah,
mean, it may have historically meant that, but I've heard it many times where it's like mejorar la raza to me. What it means to me is like just kind of becoming better looking. Like
yeah,
that might require you to get like some color in you. You know what I mean? So it's
yeah,
just about. I think the concept is just about like creating better looking babies.
yeah,
At least today, that's kind of what.
yeah. I mean, I heard Chivo use it too, man. I mean, he's just using it in that Spanish sense,
The
but I
thing with
mean,
Chivo is that he's low IQ as fuck, like that guy's like
yeah,
special ed, and you can tell like with the blank stare in his eye, like he rode the short bus to school, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I mean, he was in Latin Kings, man. How much could you expect from dude, really? Like,
oh really? Well, he
yeah,
may
did you watch the Radical Latino video about Chivo? Like, he interviewed his nephew. Go tell him, man.
that guy. I don't know. That guy has like clear issues.
Yeah,
He keeps harping about his DNA, but it's like it shows how stupid he is because those DNA tests don't tell you the percent of your ancestors. They just tell you the genetics
yeah,
you happen to get when the sperm
yeah,
egg. Because we all know that if you have a bunch of siblings, everyone comes out a slightly different color. And so if you
yeah,
test their DNA, their percentages are going to be different from yours. Are you saying that you're more Spaniard than your sister who came out more India? No, you clearly have the same ancestors. So he doesn't understand that difference. Like,
yeah,
Chivo is clearly a lighter skinned blondish mulatto, but he's still a mulatto. He still has la bemba de negro. He still has la nariz de negro, and that's okay.
yeah,
But the
yeah,
problem with him is that it's like you said, he doesn't really know Hispanic culture or history.
yeah,
He just knows like Wignat chat room bullshit, and so then he tries to project that into Hispanoamerica, and that's why
yeah,
most of his fans are fucking white trash Wignats,
yeah,
or Hispanics who again don't have that historical understanding of who we are culturally.
yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't think Chivo cares about history at all, man. He don't. He just, I don't know. He just wants to be racist to black people, man.
Yeah, he's
I
obsessed
don't get
with
it.
black people. I mean, look, Doug, like, I grew up around blacks and I grew up around whites. And when I say black and white, I mean American. I'm not talking about
Yeah,
Hispanics. I'm talking about black and white Americans. And it's like, they're neighbors. Like, we can be cool, we can be buddies and all that. But, like, I'm not obsessed with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll call them out on their bullshit for sure. I'll call both of them out on their bullshit.
yeah.
But it's funny to me that this guy, thinks so negatively about black people, but every day he talks about them.
I know. Yeah, that's all he talks about.
It's like
Mhm.
that's just retarded, dog. Like,
I don't. That's why I really like your channel, man. Because I mean, like, there's a lot of Latinos who like focus on just talking about African Americans. I don't get it. Like, focus on ourselves, man.
African Americans are a very small percentage of the population, not just in the United States, but when you look at the continent, like they're with all due respect, they're highly insignificant. Like they have a lot of cultural influence in the U.S., but that's up to you if you want to consume what gets put out by them. But to me, it's like, and this might sound a little rude, but to me, it's like black Americans are like the attack dogs of white Americans. Like I really believe that if there ever was a real race war, which there never would be, but let's just say hypothetically, black Americans would overwhelmingly side with white Americans, because at the end of the day, it's not so much about your race, but it's about whether you come from a Hispano worldview and culture or you come from an Anglo worldview and culture.
For sure, yeah.
And so it's like, I'm not gonna get mad at who are a minority. I'm gonna talk about the roots of their system and worldview, which don't come from black Americans. It comes from white America. It comes from the Anglos,
Yeah, definitely.
And I don't want to be misunderstood to say that like I'm anti-white, or I'm not anti-white and I'm not anti-black. I'm just not pro-black and I'm not pro-white. I just care about Hispanics, regardless of what race they are. They can be black Hispanics, they can be white Hispanic. I don't care about your race. I care about your culture, your worldview, the tradition you hold. That's what unites us.
Yeah, I know. Like, I mean, we got all Hispanics got way more in common than we don't. But like, we gotta stop focusing on the shit that divides us. And like, people like Chivo just pull that back,
Well, yeah, all that guy does is that he splits our numbers, right? Earlier we talked about the demographic moment, and all he's doing is he's benefiting our competitors by dividing our numbers.
That's true. I'm more different than y'all because I'm more, not in a negative way, but I'm more leaning towards Afro-Indigenous, more pro-black type stuff.
Where are you from?
Where am I from?
Yeah, like what's your nationality? Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in the U.S., but I'm half Puerto Rican, Guatemalan.
And you grew up in New York?
Connecticut.
Okay, so you grew up in New York.
So yeah, I mean, I see stuff like that, and I'm open to new ideas. But when I see stuff like that, I gotta, and then I meet people like you, and it's like, oh, there's people who have that ideology, but they're cool. And then I see, but what I'm consuming is people like him all the time, and that's why sometimes I'm not too open about those ideas.
Sure. And you see, there's the effects of here's why he's benefiting our competitors, our rivals on the continent. He's benefiting them because he's adding to the disharmony, as opposed to trying to give us a means to heal and to embrace and to make peace so that we can stand strong, as opposed to standing with a chip on our shoulders.
For sure.
Yeah.
Which is
it's such that people like him get more attention than positivity.
Yeah, and that's fine, man. Like, we can expect. I mean, for me, it's like I'm not trying to become like a YouTube personality and all. Like, I've just, this whole thing grew out of Twitter just because I started like, connecting with like some Mexican kids from California, and we were just kind of talking on the same stuff. Of course, I grew up in California. I feel very Mexican culturally, because I grew up amongst them. But
same for me.
And we have a shared history, of course.
I'm also that way, man.
Yeah, and you're in Mexico, right?
Yeah. No, I strongly identify with Mexican culture. When I speak Spanish, my accent isn't it's a Mexican accent. I only speak Venezuelan accent with my parents, or like grandparents and stuff. Yeah, it's just strongly fit. Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying?
Well, Mexico historically, it's essentially like the birthplace of us. I know that when the Spanish first came, they came to what would become the Dominican Republic. They came to Cuba, but really that was like the pre-party. The party got started when Cortez came to the Aztecs and took over the Aztec Empire. That's really because from that model is how Pizarro went down into Peru, and that's really the dawn of us as an ethnicity, right? that's where the dawn of el mestizaje really came out. So, Mexico is like, it's like base one. It's the first base of this whole civilizational project that we all are. And, it's a big chunk of the population of Hispanics. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's 150 million people roughly, plus another 50 million north of the border. So it's like, and the culture is very influential. I mean, my family's from Nicaragua, and we're kind of in between. We feel like we're, just to make it simple, we're kind of Colombian, we're kind of Mexican, we're kind of Cuban. We're just in the middle. But like all my aunts and uncles, they all know Mexican rancheras from way back in the day. And it's funny that they know these songs by memory because they grew up on farms and they grew up listening to the same stuff. So it's an influential aspect of our culture, a huge chunk, just the way it is. So I embrace it, it's not something I feel like sometimes Hispanics, like when you're not Mexican and they call you Mexican, people are like, I'm not Mexican. Like if it was something like offensive, and even Mexicans fall into that, they kind of try to deny that they're Mexican, or they try to like put it in a second place. So they'll be like, oh, well, I'm technically Italian, or you know what I mean? Or whatever the hell. But I feel like it's something that we should embrace.
For sure, man.
That's my attitude. Like, I forget who's our Indian guy who said like anything of Hispanoamerica is mío, and like anything that's mío is Hispanoamerica. It's like, I don't care if the music comes from Dominican Republic. Like, I'm gonna embrace it like my own.
Yeah.
My dad was brought up in Puerto Rico, but then after he left Puerto Rico, he went to LA. So he was living out in fucking LA for a long time. So like the Mexicans took him in like one of them. So
sure, sure, yeah, that's exactly how it goes down. But for me, it's like I'm not necessarily trying to become a personality on this thing, but I do see again that like we're having these conversations. It's like again the millennials and the Gen Z kids, we're coming to adulthood. And so we're coming to like an age of like consciousness, and we're starting to see ourselves as men, and we're starting to see like, okay, like for example, I'm married and I have a kid, right? I'm 32 years old. So it's like, I might be a little bit ahead of you guys in that respect, but I'm me being married and having a son gets me to start thinking deeper on these things, because at the end of the day, it's my job to set up a world for him. You know what I mean? So the reality, the demographic moment is that we're all coming to this moment roughly at the same time. The majority of us are in this age bracket. So for me, the opportunity is much bigger. It's like really what I'm after is kind of creating like a media platform, or like kind of like Me Too, I think it's called, or like Vice Media.
Yeah, Me Too.
For Hispanics across the continent. But I'm me being more focused on the pochos or the Hispanics born here in the U.S. Like that's really kind of where I start having the conversation at.
Yeah, man. Definitely. I mean, like those channels, Me Too and Pero like all that, and Flamas. I mean, I don't know. They just, it's entertainment, man. But
yeah, and they're promoting bullshit. They're promoting.
Yeah, they're promoting. It's just definitely. I can't stand the channels. I'm blocked on all their shits.
Yeah,
they blocked me.
Yeah, they're again, they're doing the opposite of what they're doing. The same thing Andy's doing it, but from the opposite angle, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, what we need is we need harmony. You know what I mean? We don't need historical resentment. We don't need shame. We just need to heal and accept and feel empowered by it. Like in Spanish, no hay mal que por bien no venga. So it's like, whatever bad things happen, like we should be thankful for them as we are about the good things, because at the end of the day, it's what made us. It's why we're here. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's where we got to be. That's where we got to go.
That's exactly what I was telling Sapo, that I was telling him that how come like we have had like 200, 300 years to heal, and we still like on this, we still have tensions, we still have complexes. Like in Peru, I think like maybe 2 months ago, like people were taking down a statue of a Spanish man on like a plaza, and all like out of resentment. Then there's like pro Spanish movements and then pro indigenista movements, to like divide us. And I don't understand how us, that we have had like 200, 300 years to heal about that. And then you see other people, like suppose like the Japanese in World War II, the Japanese had Nagasaki and Hiroshima. That thing happened around 70 years ago, and after that happened, they rebuilt, they progressed, they moved, they moved forward from that, and they
Yep.
didn't hold any resentment, and they grew from that. Why
Yep.
can't we be like that? Why can't we grow like that from like people who literally got bombarded and millions of people got killed? Why can't we, after 300 years, get past that? And after we know that there's such things like leyenda negra, we cannot like accept it and accept ourselves. Like, I don't understand why we still haven't gotten to that point.
Well, I think we got to realize the role that our republiquettes, our nation states played in that. Like, we can't just blame the French and the Anglos and the Dutch for La Leyenda Negra. It's like the criollos, when they broke apart our empire and they created our countries, they had a vested interest in making the previous regime look bad. Right? So it's like they added leña al fuego. You know what I mean? Like, they made it worse because legit. And the reality is, like, the system of the last 200 years into the republics, you know, can I think legitimately be argued that it was worse in many ways than the system under the Spanish Empire for 300 years prior to that. You know, like, at least during the Spanish Empire, the Indios had their own laws, they had their own representatives, their lands were recognized. But as soon as the crown went away, then the criollos took all the land away from them. And that's really, and because we don't know our history, we don't know when to place things. And so that's a big thing. It's like, we don't know our history, so it's hard to get over it. You know, we just know that it was dark, it was ugly, it was mean, or whatever these stereotypes we have of our past, but we actually haven't done the work to take it apart and look at it dispassionately.
Yeah, exactly.
And until we do that, it's like, you know, dude, if something traumatic happens to you, like, you got to talk about it if you want to get over it, you know? But if you're just pretending like it didn't happen, or you just don't want to deal with it, then it's just going to continue to perpetuate inside you. You have to, like, you know, you have to be able to talk about it to the point where it doesn't hurt you anymore. That's how you know you're over it.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I went through. Like, after I started like investigating and researching about stuff, I became just so much more confident about my identity and like the way I am, because I got rejected a lot by my peers in the States, like by a lot of Latinos, and it just made me feel like so much worse.
Why?
Because apparently I look white, and and they just told me that I wasn't Latino enough. And even though I had the last names, I spoke the language, I spoke Spanish better than them. And they hold that against me. And I was so glad when I took the DNA test and I could prove that I'm just like any of them. It felt so good, but I felt so left out because of my appearance. And after I started like researching about it and stuff like that, because it just didn't happen. It didn't happen just in the States. When I went to no, like in Latin America, I feel like very accepted. Like, I never had problems with identity. Like, I'm just like everyone else. But for example, like when I was very insecure about it, of like people telling me that I looked white. When I went to Europe for a couple of months, and I went to France and Spain, and when I was in France and Spain, they thought I was either French or Spanish or Italian, and it just made me feel so much more like rejected, like if I wasn't Latino enough, and I would hate that people would point that out. And after I just learned that it was something that I couldn't control, and it's something an outcome that can happen, you know. Sometimes you inherit like recessive genes, and that like I am who I am, and that nothing would ever change it. It just made me feel so much more secure about myself, and it made me appreciate, because I wanted to get away from my Spanish heritage and my Italian, because I'm part Italian too.
Sure.
And and I just wanted to get away from those. Like, I wanted to push in my way, and I just wanted to connect with my Black and indigenous side.
Yeah.
And after I learned to embrace my European side as well, it made me so complete. Like I had my indigenous, black, and European side all balanced out. Just made me feel so good. It made me feel like whole, like I
Yeah.
was me, like that. This is how I was supposed to feel, you know.
Right, right. And that's the key. It's like, look, we have to understand that kids are mean and kids will talk shit about anything. Even if you were brown, but if you had buck teeth, then you'd be the buck tooth kid. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Yeah,
just how kids are. They're gonna rag on whatever is available for them to rag on. But we gotta teach our kids first off not to take that stuff personal. And then second
yeah,
off, like to be happy and embrace. Like at the end of the day, these kids are probably just jealous because you're a handsome guy. You know what I'm saying? But they use you being white as a way to bust your balls because
yeah,
maybe they perceive that you felt sensitive about it, but that's just that's just humans. Humans
yeah,
can be fucked up.
yeah,
But
yeah.
yes, we should be because we should be harmonized, because you look fairer skinned, but you still carry the same DNA. If you got with a girl
Yeah.
who looked the same complexion as you might have Indio looking kids, like
Exactly.
that's how it
Yeah.
goes down. So it's like we just gotta we gotta heal about it, man, and it's about doing the historical homework. It's maybe it takes an effort of our generation to kind of produce that content and put that content and that messaging out there
Oh man.
because,
Yes. Yes.
you shouldn't feel ashamed because you're on the wider end of the scale. You shouldn't feel
Mm,
ashamed because you're on the darker end of the scale. You should
exactly.
be happy and
Yes.
embrace the fact that this is who we are. I have family who look more on the African side. I have family who look way more on the Indio side. I have family who look way more on the white side. And it's like,
Mhm.
that's how it's always going to be because we're constantly
Yeah.
mixing for generations. And, like my wife is, you would look at her, you think she's, a mulata, she's from Colombia. She's from the Caribbean coast. She's on the darker side. Even though she doesn't have like a African face, like her face is
Mhm.
very like fine featured, but she's dark.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
and I look kind of more Mediterranean, you know what I'm saying? Like my
Yeah.
eyes are
Yeah.
chinky, but I look more Mediterranean. But our son looks like an Indio, like he's chinito,
Yeah.
he's in between, and he doesn't look mulatto, he doesn't look Mediterranean, he looks more Indito, and it's just
Yeah.
fun. It's just how it's gonna be. If we have 6 kids, we're probably gonna get kids of every single phenotype. You know what I mean? And
Exactly. Yes.
yeah, we gotta embrace it. I would recommend somebody like Jose Vasconcelos in La Raza Cósmica. We're
Mhm.
definitely gonna do some
Yeah.
around that, but I really recommend that book. It's a short essay, but I think he's one of the first people to kind of put this whole thing into perspective for us because his experience was much the same. He's from Mexico, but he kind of studied in the US for a while, so he got to see like the Anglo world and the Hispano world. And like, he wrote this in the 20s and he was looking into the future and he said, well, like, we're gonna win. Why? Because our worldview here's what a white nationalist, kind of friend buddy of mine told me. He's not a racist, but he just believes, that white Americans should have their own country. I can respect that, like whatever. But anyways, he told me like Hispanics intermarry, they mix races with somebody else, and you get more Hispanics. Whites mix with somebody else, and you get less whites.
Yeah.
So it's like our
Yeah.
strength
Yeah.
is the fact that like you guys can get with a Korean girl and like your kids are going to be Hispanic,
Yeah.
whereas a white guy gets with a Korean girl, those kids aren't white anymore. So that's a strength to us. And we should like try to understand historically why that is. How did that come about? Because that's going to empower us. That's what's going to get us where you might bump into the things you bumped into as a kid, but you would have just let it roll off your back. Because
Mhm.
your parents at the very beginning gave you that proper understanding. And so then, we're able to grow up much more emboldened. We don't grow up with these inferiority complexes that we overcompensate for like Chivo does, right? Like he feels
Yeah.
inferior because even though he has light eyes and light skin, like he still is a bembone. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
the bemba didn't go away, dude. So, and
Look,
that's
I'll tell you what, Chivo's in an exception. Majority of Dominicans don't feel like how Chivo feels.
yeah, of course
Yo, are you
not.
Dominican?
Yes, sir, Dominican.
All right,
He's a,
cool.
he's a crypto Haitian.
Crypto Haitian. I have a grandmother who's dark skinned Dominican. but I have people on my maternal side who are European Spanish who lived in the DR. So I'm proud of everything I am.
Yeah.
That's what's
And
up. That's good.
Henry looks he looks more med, and he would technically have more African DNA than Andy, but he still looks
Were,
more
were
European
you
than
on one of you on one of OG's live? I think.
yeah, Henry.
I'm on uh, I'm on many of OG's live.
Yeah, I
To
saw
add
it.
on what OG was
Yeah,
saying, I'm over 30% sub-Saharan African, because my paternal side is from the Sul of Dominican Republic, so it's closer to the border. But I'm
yeah,
proud of it, and I'm proud of my European ancestry from the Cibao because it is all Dominican.
yeah,
It's part of who I am. So I don't subscribe to Chivo, aka Cheeto's ideology. It's just like my interpretation of it. This is who I am, you know.
yeah. Yeah, I grew up in a really mixed family. Like my stepdad's Boricua. Like it was like he got an afro, dark skin, man. He's 38% African, man. So I grew up around them too. Like and I can't get on board with that racist shit, man. I grew up in a really mixed family. I can't what am I hate my sisters, man. I can't do that. My
Well,
other sisters have
What
good views
what
from them shit, you know.
what part of Puerto Rico? Like
My
Carolina,
he's
Loíza?
from the Bronx. My stepdad's from the Bronx. His mom's from Juana.
From
His
the
dad's from
Bronx.
Bayamon. My dad was born in Rio Piedras, my biological father, but he's Cuban and Ecuadorian. My mom's Ecuadorian from Queens, and I'm from South Florida. So yeah, but yeah,
Oh, you're
man.
from
So
South Florida. So you grew up in all the Hispanic cultures. Like,
yeah. I mean, you
so
got
how was
everything
it?
in
How
South
was it
Florida.
growing up? I mean,
It's South
so growing
Florida.
up in South Florida, how was it? Was it? Did you get along with everyone? Was
Yeah,
there
I
some
got
groups you
along with
didn't get
everyone,
along
man.
with?
Yeah. Sure, I got a lot. I didn't get. I didn't have no beef with any other groups of people, man. Because my schools were like for the most part, like it was like half white, and the other 25% is Caribbean and Latino. So we all got along. We all, I mean, it was more like Latino kids and the Caribbean kids stuck together a little bit more, I'd say, and the white kids stuck together. But I got along with everyone. But there was this one time I went to a majority white school. It's that school that got shot up in Valentine's Day 2018, but that school was racist as fuck. I couldn't get down with those people.
what city
But
was
I prefer being around other Hispanics. So
what city was that school in, Inti?
as in what's it called? Parkland, Broward County.
Okay, because I'm
Let's look
actually
at Broward County. Like for like XXX Tentacion and Kodak Black. So we got a lot of Haitians,
yeah.
Jamaicans, Peruvians, Colombians, Venezuelans, Ecuadorians. You got everything out there. So everybody's Brazilians. Got a lot of them too. So
Yeah, I actually go out there a lot. I'm actually I'm moving out there pretty soon.
oh, that's cool.
I got family out there too. A lot of people are leaving California, man. Shit just got whack out here. They're moving to Texas.
How do you feel about all those? I mean, there's a lot of Chicanos who talk shit about La Raza Cosmica. They say it's racist.
I,
You
I
know.
I just think they lack like nuance and understand. See, the thing is with like the modern mind
Yeah.
has a problem with the concept of hierarchy. The modern mind wants everything equal and we're all supposed to be equal, but like equality doesn't exist. On a basketball team, there's a captain. You know what I'm saying? Like the team's not going to work unless there's a leader there's a hierarchy. In a family, there's a hierarchy, like the father is built to go out and work and to provide and to protect, and the mother's built to like take care of the home and like look after the children. Like this is just nature. So I think people like that really, it's not so much about what Raza Cosmica is saying. I think they just have a problem with the concept of hierarchy.
For sure.
The way that I define our Hispanic ethnicity is, I talk about three roots. Our first root is the concept of Cristo Rey. And you don't have to be a diehard Catholic to understand that concept. What that concept is really talking about is the concept of logos, which is actually a Greek concept. And logos is like the Tao of the world, right? Like it's the way. It's like the it's like the common thread to all of existence. This is a philosophical term, but when St. John wrote his gospel, he said he wrote it in Greek, right? He didn't write it in Hebrew, he wrote it in Greek. So he was talking in a Greek philosophical language, and he said, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. But he wrote it in Greek. So in the beginning was Logos, and Logos was God, and Logos was with God, and Logos incarnated. So he was talking into a Greek audience, explaining how this Christ child is the Logos incarnate. And the Greek philosophical traditions had already come to understand that there has to be a Logos in the world, right? But you can only come to that understanding philosophically so close, because, and the same thing with Tao. If you guys ever studied Taoism, it's the same concept. They understood that there had to have been like some kind of permanent order to the world. And for us as humans, as a creation of it, to understand it, then this order would kind of have to be part human at the same time. And so when John is writing to the Greeks and he's saying that this Christ guy is that Logos incarnate, it made immediate sense to the Greeks, because philosophically they were already kind of looking for him. And this is why the Greeks became Christian, right? So again, I don't want to make it too cerebral, but the point is that when we say that Cristo Rey, when we talk about Logos incarnate, we're saying that there is a method to the madness. There is an order cosmologically to the world. And Hispanics live that way. Even if you don't know how to read, if you're just like a campesino in the hills, like, there is an order, there is a nature. It's not relative. It's not what you say or I say. Like, the sun's gonna get up and I'm gonna go about my work and I'm gonna live my life, as close to morally as I can. So it's something deeply embedded in us. It's kind of esoteric, but so let me just kind of leave it there. Cristo Rey. Then the second root I mentioned is our Spanish root, our Spanish legacy. Whether, again, we have it genetically or not, it's not the most important thing, but it's our language. It's our last names. It's our names. It's this legacy that we got from the Spanish Empire, not from the Spain of today, right? Because the Spain of today is as much a little piece of that empire as Mexico or Peru is.
Yeah, facts. Yeah.
But we don't come from Spain. We come from the Spanish Empire. We have a mutual ancestor together. So I want to emphasize that. So that's our second root. It's our language. Our third root is our mestizaje. So the first two roots is what makes us all the same. It's what unites us. The third root is what lets us be different, right? It's what allows the Dominican to celebrate his unique mestizaje. It's what allows the guy from southern Mexico to celebrate his mestizaje. It's what allows the guy from northern Mexico to celebrate his mestizaje, and so on and so forth. And even though our mestizajes are different from the different countries, that experience of mestizaje is also a unifying experience, right? So that's how I like to define our ethnicity. Basically, if you can jive with that, or if you grew up around that, then you're essentially part of us. And again, none of this is purely biological. It's not that the body doesn't matter, because we do have a body, but we're placing the spirit above the body. So, for example, you could be born in Nicaragua and have a Nicaraguan passport, but if you reject the concept of Logos, if you don't speak Spanish, if you reject that, and if you have something against el mestizaje, then you're not really part of our ethnicity, because you've rejected that which defines us. Like technically you have a Nicaraguan passport, but that's not the spirit of Nicaragua. That's not the spirit of being Hispanic. And so again, we're showing here there's a hierarchy. The spirit comes above the body. And whether these Chicanos or something, or people have something against Raza Cosmica, is because we're saying, well, yeah, our Spanish root is our paternal root. The father does come before the mother, like there is an order. There has to be an order to the house. Otherwise, the house isn't going to operate as harmoniously as it should. And so, that's really what they have a problem with. They don't want to, they think that a difference in hierarchy means that somebody's worth less. Like, I'm the head of my house, but my wife isn't worth less than me. I'm just more responsible. Like, there's more burden of responsibility on my shoulders. You know, like if things go well or if things go wrong, I'm the one who's going to be criticized for it. So that's the problem they have. They just don't want to recognize our Spanish root as being the paternal root. They don't want to recognize that that is like the man in the relationship.
Yeah. That's how it is.
So where would that put somebody like me though?
So tell me more about you. You said you're Guatemalan, you're Puerto Rican. You're more on the chocolate side of the Hispanic spectrum.
You said I'm more on the what?
I'm asking you, you're more on the chocolate side of the Hispanic spectrum?
Yeah, culturally and just, you know.
What do you mean by culturally? How do you define that culturally?
You said I'm more on the repeat that?
I'm saying you're more on the chocolate side. You're more on the African side of the spectrum?
Yeah, culturally, because that's what I feel connected to. That's what I was raised around. And that's what I feel empowers me more.
Do you speak Spanish?
No, I don't.
Do you have a Spanish last name?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you speak Spanish? Can I ask you that? Do your parents speak Spanish?
Yeah.
And they didn't teach you?
Nah, it wasn't like really pushed like that. Not that they were like, do what you want, but it just, I guess we just didn't have time, and I never picked it up. So
yeah. What about like with your grandparents or your cousins from back in the motherlands? How do you communicate with them?
What do you mean? Like my,
like, do you have cousins in Guatemala or Puerto Rico?
I don't really talk to them either.
And what about your grandparents?
Yeah, I don't speak to my grandparents. 3 of my grandparents passed away.
Man, yo, Max, what part of the U.S. did you grow up in?
Connecticut.
Connecticut. What part of Connecticut? Like Fairfield, Hartford, Bridgeport.
New Haven.
Oh, okay.
New Haven's
so are you closer to? I would assume since you grew up in New Haven, are you closer to like the Puerto Rican side more than Guatemalan side?
I'm really like, I guess Puerto Rican side, but I still completely respect because my I don't have a mestizo dad. He's like mostly indigenous, but I mean, like I still respect that too. Like I feel like that's a part of my identity too, but I guess Puerto Rican side.
Well,
but what are you trying to say by that? I'm confused. What are you trying to say about that? About your dad? Hey, if you don't mind me asking, I'm just asking. Like, what are you trying to say about that?
Trying to say about what, my dad?
He's like what, fully indigenous?
I don't know about fully, but mostly. He doesn't have like, there's no like white people on my or like
okay.
mixed people, not really.
I mean, and you didn't really grow up around much family. Like you guys were kind of like on an island, but not a real island. But like I'm saying, in your growing up in Connecticut, you didn't have like an extended family around you.
Not really. I was mostly around like new people, like my school, my neighborhood. Not really family though.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask something? Do you like can I ask like how much like what does your mom look like? Is she like light skin, dark skin? Does she have like
She's light
more
skin.
African feature? Mm-hmm.
She's like all three, because she has her dad's like mestizo, and then her mom's like I don't know if he's mestizo because he's pretty dark, but he has a mustache. So
yeah, the thing is, because Puerto Ricans don't have a lot of Taino blood because Tainos were wiped out like a lot. Like they were heavily wiped out during colonization. So many Puerto Ricans don't have a lot of native blood. They still do, but not as much as suppose like Mexico.
Wait, hold
or
on.
Peru.
Puerto Ricans have more Taino blood than Dominicans.
Yeah, they do.
And depending on what
yes.
part of Puerto Rican you're from, and depending on what part of Puerto Rico you're from, you might have anywhere from 10 to 30% Taino blood.
Oh, really?
Depends. I think the highest I've seen is 20. That's the highest I've seen, like of the results. Usually you don't have as much because they were both wiped out in both of the islands.
Yeah, they
So
did.
like the
Are, are,
Caribbeans, like Taino blood is very, very like scarce.
Taino blood
you're,
is less
That's
are
predominant.
you from Puerto Rico yourself? And if you are, what part of Puerto Rico?
No. I'm from Venezuela, but my like Venezuelans
Oh,
and Puerto Ricans have
venezolano.
very, yeah. Yeah, you're Dominican, right?
O sea, yeah, claro que
¿Eh?
sí.
Ah, papá,
No, claro
claro.
que sí, ya, claro que
Que
sí, ya tú
nosotros
sabes,
hablamos
pero,
muy parecido, nosotros somos muy
pero,
parecidos culturalmente, entonces cuando escucho
Claro,
que alguien es dominicano me emociono.
claro. Es más,
no, pero en Dominicano hoy en día hay más de 80,000 venezolanos y el costeño venezolano y el dominicano habla igual. Yo no lo veo
Sí, hablamos
diferente.
muy parecido, hablamos muy parecido.
somos gente de la costa, o sea, nosotros también se nos mete un poco el acento.
Sí, es mucha, es la influencia canaria ahí, esa es la influencia canaria ahí fuerte, por eso hablamos tan parecido.
Pero, o sea, tú dices canario, pero yo digo gallego, porque
Ah,
la
¿tienes
misma
descendencia
palabra
gallega?
que el dominicano tiene influencia gallega y canaria, como el cubano tiene
Ah,
influencia,
ya.
pero el venezolano tiene mucha influencia portugués. Y yo digo que el
Ah, sí,
venezolano tiene
también hay un poco,
influencia
sí,
Let's
en
go back.
Caracas, en la costa, tienen influencia portugués.
sí,
Yeah,
sí, claro.
claro, claro.
Yeah. Let's go back
Oh,
to
let's go
English
back.
because I
Yeah.
don't want like yeah. I don't
No,
want to
it's
leave anyone out.
no. I think honestly that's another thing we were just talking about earlier, that
yeah.
debemos de incorporar el español más y mejorarlo, porque
Sí,
hay unos que tenemos, o sea, se nos hace más fácil hablar en español, hay otros que se nos hace más difícil, y muchos
claro.
hispanos, los pochos, están buscando cómo mejorar su español. Entonces, creo
Claro.
que
Sí. Sí,
eso
en Estados Unidos se da muchísimo eso, de
sí
que a
queremos.
mí me han pedido practicar el español conmigo en Estados Unidos por eso de que es que quiero practicar más y quiero aprender porque mis papás no me enseñaron tanto, o sea, yo aprendí de experiencia en vez de educación.
Claro.
Entonces,
Eh,
entonces me ha
Adiós,
pasado mucho ahí.
pregunta, Venezuela. Venezuela, ¿tú
Dime.
estás aquí en los Estados Unidos o en
México.
Venezuela o donde sea?
No, yo ahorita estoy viviendo en México y yo llevo ya 10 años fuera de Venezuela, yo tengo 21 años. Y yo me salí a los 11 de Venezuela, yo viví como 4 años en Miami y luego en Miami me vine para acá, para México. Y he vivido en México ya como 6 años, 7 años.
Y una pregunta de Miami a Venezuela, ¿cómo tú te lo contrates? Porque es una diferencia grande.
Ah, sí,
Miami,
no,
o
por el
sea,
trabajo de mi mamá.
Miami uno lo ve venezolano y México, depende de donde tú sabes, uno está colocado en México, es muy diferente.
Sí, no,
Pero
es que
hay
nosotros nos
bastantes,
mudamos muchísimo por el trabajo de mi mamá.
bastantes venezolanos en Miami y Broward. Hay bastantes venezolanos,
Sí, hay
colombianos, todo.
muchísimos. En Miami hay muchos.
No,
Sé que en Nueva
claro,
York no hay tantos, pero en Miami... ujú.
claro, en Doral,
Sí, en el
Dorazuela,
Doral. eh, sí. Sí, hay
Dolphin
un buen.
Mall,
Sí, sí, hay mucho venezolano, mucho cubano. También hay algunos colombianos.
Pero
Sí,
regresemos acá al hermano guatemalteco boricua.
sí, regresemos. Sí, buena idea.
So, bro, your mom is kind of more the triracial thing. You know, she's got a little bit of all three.
Mhm.
But you see, so it's like, and now take a moment and kind of, how old are you roughly? If you don't have to give me your exact age, but are you younger than 20 or you're in your mid 20s? How old are you?
I'm younger than 20. I'm 16.
Oh, okay. So you're young. Imagine if you grew up in a place like Miami or in a place like LA, a place that's more predominantly Hispanic.
Mhm.
Then maybe you wouldn't feel so disconnected from your Spanish ancestry or cultural heritage, like where we grow up influences a lot. And I think the ones who have the toughest time with kind of our Spanish cultural heritage is Hispanics in the East Coast, in the Northeast. I think Hispanics in New York or Connecticut or Massachusetts, the surrounding areas, DC, they have a tougher time because there's no, it's like you don't have backup there, right? Like in Miami, like it doesn't matter if you're Ecuadorian or whatever, like there's just so many Hispanics that it's like even if you're a black Hispanic, you're not gonna feel African American, right? Like you're gonna feel Hispanic because there's so many Hispanics there that you're embraced by that culture. Whereas like if you're in New York and you're kind of more on the mulatto side or more on the mixed side, then your choice becomes either you're white or you're black, right? So that's kind of the thing that I was pointing out earlier, that in this country, like Hispanics are forced to choose a team. And kind
Yeah.
of what I'm trying to offer you, and you're a young man, you're gonna go through this on your own, but you have to realize that there is a third option where you don't have to be stuck in a dialectic. You don't have to feel like choosing one means you're letting go of another.
Mhm.
You can be fully black, fully African, I like to say, because there's a difference between our Africanicity in Hispanic America and the African and the African American experience. For me, that's a different ethnicity. They might be racially similar, but the historical experience is different. And I think to respect both the African American experience and to respect both the Hispanic of African descent experience, we should recognize that. We shouldn't just look it over and clump them together, because I think it does a disservice to what African Americans have experienced and gone through, and it does a disservice to our African ancestors in Hispanoamerica. What I'm saying is that you can be fully indigenous, you can be fully African, and you can still be fully Spaniard too. Those things shouldn't enter into a dialectical tension. You should be able to embrace all things in pride and in joy. I know the world doesn't set it up that way, but at a certain point, you can kind of disconnect from the world and say, like, you know what, like I'm my own man, and I come from these people, and I come from this cultural heritage, and I embrace it fully. That mixture. I don't have to feel like I have to let go of one for the other.
That's not really like I don't really feel like that. I feel I don't resent what you guys got going on with the I don't know what you guys would call it with the Spanish thing, however you feel about Spanish people, but I feel like I already got that, but it's got my identity, but it's on a
Yeah, I understand that, but it's like you said, you didn't grow up around Hispanics. You don't have much family around you, and the language hasn't been passed on to you. So it's like you've in many ways you're gonna embrace you say you embrace your indigenous and your African root, but how do you really embrace it? Like you don't speak the African language, you don't speak the indigenous language, you don't practice those faiths or those traditions. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm talking to you like my little homie.
yeah.
But you have to see, like, that's kind of what America does to people. Like it cuts them off from their ethnic roots, right? So it's like the Irish and the Italians, if you asked them in the 20s, if you went to an Italian and said if he was white, he would like spit on you because he's like, I'm not white, I'm Italian. Because he didn't let go of his ethnic identity yet. But now what happened over the years, they went to the suburbs and now they're just generic white and now they have no ethnic roots. And so what's happening to Hispanics when they get their roots cut off, we've been told again, the black legend that, oh, they're Spanish bad, Spanish bad, Spanish bad. Reject all that. They raped you and they did all this to you. Then what they do is like, oh, well, I'm indigenous and I'm African, even though, they got a full beard. And it's like, clearly you got that from your Spanish root.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it's like,
I got a question. So the to the guy, you're first generation Hispanic American, is that right?
I don't really like that. That's another thing.
Like your
Are your
parents,
parents immigrants?
Yeah.
parents immigrants is what I'm asking.
is your mom born
I'll
here?
second
Born
you.
in Ireland?
Culturally, yeah.
No, what I'm saying, was your mom born in the US or born in the island?
She was born in both my parents are. She was born in the island, and then my dad.
Okay. They come here as kids?
So both of your parents were born on the island, right? Is what you're saying, and then
They weren't born.
you do you look at your parents and you see like Afro Caribbean culture or something like that? Like you look at your parents and you identify your parents as one of them being black and one of them being Hispanic?
I don't identify, like, I know their culture is Hispanic, and they might call themselves that, but I know in reality, like, are they Spanish? No. Like, they don't.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Slightly
Yeah.
off. What I'm asking is, do you see them and do you see Afro Caribbean or Afro Hispanic, Afro Latinx culture or whatever? Like, do you see your parents as one of them is black?
My mom, yeah. Like, mixed.
Mom is black.
Mixed.
So
Yeah.
you see your mom as black. Okay.
Not fully black. I see her as all three racially, but culturally Puerto Rican, I guess.
Well,
Afro.
Does your mom come here as a little kid or as an adult?
Teen, like younger.
Okay, and then your dad's from Guatemala. He came here as a kid or an adult?
Like younger. I think both of them 20s or something. Or
okay, they weren't that young. I mean, they weren't little kids.
Yeah, I don't really know. Around.
Yeah, I mean,
And may I ask real quick? Your mom grew up in Connecticut, went to school there and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So she mostly grew up around African Americans, and
And
perhaps had an influence on you. I mean, there was Hispanics there, of course. I'm sure there was like Dominicans and Puerto Ricans there.
Even
there's a lot of Dominicans. There's a lot of Dominicans in Connecticut. I'm here myself, so I know what you're saying. But what I'm asking is that she grew up within these cultures, and I think that had an influence on you, on your perception, And I'm not saying this to offend you or anything. I'm just saying this because this is the reality.
I'm open to, new ideas and stuff like that. So I'm not offended by it.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone's here about being offended or anything like that. What I'm trying to get you to see is that if you grew up in a more Hispanic context, closer to your family, and maybe you had that language, maybe you wouldn't feel so alienated from it. It's like, for me, it makes sense for you to feel alienated because you grew up in New Haven, Connecticut, and you didn't really grow up around family, and the language wasn't passed down to you. So it's like, of course you're going to feel that way. But what I'm also kind of offering you is to think about, like, well, how African and indigenous. The Venezuelan homie's got to put his mic on mute, dog.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, rancho.
Well, here's what I was trying to say was how legitimate is your African identity or your indigenous identity when you're already disconnected from your Spanish speaking identity, but how are you connected to those identities?
I feel honestly, when it comes to that, like, I feel like I don't feel the need to really like be connected to the Hispanic side. And when it comes to how I'm connected to the African and indigenous, and I don't feel. I guess it's the same thing with them too. I guess I'm just like personally just away from everything.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like I have to, speak Spanish or this and that. I mean, obviously, the Hispanic side, like how you guys feel about being in tune with Hispanic culture. I'm good where I'm at. So.
Yeah, well, you're young, but what I'm saying is, like, you're identifying as more on the African and the Indian side. What's your connection to that? You don't speak African or Indian. You don't keep African or Indian holidays. It's like what? Wait, I'm showing.
If I may ask, I want to get on a point that you mentioned earlier with your Puerto Rican side. I think it's clear, and it's clear. Like I grew up with Dominicans, and I grew up with a lot of Puerto Ricans nearby me, and a
Mhm.
lot of Puerto Ricans in the neighborhood I grew up in. So, Dominicans' relationship with Puerto Rican is that Puerto Ricans are Americans, they're citizens, and they cultivate their own culture. And I think you yourself, as a Puerto Rican, you've took that upon you to make that a part of you.
Mhm.
Whether it's the Afro Puerto Rican Black American stuff or the whatever you want to make it, I think that's just part of you now. And
Mhm.
like as a Dominican myself, who grew up with Puerto Ricans, it sounds like this is what you made about yourself.
Yeah, I get like not in a like a you know. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess so.
But so here, it's like the reality is how, like, again, I'm not trying to put you in the spot, but it's like how you're kind of reducing yourself purely to a phenotype, but you don't have a connection to either culture. You don't have a connection to the Mayan or the Taino culture. You don't have a connection to the Wolof or whatever the African ancestry you might have. So then what you do by default is that you have an American version of quote
That
unquote
that thing.
Afro indigenous, but that's just like an American thing. It's like it's kind of empty. You know what I'm saying?
Like, is that a negative thing? Do you think?
It's not about being negative or not. It's just about you kind of looking inside yourself and kind of realizing like, well, you don't have any connections to that either. You may say like, oh, I reject the Spanish ancestry or root or cultural influence, but in a sense, it's your Spanish cultural influence that actually connects you to your indigenous and African root. So, like for example, in Puerto Rico, the music is very African and it's very Spanish, right?
Mhm.
But if you reject the Spanish root, how would you connect to that music? Even if the music's heavily African influenced, the way you connect to it is by embracing.
What's up, Cubano?
I guess that's true. Yeah.
So it's just something to take into consideration. I mean, you're a young guy, like as you become a man, you'll go deeper into these things. But I think again, I would have you look into the fact that you grew up where you grew up, and maybe if you grew up in a more Hispanic area, whether it's South Florida, Texas, or California, perhaps you wouldn't necessarily feel exactly the same way, right? It's like if for example, our buddy here from Venezuela, right? He's on the fair side of the spectrum. If he grew up in Seattle, Washington, then he's gonna probably become whitewashed, right? Because like there's no Hispanics and they didn't teach him Spanish, right? And there's none of his families around. So like he's gonna become assimilated into white culture.
Yeah.
Now, if you're on the black end of the scale and you're from the Dominican Republic, but they didn't give you your language and you grew up around African Americans, then you're gonna be assimilated by African American culture.
Yeah. Where
I
can
mean, I don't think that's the be all and all for Dominicans, but
No, I'm just giving
it,
you an
it
example. I was just giving you an example.
yeah, but of course it is a contributing
Yeah.
factor of where you grew up. I
Yeah.
mean, I think if Dominicans, after a town that they grew up in, and after the town that they grew up in is being 30% more African American, and you look at Province, and you look at parts of Boston suburbs, the Dominicans do latch on to African American culture, but I don't think that's the BON of Dominicans just like assimilate into being just black.
Yeah, no. Dominicans have they have enclaves, but that pressure is especially strong on them in the Northeast, right? Like if the Dominican enclaves were in Texas or California or in Florida, then they wouldn't even deal with the whole African American influence, which is kind of what Chivo talks about. And in that respect, like I kind of have, even though he's a retard, I have to like understand where he's coming from, because what he's seeing is that he's seeing that pressure of Dominicans having to assimilate into African American culture, which is not good. I wouldn't, because again, the African American experience is different from El Negrito from Dominican Republic experience.
No, claro que sí. Claro que sí. And I think the problem with Dominican migration is that the migration of Dominicans to Florida was very small, so it's not as influential as the 3 or 4 cities in the Northeast.
Right.
Pero if more Dominicans would have migrated to Florida, they would have been more integrated with the Colombians and the Cubans and the Venezuelans more than anything. But in contrast, when you compare it to the Northeast, the Dominicans who migrated to the Northeast into cities like Boston and Providence, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, I think they did well. But again, the point is here that if Dominicans, if a lot of them were to migrate to Florida today, I think they'll do fine as well too.
Yeah, I agree. But you were saying, homie, what's your name, by the way, from Connecticut?
Leo.
Yeah, Leo. So, okay, so we shared this with you. Like, what do you think about that?
I see what you guys are saying, but at the same time, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm already in, and I'm willing to, like, be open to new ideas and stuff like that. But I just don't see where because what is your end goal, guys, with like the or not end goal, but like what future do you see with people identifying with ethnicities instead of races? Because it's
I think that's been the default for all Hispanic America. Like, I'm not going to say that race doesn't exist, but it's not. You see, like, the Anglo looks at someone of a different race, and for them, it's a very scientific concept. They look at the African, and they think that person's of a different humanoid subspecies, right? Their approach is very scientific. Whereas to contrast them with the Spaniard, and we're talking about the Spaniard from 1500s, looks at the African and says, "Oh, that's a human who's dark." Right? It's a difference in complexion as opposed to scientific biological category. So the approach is very different, which is why we're so mixed, right? Because at the end of the day, it's like, well, at the end of the day, we're all human. Yeah, you might be broke and you don't know shit, but hey, whatever. We're all married. We all have kids together. That's that. And again, that's not to say that there isn't discrimination based on, and I think it's more based on wealth and socioeconomic class. Because if you tend to be lighter,
right. And I want to real quick, if I may add on to what Rancho was saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
As myself as a Dominican, right? If I was to travel across the U.S. and I was to go to Florida, Tampa, right, and I meet a darker skinned Dominican, he is Dominican nonetheless, and I wouldn't confuse him for an African American. Vice versa, a tigre from Connecticut, que Boricua, and Guatemala. If you were to go to Orlando, I'm pretty sure that the Puerto Rican community in Orlando would be receptive to you. Mm-hmm. So in the United States, the point I'm making is in the United States, the Hispanic community are able to read each other in a distinctive and in a unique way that other communities in the United States don't do. What they don't have what we have. This idea.
Mm-hmm. So do you think?
So I think if you was to go from Connecticut to Orlando, and you was to talk to a Puerto Rican family, and if you have any Puerto Rican ancestry or whatever in you, then it would make sense that they would have an understanding of who you are and what you are. And I think the greater community would be receptive to you as a person, despite only being half Puerto Rican. Like me being Dominican, I think if I was to go to a Dominican community, in different cities in the United States, whether it's Boston, whether it's Providence, or whether it's Tampa Bay, I think I would have a good relationship with Dominicans in those places.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Well, you look like you got something to say. Dude,
Oh, me?
yeah.
Oh, man, I mean, but yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, that's true, man. I mean, all other Ecuadorians I met always like they fuck with me on the fact that I'm Ecuadorian alone. Like I remember this one time I was at the flea market. This Afro Ecuadorian for this my brothers, man, just like saw my shirt, man. Like, oh, you Ecuadorian too, man? It's, dab me up. It's all love, man. So, man, I'll sure you be accepted any Puerto Rican spaces, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hispanics feel comfortable when they meet somebody from the same ethnic group and shit.
Yeah, okay.
Who's El Cubano, man?
Hey yo, what's up, bro?
You
Like,
Cuban?
yeah, I'm Cuban, but like, I was born in New York, so like, I'm honorary Dominican, Puerto Rican. You feel?
Oh, I feel that's
But
I'm 1/4 Cuban, man. My grandpa's from Havana, man. So, Havana.
like, what he was saying though is like, Spanish people like click, especially me being like Cuban, but like, cause where I lived, the Spanish people for a while were, the Puerto Ricans and the Dominicans with a couple of Cubans scattered around, and then like about
Yeah.
5 years ago, El Salvadorians started moving to like the neighborhoods, and like, there was really no problem. Like the only thing like we really do is roast each other, which is like, a Hispanic thing. You gotta roast your friend and all that shit.
Yeah.
Yo, Angelo, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. What's good, bro?
Yo, what's up? You already know Strong Island.
He's Strong
Making it
Island,
happen.
baby.
Man, but I could relate to Guatemalan Boricua homie, man. Like like I said earlier on the live, none of y'all were here, but went to like my elementary school had a lot of white Americans and shit. They'd always bully Hispanics. So, I went home one day and like, yo, grandma, don't speak to me in Mexican no more. And that like really held me back. But once I was 14, I got back onto wanting to learn Spanish and learning my history and shit. So, I'm second generation American. My dad was born in Puerto Rico, but he left Puerto Rico at like 12 years old. My mom's from Queens, New York. So now I'm second generation. All four of my grandparents were immigrants to the USA in the '60s. So I can relate to that. But I think we should try to learn Spanish. It should connect to our culture.
Yeah. Definitely especially since I'm like moving to, or not moving, but visiting Mexico soon. So I definitely,
Yeah, you could, man. You should just pick it up a little bit. Let's start slow, man. Talking to the elders and shit. I would just talk to my grandma for hours in Spanish, just picking it up. And I'm not saying like at 100%, but I'm pretty fluent. I can have conversations. I don't have no problem out here in Ecuador. Get by just fine. And but yeah, I think we should all try to learn Spanish in our culture. I mean, our culture, our history, that shit ain't taught in USA. They don't prioritize it. So yeah.
We also don't have like schools, like how like Polish kids and Turkish kids go to like little cultural schools on Saturday and Sunday and shit.
Yeah.
Like there's
Yeah, we
none
don't
of
got
that.
that. Yeah.
Like back then you could say like we had like the Catholic Church to do that, but like that's a whole different story.
Yeah, that's true. So, I can relate to you on that, man. I wasn't, like you like basically at the age I was when I started to really want to learn Spanish and connect to my culture and shit.
yeah.
Because I think I did it more out of like rebellion, out of like I just got out of that school with all them white American kids I couldn't stand and shit. I'm like, fuck it, yeah, I'm a proud Hispanic, man. Proud to speak. I don't give a fuck, I'll hold that label. And I started embracing more after that. Because I didn't want to say that I was Ecuadorian either, because that's like viewed as like lower class, I guess. I don't know. Like if people would ask me, I'd say, yeah, I'm Cuban or Puerto Rican, whatever. I mean, my dad was born and raised in Puerto Rico. My stepdad's Puerto Rican, so I do feel a connection to Boricuas and shit too. But I didn't want to say I was Ecuadorian. I got 3 grandparents from Ecuador, man. So yeah.
Yeah. It's like we're the start of something that we see happening all over the world. You know how people say like the future human is gonna look super.
Yeah, for sure.
We're like proof that that shit's like.
Yeah, that's another thing about that. That's that stupid shit. Castizo futurism, whatever, man. I met a lot of Hispanistas who like go for that shit, but like I view future of the Americas like it's like cosmic shit. Like we all gonna be, the America's gonna be like all of Brazil in a few hundred years, man. So
I don't like that stuff. Like I feel like that's weirdos on like 4chan and stuff. That's mad weird. Like their backs typing on the computer talking about race all the time. Like Castizo this like.
It's usually like the brown Hispanics that will be claiming they're like Castizo and all that shit, and then like you'll have like the opposite. You'll have like a white Argentinian dude being like, "No, I'm a Native American," and like it's funny how that dynamic works.
yeah, like I'm genetically Castizo, but I don't give a fuck about it. I don't see myself no different from the other Hispanic Castizo, whatever. I don't feel any better or less than anybody.
Like
I
in
don't care about
Cuba,
people like that.
there's like no such thing as like a black Cuban, a white Cuban, a brown Cuban. They're
Yeah,
just all Cubans.
yeah, no, like being in USA, like our view on our identity is very like Americanized and shit, and yeah, I don't know, I don't know, man. That's just how it is. Like we have a very Americanized view of our identity in USA, at least.
Mm-hmm.
They also like vilify Hispanic like heroes, like all the way from Fidel Castro to like Pancho Villa in American history. Like they do it with the conquistadors too.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
we're
I'm kind of more. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
we're in like an age where like people are trying to like I guess trying to like diversity and stuff like that and like wokeness and stuff like that, and I'm on the side where yeah, I'm cool with that, but since it's so new and stuff like that, because we just got out of like hundreds of years of bullshit, and so we're going like really hard with it because it's like new, like we're screw Columbus and this like that, and I think that's cool. Me personally, my bias, but I guess it's like super strong, so we tend to like ignore some facts sometimes just to you know what I mean, just to make things so liberal and left, but but I guess it's because it's just so new that people are like really concerned about offending people and stuff like that, and including everybody and stuff.
Yeah, I was trying to follow the chat here.
Yeah.
But it's like
Well, I don't
noticed,
like Addie's son though. I don't like Addie's son. I don't like indigenous unity. Dude canceled. Can't stand that dude.
It's kind of weird. I grew up in the U.S., so technically I'm a Chicano, but I grew up in a Purepecha household. Well, look, what I'm seeing a lot within the comments, a lot of these guys is like you guys are entering into false dialectics, man. Like you really got to get your head around what a dialectic is, how does it work, and like what's the outcome of a dialectic. Dialectic is a false choice. It's like there's no conflict in being Purepecha and being Mexican, right? There's no conflict. There's no conflict between being Purepecha, Mexican, and Hispanic. But you're assuming that there is, and you're projecting that there is. You're assuming that saying that you're Hispanic means that you're a Spaniard. No, it's not the same thing. So don't impose false dialectics on yourself. It's like identity serves like an onion, there's different layers to your identity. But it doesn't mean you have to forego one in order to embrace another. I had a question. Where's Nature Lover from?
Nature Lover. think she's Chicana from like California, I think.
Okay. I always find it funny when it's like los que no tienen raíces, the Hispanics that have no roots, that have been cut off from their roots, come to the United States and they're just kind of confused, and then they just start embracing these like Addie's sons, like like you're disrespecting the real natives because
Yeah, for sure.
you're distilling them into feathers and beads. It's kind of like what trannies do with women. Like you're just saying women act and dress like this. You're being disrespectful to women because you're
Yeah, for sure.
reducing them
You
to
know what it is?
the
When they come to America, they don't have any real native people to look at. So when these white people claim they're natives, they're just like, "Oh, okay."
And Hispanics do that too. It's like, yeah, you may be 89% indigenous, but you don't even have any connections to that. You know what I'm saying? You don't even speak Spanish, let alone you're not going to speak your native language. And it's funny to me is that in LA you see a lot with a lot of these kind of Latinx girls, like they're all like, oh, the patriarchy is Spanish and the Catholic Church is the patriarchy. But you go to Guatemala, and who's the most hardcore Catholics? It's not the white or
The
mestizo.
Indos.
Yeah, for sure. It's always the indigenous. It's the same out here in Ecuador.
They're
The
the
indigenous are like
They're the
most
most
hardcore Catholics.
exactly. So it's like how these people are so silly, man. It's like the Indios would look at you like you're a pinche gringo who's like godless. You know what I'm saying? They would kick you out.
No,
Even
no
if
what?
you look exactly like them.
Oh, do you remember that picture I sent you of the indigenous people in the fucking Amazon jungle? It was under the WWF, like they were animals and shit.
That's right. Yeah, I remember that.
Yo, the funny thing is, remember that dude that looks Spanish? Like, there's like white people in these indigenous tribes that like been there forever. Like, I just find that funny too. Like white Spaniards that like their ancestors got lost in the jungle.
Beard. Yeah, the indigenous guy had a full beard.
Yeah, bro. I thought he was wearing a conquistador helmet. I'm like, what the fuck?
But he was part of the tribe,
Exactly. Like imagine he like came to America and they'd be like, "You're not indigenous. You're a white Hispanic."
Yeah.
I met a lot like that. There's a lot of like really mixed people in Brazil who are like part of their tribes and shit. This one Brazilian just came back as 16% native. They're part of their tribe. They're accepted.
Yeah. Dude, I just keep seeing the dialectic, man. Like me embracing our Spanish root and putting it in the right place in my ancestry doesn't mean that I'm negating my Nahua root, right? Like my Nahua root came from a much higher class than my Spanish root. Like my Spanish ancestors were peasants, and my Nahua ancestors were like nobility. So it's like it's not about that. It's just again putting things in the right order. Like I'm not going to put my mother above my father. Like this is really what we're debating here. It's like what came first, the chicken or the egg? Some people want to put their mother above their father. That's fine, but your mother is a pot of soil that doesn't do anything unless you plant a seed in it, and the seed comes from your father. And so if your sex chromosome comes from your father. So if you want to identify and pretend that you come from your mother solely, and that's you're entitled to do that. But me embracing my Spanish root is just saying that again, there's an order to the world, there's an order to a family, there's an order to even my ethnogenesis.
Sure.
I guess I come from like a different perspective because the that you guys are talking about with people claiming indigenous and they're really not. I guess like I've seen the opposite where on my side of the family, like they get confused, like they call white people American and they call indigenous looking people, they call them Spanish, and they don't know anything about the history. Like I'll tell them and they're like I was in class one day and the teacher was talking about it and they didn't know anything about it. So it's like,
but you see what that shows you? Like pause for a moment and think about what you just said. It shows you that humans don't work racially. Even though the United States works on a racial paradigm, humans actually don't work that way. We work under an ethnic paradigm. So like those mostly indigenous, people from Hispanic America who immigrate here nobody's looking at them like racially indigenous. They're looking at them like Mexicans, even if they came from Ecuador or Peru, right? Or if they're black, a black Cuban is looked at like a Mexican here, even amongst African Americans. So it's like it's showing you that race isn't as important as ethnicity.
Yeah, like you ever seen those old signs from like the 50s in like early Texas? It would say no Mexicans, and then right under it would say no Spanish. So like even if you were a white dude from Spain, you weren't getting in there either.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
I said earlier, like my grandparents came in the '60s. My Cuban grandpa had to sit on the back of the bus like all my other Ecuadorian grandparents, and when he first came to USA.
Even
So I
if he had
mean,
green eyes, I mean, look what happened to
yeah,
to the what happened when the U.S. took over New Mexico, Texas, and California. Like they didn't give a fuck if you had green eyes and blonde hair. You were still a spick. You
yeah,
know?
I know. And like these Latin extras of today acting like they all oppressed and shit. Like my white Cuban grandfather had to sit on the back of the bus. Like
Yeah, exactly.
And it's
growing up.
funny, these Latinxers will be like, we need to deconstruct whiteness. I'm like, okay, so like your ideas have to go too, you know that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm like, that's fine, let's deconstruct it, but like you have to stop acting like a faggot. Like, come on.
Damn.
It's just facts. It's all some white people shit at the end of the day. Like,
yeah, it's
What do you
like,
mean?
I use
Like,
the argument with white liberals. It's like, can you tell me like one country like outside of the Western world where you could say these ridiculous, bizarre liberal ideas? And I'm like, exactly, you can't. Like, these are white ideas you have.
what I
identity politics
Yeah.
and intersectionality.
Yo, I said this before, bro. Intersectionality, liberalism, that's the new white man's religion that he has to push on everybody else.
Yeah. It's like it's super white. It's like these people again, they're rejecting it based on it's like I was debating with this Dominican girl who's more black, right? She's not like, she's more on the mulata side.
Upala?
Yeah, exactly. And like if you couldn't see her and me, like, and you just heard us, you would think that she was like a white Jewish lady and I'm like some Mexican farm worker. And she's telling me, that we should reject our Spanish culture or ancestry or disregard it. But if I did what she was saying, I would end up being even whiter than the Spanish. I would sound like a white Anglo-Jewish lady from New York City. Like, talk about privilege. Like, this is it's those academics and those professors who are putting this forth. They're not peasant farmers from Guatemala who are talking about this or talking about this like this.
Yeah.
It's always the intellectual class. Like the intellectual class is so privileged and so dogmatic. They have so much time to sit there and think about this bullshit. Like, that's how privileged they are. Like, they sit there and come up with these bizarre theories
what's
for
up,
hours
Piccolo?
and hours.
What's good? What's good, bro?
What's up, bro? Where you from? What's up?
What's up, guys? All right.
You got a tornado?
He got in a fist fight.
So somebody should get Addy Sons on this, man. I'd love to talk to dude for real.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Addy Sons canceled.
I've just seen
I inspired that dude's Instagram career so much back when I was a kid.
yeah,
I did.
screenshots of him. Where is he
Can't
from?
stand that dude. I don't know.
You don't know what part of the country he grew up in?
Addy Sons? I don't know. All I know is my
Bay
Instagram, like
Area or from like Washington State?
something like that. Back when I was like, I made this Instagram, I must have been like 17. Made this Instagram called The Colonized Indígena, pretending to be Bolivian, because I got influenced by the Mexica movement and shit, but I also didn't want to be myself.
Yeah.
So I blew up. I was one of the first like colonized pages, and I inspired all these people like heavily. All these big decolonized Latino pages, I inspired them heavily. Put no respect on my name, even though I was faking it. But I mean, I was catfishing and all. But
Yeah.
I inspired a lot of these people, man. Especially Addy Sons, another one, Indigenous Pride, Ecuadorian. So a lot of these people I inspired heavily. And but Addy Sons canceled me like 2 years back, man, because you know, I was in the wrong, man. But I mean, I got scammed. I got scammed by this little shoe shiner kid out here, Ecuador, man, and just ripped me off. I figured I'm gonna hook dude up. I'm gonna give him like $10. I got dude asked for 20. When some older dude came up, so that'll be 20. I'm like, man. So I mean, I went on Instagram. I was mad, you know. I'm like going in on his soft ass brother because his brother was like giving his brother up, like, oh, there my brother is. I'm like, dude, you soft as fuck, man. But I said Indio, man, and Addy's son was like, oh man, I'm gonna cancel this dude. So Addy's son's done canceled
Oh,
me, man. Addy's son's canceled the fuck out of me for saying Indio, but I wasn't saying Indio in a racist way or nothing. I was, I was calling him Indio for his race and all. He was little Quechua. But I mean, I didn't have to throw that in there, and maybe I was in the wrong for that, sure. But I
nah.
mean, dude canceled me, man. Dude made a whole post about me. Everybody up followed me, man. But I didn't really care about that. But
Hey, bro,
I don't like Addy's son in general. Dude, just annoying as fuck.
what I realized, bro, is like you can't be scared. I usually use my full name for like everything. Like when people like are like, oh my god, like I'm like, if you see what I say on the internet, it's because I was saying it in real life. Like you just can't be scared of these people, bro.
Yeah, that's respect. Dude, that's respect. Nah, I don't. Yeah, I don't care, man. I don't care if you cancel me. I'd like to talk to dude though. But I mean, I fuck with native faces though. I like native faces. Yeah, that's my. I've known native faces since 2014, earlier. But yeah, native
Uh,
faces next.
I mean, talking about the Indio thing, like most Indios, I mean, in Nicaragua, Indio isn't necessarily a racial thing. It's more
Yeah,
like you're a hick. It's like most Indios are actually
yeah,
white. It's like when you're an Indio because like you're wearing like I don't know, like some tacky ass shit, or you're
The
yeah,
straw hat.
yeah,
yeah, for
you're
sure.
acting like an Indio, and it doesn't mean that
Yeah,
you're an Indio like an indigenous. It means like you're a hick. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So I would say like most norteño Mexicans tend to be on the wider side of the spectrum, but they're all
yeah,
Indio as fuck.
yeah.
No, listen. The most Chicano wants to be whitewashed, right? And I met some people,
Hey,
right?
take your mic out of your mouth and do the shit. What are you
Yeah,
doing?
What?
Like I'm just saying,
I can't hear you.
what like most Mexicanos, like they're mostly, white, right? And they think they're white, but they're not. We call ourselves Hispano or Latino, but those labels are not even real. 99% not even real.
I'm having a hard time
Hispano and the
understanding.
Latino is actually created by a white woman. You know what I'm saying? That's the historic
boy,
criteria
eating the mic.
right
He
back.
eating the mic.
But what
Yeah, it
if
sounds
no
like you're
look
chewing on your mic.
What
I
about
don't know.
Cuba was started by a white woman? That's
I
all
said
I
a
heard.
white woman, a white mexicana, a white woman, a mezclada, you know what I'm saying? You don't call us all mestizos. The mestizo is like
Uh,
it's an actual racial label, like mulata. It's another racial label,
Not
right?
really. In
So those
Hispanic,
these words are what?
not
What
true. In
exactly would
Hispanic
you think?
America,
What exactly we're thinking right now? What we are thinking right now?
you
Think
got
about
it
it.
wrong, dude. In Hispanic America, no one thinks mestizo is purely a racial designation. They all call themselves mestizo, even if they're on the blacker or the whiter side.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That is the point.
Yo, what's
The,
up,
the,
Victor?
the word mestizo was actually from spoken for, like castizo. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's more of a racial term. You know what I'm
Not,
saying? The more we think
no,
about
I'm
it, the
disagreeing
more
with
we
you.
don't want to
Not,
call ourselves, oh, mezclado Indios, right? So, like,
I'm
we're
having a hard
true American
time
Indians
understanding,
in
dude.
other sense.
With you. It sounds like you're chewing on your microphone, Doug.
Yeah, bro.
Yo, what's
Slow.
up?
yeah, I
How
wish
you
I
Slow
knew
doing?
what you
What's
were
up? What's
saying,
up,
bro.
Victor?
I don't sound
Just
like I'm
leave.
chewing my microphone, so don't fucking disrespect me on the fucking thing on there before I whip your fucking ass up, okay?
Dog, I'm sorry, bro. I'm not trying to disrespect you.
Always
It's just
laughing.
we can't understand you, dude. It sounds like you're chewing on your microphone, and then it sounds like you're yelling into your microphone.
I muted him for a minute.
I don't know why you're getting emotional about it, though.
Yo, Victor.
You want
Man's
to?
Victor,
got the
what's up? Where's
Xbox
Victor? Where you
360
from,
mic.
Victor?
Hey yo,
What's
can
up,
y'all hear
Victor? Where
me?
you from? Yeah,
Yeah, I'm from the USA, but my parents were from Michoacan, Chetan.
that's what's up.
This was good, bro.
Yo, other
Yeah,
dude, get a better mic or like going. I don't know. Type what you want to say because nobody can hear you. But
All right, but
like that's what's up, Victor. What state you live in?
I live in Michigan. See a
Oh,
lot of blacks here.
I was about to say, how did you get to Michigan? Like what?
yeah.
Dude, we get
Yeah,
fuck
I
all.
always wonder how Mexicans end up in like Michigan or like
No,
Illinois and
North
shit.
Dakota and shit like that.
I know, bro.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but like I made it here, so
Were you born in Michoacan?
I was born in the States, but I did visit
Oh,
Michoacan, especially Chedan, like many times. And I will
I
discuss
love
something about the where
Michoacan.
you saying it the whole Hispano shit, where claiming indigenous, and we're not really indigenous. We're Hispanics.
I never said that.
Or are you that put a picture, dude? Is that you?
Yeah, yeah.
I never said that. I was talking about the specific case of the Guatemalan Puerto Rican kid. So, like, you
Yeah,
actually,
that's different. Like if you actually
you
grew up
have
like in Purupecha
connection
culture and
to
shit.
your Purepecha ancestors and cultures. You actually go to Chedan, right?
Yeah.
But so that's
Yeah,
not
that's different.
what I was referring to. I was talking about like imagine imagine a Mexican immigrant or a child of a Mexican immigrant or second generation who doesn't even speak Spanish, who like doesn't even really understand like Mexican culture, Hispanic culture, and then they go take a test and they're like, "Oh, I'm Purepecha," and I speak, and like they don't even speak it. They have no idea what Purepecha people are like, how they act, what they value, and then all of a sudden they're just like, "I'm Purepecha," and now when you look at their picture, they got a full on beard that they clearly got from their Spanish ancestry.
Yeah.
That's
I felt like you were talking to me or like mistaken for me for that type of person.
no, I wasn't. I was just trying to like
Because
understand.
like everyone in the chat was like, "Yo, he's actually indigenous." I'm like, "What's going on?" And I thought that
Asking questions to try to understand because
that's way different. Like
most
you actually grew up with that.
Yeah, most of the people who claim that don't have any.
Yeah, it was real indigenous.
Right, like the
like Addie's son and shit.
Exactly.
Like Addie's son, all that.
Okay, then
That's
I guess
way
the chat
different.
must
That's
be mad tripping because like everyone's like, "No, he's actually indigenous. He's actually indigenous." I'm like, "Yo, what's going on?"
Yeah, because I was just asking about trying to understand like if you were somebody like Addie's son or if you were like legit,
Nah,
that's what I was asking those
Who's Addie's son? Is that like some kind of LARPer?
Addie's son is some he's some LARPer, man. Some really liberal
a whiter Hispanic from Jalisco who's like
yeah.
like half transsexual and claims to be.
Oh God, yo, bro, you know what I say to those people? I'm always like, let's have like a like ceremonial battle, bro. Let's see how indigenous you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Nah, Addie's son's cringe as fuck. I mean, I hate those people. They just go off their DNA results, and that's all they know about indigenous. That's all. That's how they get their indigenous identity. They take a DNA test and like, shit, I'm Indian.
You know, the same people that are like, I don't know what I am, but like, then they see the DNA, like, oh, I'm native. Look at all this DNA.
Like, yeah, you didn't actually grow up like that. That's the thing about me. Like, Hispanics that grow up in USA want to pick a new identity that don't got shit to do with how their parents or grandparents identified and shit. Like, where do we get that we know more about our identity than our fucking families? You know, like if your parents or your grandparents ain't identify with an indigenous nationality, then why are you so quick to jump on that? You know?
And those natives would look at you like, get the fuck out of here. Like they would probably look at El
They would see you
Güero.
as a tourist, basically, you know.
Yeah, they would look at the Güero who grew up next to them as more Indio than you.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they just I can't stand like the American mentality. Like they act like Addie's sons and all them. It's like you gotta completely reject everything to do with Spain, all your Spanish heritage and all that. You can't. You can't embrace all yourself. You gotta, because if you want to ride with indigenous, you gotta fucking hate Europeans, and that's not how it is. Like I got indigenous friends out here in Ecuador, man. They fuck with me. They don't care if I'm mixed. They don't give a fuck about that. I'm cool to them. They cool to me. That's it. And you don't. I don't know. Americans act like
there's no tension.
You gotta,
You gotta like be one thing and like that. You see, they identify way too much with like the body aspect of things. Like they reduce everything to biology. They treat the human as a biological machine as opposed to a compound of spirit and flesh. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the very
Right.
white Germanic way of looking at the world, where it's like everything is just a biological machine, you know. Whereas
Yeah.
in our part of the world, whether you're indigenous or you're Spanish or whatever you are, we don't view it that way. We view it more like spirit. You know, we have a spiritual understanding of the world.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, here's this LARPing, this tranny LARPing as an indigenous, but you
Yeah.
know, all their arguments and talking points and worldview is straight out of the Frankfurt School, is straight out of Germany. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
Like,
Yeah.
how stupid is that?
Yeah.
Y'all
I
don't
mean,
y'all
there's a
don't rock
bunch like them. Yeah, the
all right.
better bitch I do ain't like that, man. That's different, man. I mean, I feel like those people are like just mad disrespectful, and they come like I don't know if you know, like I'm sure you know about the Mexica movement and shit. You know,
Yeah.
like their leader Olin Tezcatlipoca. Like I remember he talked about going to Mexico and talking to an indigenous dude from a actual tribe and shit, and he said this dude's colonized. He don't know what he's talking about. And I'm like, dude, how you gonna think that you know more about an indigenous lifestyle and all this shit than an actual indigenous person? Like
Yeah, yeah,
it's
disrespect.
like,
Yeah.
Also, when they tell like these people they have like a colonized like religion, like listen, like from what I notice is your average Hispanic person like from like a rural area or like even the big city may not like have like these academic qualities, but like they're all like your usual Hispanic peasant is like really knowledgeable in Christianity, like almost
yeah,
like on a theologian level, like
Yeah.
it's ridiculous how, and you're gonna tell him like he's colonized, like no, we colonized the religion, like the Catholic Church is what mostly made up of brown and African people now, right?
yeah,
Yeah, it is. It is.
for sure. Yeah. Oh man, that
Anyway,
dude with the bad
guys,
mic left.
it's been nice talking to you, Sapo. We'll keep in touch. All you guys, you know, we'll keep talking about it.
All
Again.
right, cool.
This is we're having like a moment of self-discovery and like a very, you know, complicated cultural conversation, and there's people on different sides of it all, but I think overall it's a good thing to have these conversations and to try to come to some understanding
Right.
For
and
sure.
allow for differentiation, at the same time like specify what is it that brings us together so we can build on that, you know, because
Yeah,
that's what's going to be best for our sons. And I know some of
for
you guys
sure.
are young, maybe you're not thinking on that, but you know, life goes fast, and at some point you will be where I'm at, and you know, this will make a lot more sense.
For
Anyway,
sure, dude.
it's been fun, man. It's been a pleasure. Keep in touch.
Yeah, yeah.
All
Thanks,
right.
thanks for
Bet.
joining, man. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, OG, cool. Somebody else hop on this bitch. Well, oh, put a bitch I do, man, to talk about yourself a little bit.
Shit though, like so, like you know how other Chicanos be like, you know, I want to see what I am. That wasn't for me. For me, I
Yeah,
always knew I was native, but like I didn't. I was curious how much I was. So
yeah,
at first I thought it was like 3/4 at best, but now I was like 7/8. I'm like, wow, because
yeah.
you don't really expect that because Mexico is very mixed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is your family like speak the language and grandparents?
My parents can't understand it, fully. They can understand it.
Oh,
They spoke Spanish first because
yeah,
they went to school and they were forcing to speak Spanish and not Puerpecha.
yeah, for
But for
sure.
right now, it's actually the opposite. Now kids are started on learning Puerpecha again.
That's what's up, dude.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Yo, you know what I noticed with a lot of like I guess like pick me Hispanics, and it's kind of sad. Like their name will be like Jorge, and like they'll be being like, "Oh, call me George, please," or some stupid shit like that.
Bro, why you
I
trying my
hate
Bro.
dad
that
like that,
shit,
bro?
bro.
You dead trying my dad, bro. That's literally my dad. Not even I ain't about to douse my, but that's my dad. 100. That's his name. That's what he
That's
goes
my
by, George,
dad's
man.
name too. Is Jorge.
Yeah,
My
man.
dad.
Does he
Oh
does
shit,
he
that's a
does he make
coincidence
people
because
say
my dad's name is also Jorge.
no? My stepdad's name is Jose. He goes by Joey and shit. You know that.
Well,
I know what
fuck
the fuck
out
you
of
talking
here,
about.
bro.
Yeah,
ALC. Y'all
but
notice my
then
last name?
Chivo 21211 went from Andy to Antonio, so I guess shit.
Yo, like he is a fucking loon, bro. Like,
Yeah, that dude's crazy as fuck. That dude's insane. I won't even want him on my live.
no, I will give him credit. He is a real white dude because he has that school shooter look, and like he's a little out of it, bro.
Bro, nah, you ain't lying, little man. That dude's fucking batshit insane. Yeah, I can't, man. Dude, it's too fucking racist, dude. I mean, like if he could push all this Spanish shit, I mean, that's fine. Like, But I mean, he just wants to be racist. I don't even think he gives a fuck about the history.
he
He
just
don't.
wants to be racist for fun,
That's
bro.
it.
Like,
He don't give a fuck. He don't care about
my,
the history, nothing. He just wants to be fucking racist.
my man's playing like real life Call of Duty out here. He's just calling everybody the N word. Like he don't care.
Dude, you see one of his last videos, man? This motherfucker
It was
actually
like
said
why
like,
God hates black people.
bro, this dude is fucking insane. Like he said that like civilizations that don't currently have Africans as slaves are like doomed to fail. I'm like, what the fuck are you
What?
talking about, dude?
And,
What?
and he's an
You fucking
Arab
insane.
nationalist now.
That's crazy. The dude's actually
Like
batshit insane.
I kind of used to be like Andy when I was like 15 because like as I said like I didn't
Yeah,
really
but
know
this
much.
motherfucker's like in his 30s now, right? This dude's
Yeah,
like
like
what, 39?
my man hasn't grown up out of his racist wannabe white man stage.
Bro. I
Like
mean, and also, dude's like, I don't. That dude's just a nutcase, man. Did you see the radical Latino video on where he
yes,
interviewed his nephew?
yeah.
Dude
Andy's
is just
sister's
so
bad though.
disrespectful,
I
man.
can't front. She bad.
I don't watch radical Latino like that, but I just watched that video. I don't know about him
In
like
fact,
that,
like
but
Radical Latino has his moments, but he's kind of just like I don't know. Like I just picture he looks like Gabriel Iglesias and shit. Like he's just sitting here from like his computer.
yeah, I don't know, but nah, man, like Chivo's nephew was on there. He was talking about Chivo's sister like married a black dude and shit, and then Chivo makes a video calling like black people chimps, and like you imagine making a baby with one of these, like that's your niece and nephew, man. Like I don't know how you could be so disrespectful to your own, like I don't know, man. That dude
Yeah,
just takes it way too far. I don't get that. Like I grew up in way too much of a community and a family to be on that racist shit like that.
yeah, like that shit. Like being racist, like really isn't being like Hispanic. Like you can be culturalist, like that. That's the
Yeah,
difference, though. Like it's not like a
yeah,
race thing; it's like a culture thing.
for sure. That dude's insane.
And his buddy Dominican Renaissance, bro. That man's wild too.
I don't know. I just saw a little bit of their live stream because this one dude commented to me for me to check out his where he was talking to Chivo on the shit. And I don't know. He sound chill. I didn't watch. I didn't really watch the channel like that either. I don't know. Is Dominican Renaissance the same shit? Or?
Bro, he's like black, right? But like he'll sit here and be like saying he's white, bro. Like he
Have you seen Dominican Renaissance? I never saw it.
yes, bro. He looks like a brother. Like
That's crazy. But how does Chivo feel? I mean, Chivo don't disrespect him or nothing. So I don't know.
bro, I was on a live stream with Radical Latino, and Radical Latino is like, well, what about people like Dominican Renaissance? He's dark, and he's like, well, he's just a white man trapped in a black man's body. In Dominican Renaissance, he's like, you right? And I'm like, what the fuck?
That's not weird, bro.
That's wow, bro.
I don't get that
Also,
shit.
fucking nut shit, bro. On God.
I mean, why would you want to be accepted by Chivo that badly? That dude's fucking whack. Like,
Actually, that's he's mad racist, bro.
Bro, Chivo's
you have
just
to
like
check
a
out
reverse
Chivo too.
mulatto, bro. Like he has like
Yeah.
black features. He's just like has light hair and eyes.
He looks like Stephen Curry.
Ballin'.
Yo, yeah.
And it's not even a bad thing. Like that's something to be proud of. But he just hates it, I guess.
But like he's like I heard from the chat that he hates his like blacks and indigenous folk.
Yeah.
He does, and he wants them.
He looks mad black for 60%.
Yeah, he doesn't even bring up like Tejanos, bro. Like that, he's mad.
Yeah, he don't
weird.
care about it. Yeah.
He's
I mean,
like,
he gotta really like just racist, man. He don't even know his history. He don't give a fuck about it. He just
So
wants
he's
to be
just
racist.
basically
That's it.
arrogant.
He thinks he's gonna go to Valhalla with like the rest of the white people.
what the? Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. Chivo's a joke, man. I can't. I mean, I get that he gets a lot of attention, but it's just from being mad racist, saying like more outlandish shit in every new video.
For real.
He just
He
crazy
just tries
shit
to top himself every video.
every time. Look, I mean, I knew his channel was gonna get deleted as soon as he uploaded that fucking racism is a good thing shit. I'm like, dude.
Bro, even his titles sound satirical.
I mean, you saw what he uploaded like the first day of fucking Black History Month. This dude is like, how to use the N word. I'm like, fuck, man.
Y'all
Bro,
talking about
what if Andy's been trolling us, bro, and he's just satirical this whole time?
wait, what's Andy's channel? Who that?
Chivo
You
two
don't
one
know who
two.
Andy is?
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know his name was Andy.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, his name's Andy. That's funny, fucking Andy. But nah, that dude's too much, man. I don't know anybody that's that racist and like.
I don't even know white people that racist.
Yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. Like our Spanish ancestors weren't racist. Like, man, his Spanish ancestor wasn't racist when they were like balls deep in his black ancestor. So I don't know why he's on this. You know, like that dude does too much. Like he's. There's
He's
no
out there
points.
doing
I
the
don't get him.
most.
He's more. He's like. He's way more racist. Like you're not even gonna see a criollo anywhere near that racist at all. Like,
Bro.
they ain't on that shit. Like that dude's just too much.
Well, at the same time, they're already like in a position where it's like what reason would they have to do that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel like it comes from a place of like I don't know him having an inferiority complex. I don't know.
For being mulatto.
Yeah, I mean I'm not racist. I mean he does look pretty black for 16%. But he
He's
used
like
to be a gangbanger and all that.
he's like
I don't know.
71% like white, and like, but here's the
Yeah,
thing, bro. Like 71 cents don't make a whole ass dollar.
yeah, exactly,
Exactly.
exactly. But he never had reason like just rides with that shit so much.
Yo, you ever seen the video when he uploaded it in like a 360 view, bro? So his head was like all morphed and shit.
Nah,
Oh
My
my
ex
god,
phone.
bro! Yeah, it's the video is called "Why I'm Proud of My Conquistador Ancestry," and he did it in a panorama, like you can go 360, and like it's just so bad,
I've never seen this shit.
bro.
My fucking
Please,
ex
please
calling
see
me. I
that.
can't like.
Please see
My
that
volume
shit.
fucked up. Man, this bitch fucked up my volume, bro. I talk. Man, I can't hear shit.
nah,
So,
nobody was talking.
so do you know who like you
If
so
I
like
repress, man, fuck, what is bitch fucking calling right now? Ow.
so do you know that one dude on Instagram, Indigenous Unity, that white dude,
Indigenous what?
Indigenous Unity, bro, the white dude.
Yeah, I know that dude.
I'm about to look.
Fucking indigenous music. I hate that fucking dude.
Like he is just like the fruitiest dude I've ever seen. Like,
Well, y'all not rocking with the alphabet gang?
you mean the homosexuals?
Yeah.
You know, I don't like hate it, but like
Fuck up.
they just be out there doing the most now in the modern times.
True. Oh, indigenous unity.
Yeah, bro.
Y'all calling him white?
Look at him.
He looks like he got a little something.
Yeah, but like look how he acts, bro. He white.
Took a DNA test. He's like fucking mestizo.
Yeah, like he was just straight up mestizo.
But like I'm not no different than many other Hispanics. I was influenced by like the Mexica movement and shit when I was like in my fucking mid-teens and shit. And I made an Instagram catfishing pretending to be a fucking Bolivian kid. And my Instagram influenced all these fucking dudes.
Oh Jesus.
From Indigenous Unity, fucking Indigenous Pride, all these fucking all big ass pages now. Motherfuckers don't pay their respects neither. Motherfuckers used to worship my shit.
Now you gotta put the end to your monster, bro.
Exactly, bro. Look at what you
I
created.
wish I didn't make them, man. I really did. Motherfuckers disrespectful too. I don't even put no respect on my name.
They're just white dudes at this point, bro.
Yeah, I don't fuck with Indigenous Unity. All that dude's a fucking clown.
Like,
What
bro,
makes you
like
think
your ancestors were warriors, bro. Every time I look at them, like, you ain't no warrior. Like, what the fuck? I'll put your ass to sleep on the streets real quick, boy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What about like the two spirit stuff?
Yo, I hate that shit. Like, you
They
believe that?
just,
I don't
I
know where,
mean,
but isn't that like more North
Yeah,
native?
that's a North American native
yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he just tries to act
Hey,
like he's on.
like there is a big difference between South American and North American natives. Like, look at what the Aztecs built compared to other native
I
people.
feel like we got more sauce. We got more
Yeah,
sauce.
I mean, we have more civilizations and shit. I mean, look at us, like,
Plus,
because
we're
we
more.
had agriculture and shit. Yeah, the
Yeah, when
motherfuckers.
Spain came, they were like, "Holy shit!"
They were like, "Holy shit, this is the most
Yeah,
beautiful thing I've seen."
Like, look at all
yeah,
these bad brown bitches.
You know what's crazy
yeah,
is like they'll consider like Latin native, like from South Native Americans, not indigenous, and then you'll have somebody from the North who's like barely indigenous at all, like damn
yeah.
near white, with like maybe a little flair here, and then they're indigenous, and that's messed up.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
Like,
that's how the like
I
my
think
ex who
it's
just called me
because
right
in
now.
North America there really isn't a lot of
Yeah,
natives in
for
general.
sure. Yeah,
So
I
it's
mean, like
easy
you
for
got the
people to
fucking
just be like, "Oh, I'm
Southwest.
native."
Yeah, the Southwest got a lot, but I mean, most Americans never even seen a Native American. That's the thing. But
I mean, unless you count Mexican, but like, I don't
yeah,
think
I
so.
mean, like from like
I've
tribes
read
in
that
USA and shit.
like
Yeah,
the Hispanic people like be getting it on with the Indians in like southern Texas and all that, like the Southwest.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, they mix with Hispanics heavily.
Plus, in general, they were already more close to
Yeah,
Canada.
the Southwest. I mean, the Southwest, like that was Spanish territory and shit. I got a Navajo friend. Like her last name is fucking Jaquez. I forgot. Man, fucking Spanish though. Yeah, I mean that was all Spanish. Sometimes I wish like USA stayed on the Spanish rule a little bit. Um,
Um,
It could have went a lot better, honestly. Like, I know England's a bad example, but it would have been nice to have like some commonwealth, like with all of us together. So then, because now what do we suffer from in South America? Modern American imperialism, corporate imperialism.
right?
I don't know. I feel
Yeah.
like a lot of indigenous people were like erased. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that shit hurts me. Like just even Australia too. Like that shit is like almost white, and then the Aboriginals
Yeah.
are not.
Well, if the Spanish found them, they would just be mixed people.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean that's the thing. Like
Like you know what it is about the British too. Like they don't even try to intermingle with the people they rule.
yeah,
Like
that's the fucking
that's why
thing right
South
there.
Africa and Rhodesia failed. You had
Yeah.
like a
That's not how it
10%
shit
white
works.
population rule the rest, and the white people didn't even try to intermix with them or have kids with them. They were just like,
Yeah.
nope.
Like look at their fucking DNA. Look at white Americans' DNA. They're like most of them are like 98, 100% European. Like they didn't. That's not common in Latin America. Like our Spanish ancestors mixed with all them people.
Yes.
Shit. It was just mad racist. I don't know. I left a comment on Chivo's old channel. He blocked me immediately. Like I said, like wasn't Trujillo's grandmother Haitian? He said, yeah, she was 100% French. So I don't know about that.
Bro, Andy kicked me off a stream because I was like, Andy, my brother, it is your brother from the Congo. You have to return to the tribe. He's like, man, get the fuck out of here. I ain't no N-word, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, my brother, we need you to rule the tribe back in the Congo. He's just an asshole, bro. Like, he has no time for
Dude acts
humanity.
like a little ass kid too, man. So childish. Like what, 30 something? He's still like, how much could you expect from him though? Like he's a fucking gangbanger. This is like the best time period of his life, getting all this attention and shit. Yeah.
Now, how do you identify as mestizo?
Me, yeah, definitely. Like, man, I got three mestizo Ecuadorian grandparents, man. So yeah, I feel mestizo, man. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know, like, I mean, I like. Like I did make some videos earlier on, like calling myself mestizo and shit. I mean, that's just my genetics, you know. But I don't feel no different from no cholo ecuatoriano, you know. Like I don't feel no different from. We all from this. I mean, we got the same roots, man. We got the same history, man. I just came
We
out.
all believe in Crystal Ray.
Yeah.
What about the rest of it? What do y'all identify?
Yeah.
I guess I'll call myself like mestizo, like like my grandma's a black Cuban, so like I just like I guess I don't know, like so some people would say that's mulatto, but I'm just like no, I just call myself mestizo.
I mean, it does just mean mix at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. It generally just means mixed.
Yeah. What about you? Put a bitch, I do.
See, I identify as indigenous. That's what's up, bro.
Yeah, that's cool.
I ain't like that, you know.
So you trying to learn your language now?
Yeah, I'm trying to learn my language from my grandpa, who is still alive.
That's cool. Like my grandpa speaks a little bit of Quechua and shit, because I mean his dad was like close to full Quechua. And he spoke the language fluently. I'd like to, I'd like to learn the language too, but I mean that's a lot of dedication. You
I
know,
speak a little
sometimes I
bit
wish like
of Yabro, which is like basically like Nigerian. Like people speak that shit in Cuba.
Oh, that's cool.
Like
there are some theories that my people came from Peru or like South America at least.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah. I have a friend, man, a musician, underground California rapper from the '90s type shit. His dad's from Michoacan. He would tell me that like back in 2014, like put a bitch, I got connections to Quechua and shit. And I see, I heard it does sound similar to you.
Because like, in 23andMe, it said that I had like, ancestry from Peru, but like none of my family members are from Peru.
Yeah. And my Bolivian friend, she did 23andMe, and she gave me like her account and shit. And she gets a lot of fucking regions. She gets natives from fucking Canada to all over the continent and shit. This shows like how closely related American Indians are. I mean, there was only a few migrations into the continent anyway, so yeah, all American Indians are like basically cousins. In reality, like we all share the same like maternal lines. Like my maternal line, B2B. There's only A, B, C, and D and shit.
Right.
So you did 23andMe? So like, is your paternal line indigenous too?
Nah, sadly, Euro.
Oh, okay. But what about your maternal line? Do you remember it?
It's A2.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's pretty common out here. I mean, shit common all over and shit.
Oh yeah.
But it like his maternal haplogroup.
It's like indigenous, while paternal is like Euro.
That's like fucking R or something.
RP311.
Mine's like I don't even fucking remember. RL51 some shit. But yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, you way different than like some random Chicano who parents and grandparents didn't identify with no native people, and they just take a DNA test.
It makes me unique, I guess, from any other Hispanic in my areas that I have an indigenous last name.
Oh shit, that's cool, man. Do you want to share that or you don't want to?
Yeah, it's in my name right now, Pawamba.
Oh, I knew that was it. Well, yeah, that shit did look Quechua, man. I thought you were fucking Peruvian when you first started to hop on.
Nah, see, bro, that's my actual name.
That's how do you pronounce it?
Pawamba.
That's cool. Yeah, that shit does look like Quechua, man. Yeah, I don't. Maybe there's a connection. I don't know. But y'all had a cool, pretty impressive empire yourself and shit.
Yeah,
that's like
it's just that many don't know.
People just focus on the Aztec and shit, but I mean, your shit was popping too at the same time.
But which one is he?
Put a bitch on my Tarascan, right? Tarascan Empire. There.
That's what the Spanish called us.
What do you call it in?
We call ourselves Puerpecha.
Yep.
Because that's in our language,
Yeah. That's
So
what's
you
up.
say you're from Mexico, or
Like I was born in the USA, but like my parents are from Mexico. They illegally immigrated here.
oh,
That's fine, bro.
Yeah, that's fine. That's just how it is,
That's how get out you live, man. Shit.
gotta
That's
do what
why
you got.
I had cousins get deported and shit. I had cousins get deported. Like I had uncles get deported too and shit. Great uncles. I mean, that shit must be crazy, though. Yeah, but that's cool, man. Yeah, that's way different than from people like. Yeah, I think OG was just talking to that other dude, but I mean, like it's different, though. Man. My still respect to you, Guatemalteco, Boricua, but yeah, man. Yeah, but that's when you grow up with the culture and like got the fucking indigenous last name and all that shit. So
Right.
that's different.
Sweet.
So you learned it from your grandpa, man.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I was gonna say like I wish like a lot of Latin America like followed like the shit that they did in Paraguay. Like they speak Guarani and Spanish.
Yeah,
That
that's
would have been
weird,
cool.
aren't most of them like
Yeah.
white?
Yeah, they're like Euro mestizo and shit. And they speak an indigenous language, man. I
That's
think
weird. That's
that would have been cool if like all of our countries did some shit like that.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we should. I feel like more of us should be concerned with like preserving indigenous languages too, because I mean, like those numbers are dying hard. And shit.
The
I guess
problem
we got
is
a lot of fucking language.
all those
Language
cultural
speakers.
movements for natives are hijacked by
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Fucking Addison and shit.
I guess the only movement for indigenous people that isn't like gay is like the Zapatistas.
Yeah,
And they're led by like a mestizo dude.
yeah, with fucking
Yeah.
green eyes and shit.
Yeah, I heard he's half Italian.
That's crazy.
He be putting jalapenos in his pasta and shit.
But at the very least, and there's like indigenous villages that are defending themselves from the cartels. It's pretty
Yeah,
crazy.
man, that shit's crazy. I've read like on Native Faces. He uploaded a clip of
Yeah,
an article, man. Like 12 indigenous musicians in Mexico got gunned down by cartels or some shit.
yeah, because when my mom was growing up, when my parents growing up, Chirano was like a very dangerous place. Like it was very dangerous. People dying on the streets, and the cartels and the government were cutting down our trees, which is sacred to us. But like after like 2011, we kicked out the government and the cartels, and now we just are on our own, defending ourselves. We really don't care about Mexican politics, all that. We just do our own thing.
I got a question. Do indigenous people have like a certain dietary trait? Because like I realize like when indigenous Hispanic people come to America, like the food like makes them fat like pretty easy.
Facts, bro.
Like have you noticed that? Like
actually, if you know about it, if you could tell me, bro, because I need to know.
I mean, that makes sense, man. Indigenous diet in Latin America is like really like fucking corn based. I mean, I guess it depends on your region, but still they eat like real natural and shit.
That's why a lot
Way
of us
different than American diet.
be getting fat and shit.
That's why you always have that one fat little Mexican kid.
Yeah.
Or
like my
Mexican kid.
my Navajo friend, she's like morbidly obese, man. All love, but I mean, like her whole family's like that. Like you gotta really like that's the difference, like between like U.S. natives and Canadian natives and Latin American natives. Latin American natives eat like a straight up indigenous diet, and USA and Canada they eat a fry bread and shit. So they, yeah, I mean, like, and of course when people migrate from Latin America to USA, they eat that same shitty ass diet, basic American shit. So
the fry bread be slapping though.
Yeah,
that's why I've been.
I don't blame them.
I've been trying to look into that too, cause like I like for my diet and like
man, decolonize your diet, dude. That's it. Is eat fucking traditional Mexican shit.
And my hair too. I've been trying to figure out what to do with my hair, cause like my hair is like long and stuff, and I don't really know what to do with it.
But sometimes the ingredients to make those foods are like not in the USA.
Yeah,
Facts.
that's true.
Everything got chemicals in it and shit.
Like being in South Florida, we got like a lot of fucking Latin American. I mean, from South Florida, like we got a lot of Latin American grocery stores and shit.
Yeah, but
So,
like when
we
you're in
got
a
a lot
place
of
like
influence.
Michigan,
Yeah,
it's not that
Michigan, man.
much.
I don't imagine there's not a lot.
If I go to Chicago, then that's different because there's
Yeah,
But like
there
my
ain't a
parents
lot of
don't want to go
Mexicans
to.
out there.
Yeah, there's a lot. But my parents don't want to go to Chicago every time they want to get ingredients for food.
Yeah, I feel you, man. Yeah, no, too much. How close is Michigan to Chicago?
It's pretty close. It's like hours.
Oh,
I say like around 3 hours, 4 hours.
You guys have a lot of Somalian people in Michigan, right? It's not like black people, like African Americans. It's like
got a lot of
Somali.
Arabs and shit too.
Yeah, we have a lot of Arabs and Somalian people.
What the fuck brings them to Michigan?
I don't know. We
It's
also have
cold.
a lot of Burmese people too.
Ain't it like snowing right now? What's it like there right now?
It's snowing. Yeah, it is snowing right
Oh
now.
yeah, they
Yeah,
be
I don't know.
It just got done snowing in New York.
Like how you go from Michoacan to fucking damn near the Arctic and shit.
See, I guess it sounds similar,
Yeah, Michigan, Michoacan.
they just went somewhere that sounded familiar.
Yeah. Dang. So you from New York, Kuan?
Yeah, I'm from New York. I'm not like my dad isn't part of like the original diaspora. He only got here in like 1998. Like,
Oh, right. What about your mom?
my mom's actually a Greek woman from Kuwait.
Oh, that's cool, dude. That's cool.
I'm Greco
Oh, yo, you
Hispanic.
Cuban and Greek. You like fucking Stitches and shit. He's Cuban and Greek too.
Oh
Yo,
nah,
Nah,
he's gay.
Stitches, Cuban and Greek, dude. That's you.
Yeah, that's the dude that be putting thumbs in people's butts and shit.
what?
Nah.
Yeah, bro.
Stitches, man, the rapper from Miami. I don't know about him. I mean, I don't know what he's been up to now, but that's
He be
that
getting
kinfolk,
out.
dude.
He be getting knocked out all the time.
Yeah,
Yes.
the game's manager knocked him out.
That's your family, man. Greek and Cuban.
Nah, he ain't my family. He's from Athens. That's why he be acting gay.
Oh, Athens.
Athens.
What about so your Cuban dad came in the 90s?
Yeah, we don't have any beef with Castro.
Oh, I won't know shit. Y'all stayed. So my grandpa left like immediately. He came at 17 in 1960 with his three younger brothers. His parents stayed back.
Mm-hmm.
He had to raise them shit. And the fucking went to the Freedom Tower, all that. And he lost his three fingers in Cuba. Like I don't know, we were like looking at some shop and shit. He lost his finger. He had to raise his three little brothers alone, 17, 1960, Miami. He's like OG, like that's like the original. Yeah. Have you been to Cuba?
No, I plan to go soon though.
You got family out there still, right? Oh, shit.
Yeah, I got my black grandma.
Do you talk to them at least? Fucking WhatsApp and shit?
It's hard to. Like
Why?
Cuba really don't be having like iPhones and all that shit. So like we do it by letter.
We got those old ass cars and shit too.
Yeah.
Nah, I'd like to go out there someday though.
I gotta pay my respects to Fidel. Gotta put some flowers on the tomb.
Yeah, how does your dad feel about Fidel, man? I never really asked my grandpa. I don't even know. I don't know shit about Cubans, man, for real.
My dad was also like a Latin king and like.
Oh shit! I might have known Chivo then.
Chivo was a Latin king.
Yeah, man, Chivo was a Latin king. Yeah.
Damn, well he be acting like a bitch now.
Yeah, look at fucking radical
there's
Latino
black
videos.
Hispanic Latin kings. How can he be like that?
Yeah, is that how you get down or something like?
I don't think Latin kings racist. I don't think that's the
No,
thing.
they're
I think
not. Like
Chivo's
if you're
just fucking
Hispanic, you're
oddball.
Hispanic. You ever seen the pictures of like the blonde Latin king with green eyes and the black dude throwing up the sign?
She was a clown, man. You should make your dad do a review on Chivo or some shit.
Facts. My dad my dad
So he was a
lives
Lion
out
King.
in LA now.
In LA?
Yeah.
How the fuck you get out there? Huh?
He married a Mexican woman.
Oh, yeah.
And I have like 3 Mexican half brothers.
Oh, that's and you stayed in New York with your mom. So you speak Greek? You speak Greek too?
No, I don't speak Greek, but like I grew up in
Speak
both churches.
Spanish?
I speak a little bit.
Oh,
I'm trying to learn too.
that's what's up. So you
I
trying to
I
learn
know
Greek
I
too?
know more Latin than Spanish because fucking my that's what I learned in fucking in school.
Dang, that's what's up, though. That's crazy.
Yeah, like
So
I grew up in both churches. That shit was kind of annoying growing up, but like I'm grateful for it now. We also practice a little bit of Santeria, but you know that's another story.
oh shit, for real. I mean, you
Yeah,
got a
you
black
know
grandma. That
Agun.
makes sense.
You know my boy Agun and Baba Abuele.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what's up, bro. That's cool. Yeah, how y'all feel about? I mean, I'm sure all y'all heard about those fucking African Americans claim they're Aboriginal and shit.
What?
Like,
We was
you know what?
natives and shit.
Bro, those people, like, I don't know how, like, with fucking Santeria, fucking voodoo, fucking all this African culture out of the New World, these motherfuckers, like, they have the nerve to say slave trading happened. Like,
The Olmecs were black.
they fucking crazy.
I
I mean,
think
I never encountered those people in real life, though, but,
Me neither.
I've met the black Israelites in real life.
well, you in New York, bro. How the fuck you
Yeah,
not
bro,
going
they're
to? It's like
funny.
right on
They're
the corner and shit.
I went to
Yeah.
downtown. I see them sometimes.
How do they
That's
feel about
right.
you, bro? You talk to them?
I just walked
You
by. I
interact
didn't
with them?
say anything.
Oh, man. Well, what about you, Cubano? You talk to them?
Yeah, I actually got a picture like with them. Like we were all like throwing up like signs and shit. Like it's
That's
retarded.
I mean, I'm not too offended by them as I am with like the African Americans claiming native and shit.
Yeah,
I mean,
they just roast people. They'll call you like straight up faggot and shit. Like they're funny.
yeah, they funny with it. They funny with it. They good. Yeah, I don't give a fuck too much about that. Like
You ever seen
Israelites,
the one
whatever.
where he's like the Holocaust is a joke and he's like, don't say that, man. He's
Yeah,
like,
man.
cry, white boy, cry.
And he's so
Yeah, man, that motherfucker's funny, man. Yeah, I saw that one.
That's funny.
Yeah, they funny.
Man,
They be coping, he said. For what? Some guy in the chat.
You should connect with the Rancho crew more. Okay. Dude, hop on, Luis. You've been on this live the entire time. You hop on. You've been here 4 hours and a half sitting there.
Who's talking this hot shit?
Luis Miguel, man.
You should join in.
That would mean salsa.
Yeah. Yeah, that's facts, Daniel. Yeah.
Bro,
I
y'all
don't know.
talking in the chat and join in here, bro.
I know. Got 2 spaces open, man, but
Yo, you know what I noticed? When I was in high school, I did wrestling, and like all the lightweight wrestlers were like these really like stocky, like indigenous, like El Salvadorian kids, bro.
yeah.
Like, bro, Mexican people in like combat sports, bro. Like they really be putting in that work.
That's cool. I don't know, man. I remember like I used to go see horse racing and shit. They'd always have these little indigenous Mexican dudes like on the horse.
Oh, the
Like the
jockeys?
shortest
Yeah.
and yeah. They love them motherfuckers for that. Like, they short as fuck and they skinny. Like that's
Horse
perfect.
racing is big in this area, bro. So like, my boy Jose, his dad is a jockey.
Then
He married like a tall white woman. It's kind of funny.
oh man.
Yeah.
Can't make no jockey children that way. Killing the bloodline.
Yo, Tupac facts. Yeah, that's crazy.
Imagine the power you would go, man. Yeah, that's funny as fuck. That ass. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck people just be.
Cause it's two different like backgrounds. Like you got someone who's been sheltered and someone who's been through shit, and it's like
Yeah.
it breaks
I
down.
mean, how fucking sheltered you gotta be fucking crying over. Yeah, you're right. That's funny.
For real.
Or maybe not even that, but just like maybe been through so much that shit, like you just can't even take
Yeah,
no more.
but I don't know how like getting offended by. I mean, I understand the Holocaust is bad. Like I'm from South Florida. There's plenty of Ashkenazis out there with their fucking numbers tatted on their arms and shit. I've seen that.
People
But
be that's all fake. stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't get that shit.
I don't know. Man. They've been milking that shit for like what 84 years now. Like
Yeah, I mean, but that's like, I mean, I don't believe that it's fake. I mean, just to cry over it, like, come on, now, dude. You didn't go through
I
that.
don't believe it's fake either, but I do believe it's blown out of proportion.
Yeah,
I can't speak for anything that I wasn't there for. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
but
like
the same thing with like when people say black natives, like I'm not saying that they all were that's but I wasn't there and they were definitely darker.
Yeah. I mean, like my baby sister's dad, he's fucking Garifu now, man. They're Afro-Indigenous people. They're from Caribbean and shit. There's plenty of, I mean, natives and Africans been mixed in since Africans got here. So, I don't know. There are Peruvian dudes in Kentucky or racehorses. Yeah, they love exploiting them, man. I mean, I'm sure they get good money though, so that shit gotta pay. I don't know.
Why are you?
Well, Daniel, going on, Jonathan. I mean, I guess my Daniel's view on Garifuna are that, well, they still speak an indigenous language, so he sees them as indigenous. They still practice their culture. I mean, they're mostly African genetically, but I mean, they're the only fluent speakers of an indigenous Caribbean language. That's something significant, you know. I mean, yeah, they mixed it. I don't even. I didn't even talk about the topic on this live, but that's fine. I don't know.
Mestizos,
Yeah,
non-indigenous shit.
yeah. I mean, like I understood the dude's comment. Like, sure, like us mixed people from the New World, like we originated here, like we didn't
Yeah,
exist in the old world and shit. But I don't think that makes us indigenous people. Like you can't compare like 500 years of an existence to like over 20K years of a culture that they're carrying on. Like that's a huge difference.
yeah, like that one dude native usually said like something like fucked up because like someone said like he's not like he's like natives are all into naturalism and he's like you're gay. He's like how natural can you be? And he's like you're mestizo, you're not even like a natural creation. I'm like oh that's fucked up.
That's pretty fucked up, bro.
Like that's
funny,
racist.
That would cut
Yeah.
deep, bro. That would cut deep.
Yeah, that would hurt, man. Well, yeah, I mean, they do need it put like clearly to them like that sometimes, man, because I don't know. I don't like indigenous unity, but I mean, I mean, we come from colonialism, man.
Is there anything
American Indians been here way before that.
besides being gay and shit?
That I don't like. I just don't like that. I mean, that dude's he's just too liberal, man. I don't get down with those people like
Yeah,
that.
like a native would like a real like ancient like South American native would not act like that.
No.
With his long nails and all that painted, acting feminine, like no, that's
I know,
not
like even if he wants to claim Two Spirit, like none of them did that shit. None of them dressed up like that. None of them.
That was more north.
Yeah.
Like,
Wait, who try to hop on? Man?
But
Try to hop on again. Yeah.
I'm more on the liberal side of things too, but I can speak to.
And I just don't like that whole cancel culture shit, and they just be just getting offended over any little shit.
Oh yeah, shit. You'd be canceling anybody.
Bro, I got indigenous dude to cancel me hard, man. I'd love to get that dude on my live, bro.
What did he cancel you for?
I mean, I got ripped off. I got scammed, man. Like this, I was trying to hook up this kid, man, shoe shiner, and like, I figured like I'm gonna hook him up. Motherfucker's gonna ask for like 25 cents. I'm gonna give him like $12 in my pocket. This fucking like I don't know, like his uncle or some shit comes up. It's like I'll be $20. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? So I mean, I was in the heat of the moment, man. I mean, like, and I made a caption and shit going in on his brother. I mean, his brother's soft as fuck. Like he's just giving up his brother. Like, oh, there he is.
Luis is here.
Shit, but yeah, but what's up, Luis?
What's up, bro?
You've been on here for like 5 hours. You finally hopped on.
Yeah, bro.
Bro was
That's cool.
He was getting prepared and shit.
Are you the one who got fucking OG on or whatever?
Yeah, and I also came to like add one of my boys.
Oh, who is it?
Chichi.
Oh, Chi-Chi. Dude lasted like a few seconds, man. My shit cut off.
Yeah, because your shit cut off, bro.
Wait, Luis, what do you like? What are you? What do you identify?
I'm a mestizo, bro.
Where
From
you
where?
from?
Mexican American from the Northeast.
From where? Oh,
From the
Northeast.
Northeast. Yeah.
You just gotta keep asking from where.
Yo, Luis, how you do?
What?
How you do,
What's up?
bro? Where you from? I didn't hear you because my phone was
Yeah, what
glitching.
state? I don't even know where the Northeast is. That's like
For real.
New
the
York,
fuck is
bro.
in the state? Oh, New York. I
Oh,
said
New
New York.
York.
Yeah. A lot of
Oh,
like
cool,
indigenous
bro.
Mexicans live here.
I was
What
just about to
part? What
bring
part of
that
New
up.
York
Like
you
a
at?
lot of the Mexicans in New York are from like the South and not like the North.
There's a lot of fucking indigenous Ecuadorians in New York too and shit.
A
There's
lot
like
of indigenous
Yeah.
El Salvadorians too.
Peruvians and shit. I saw a fucking Guatemalan girl when I was in New York, like in the fucking traditional attire on the bus, breastfeeding her kid. I'm like, damn, that shit cute, man. Now with like the kid on the back and the fucking rap shit,
You see
like
all
she did
types of
not
people in
fucking
New York.
assimilate for shit.
Good for her.
That's
She
respect, though. Yeah,
out
that's
there
respect.
raising the kids.
Yeah,
Wait, you said there was what in the back?
you know how fucking indigenous. I don't know, like indigenous women be like carrying the baby on the back and like that rap shit. She doing that like on the bus in like that traditional Guatemalan attire and shit.
That's beautiful, man.
Yeah, that was nice. I want to take a. I don't know why the fuck I didn't take a picture, man. I didn't want to be weird and shit, but like,
She just
nah, it
looks
was
up.
nice.
She's like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah,
Yo,
man.
he's
I mean,
like
some people just gotta.
he's tearing up, enjoying the moment, and it's like,
The
he's like,
fuck
what
you
the
doing?
fuck you doing?
Yeah,
She just looks up, sees this man crying, and taking a picture of him. For real.
man, that was beautiful, man. And some fucking bus in New York, man.
Nah, that's great.
Straight up
You
Guatemala,
usually
man.
don't hear those words together, beautiful, in a bus in New York.
I know, man. That she
You
made the
gotta look
bus, man.
at the little things in life is just
Yeah,
take for granted, but that shit could be beautiful. You know?
yeah, that's
Oh,
beautiful, man. Some
cracking,
trashy ass bus.
pee on the floor.
Crackhead
Rat
in the
shit.
back.
Yeah, you're right.
I love the game. Love the
What part of Mexico your parents from, Luis?
Michoacan and Guanajuato.
Yo, you from
Oh
Michoacan?
shit.
She.
My mom.
Oh, what part? Like what? Pueblo.
Nahuatzan. Some shit like that.
Yeah, I've been there. Only for a bit though. Didn't stay that long.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
about you? What part of Michoacan your parents from?
Is it mine?
Yeah.
Same place, bro. Chinan. All my family's from Chinan.
Oh shit.
All sides, and their sides too.
The Braves in New York. Yeah, I saw that shit too when I was in New York. Like, my grandfather was the first Ecuadorian to buy fucking property in that area. It's like it's part of Queens and shit. And it's like all Ecuadorian now. Like, he was like the OG, the first one to go there at 62. That shit.
Yo, that's facts.
I saw this
The Ecuadorian.
little fucking kid playing with his braid and shit, playing basketball. Yeah, they keep their culture. Like, indigenous Latin America, they fucking keep that shit when they in USA. I don't give a fuck.
The Ecuadorian population has been like booming in New York, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm second gen, like, Ecuadorian
Bro, I got
American.
one of
Grandparents
those
all came to the States.
Ecuadorian spiritual cleanses in New York.
You saw that shit too?
Yeah, and she's like, "You want to go?" I'm like, "I suppose."
Yeah, I suppose.
So you do that Santeria shit?
Yeah, it's you know what it is though. To me,
Yeah.
it's more like just African Catholicism.
How do you feel about, like, does your family practice it? Or like,
Yeah, like like you go to church on Sunday and then
yeah,
you do some Santeria shit when you get home.
that's
But at the
cool,
end of the
man.
day, it's still like dedicated to God. Like you just
Yeah,
call the saints by different names.
yeah. Is
Like
it
San
similar to
Lazaro
like
is
Haitian voodoo?
Haitian voodoo, but Haitian voodoo is like just straight up like some evil shit. There ain't no saints involved. Like they don't even bring up Jesus Christ.
Oh man, people really believe in that shit in Florida, man. I don't know, but I mean, I've heard a bunch of
I
stories.
heard I heard
I
they're
heard
fake.
so many fucking stories. I don't know. But they
the
do be
Haitians,
sacrificing chickens and shit. They don't fucking play with that.
the Haitians believe in the voodoo shit.
Yeah.
I don't
The
fuck with that
Voodoo
shit, to be
Boys.
honest.
The
If someone
Voodoo
says
Boys.
they do voodoo, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna fuck with you.
That's why they're
People scared
either
of that shit
straight
on
up.
Twitter.
That's why they're either straight up doo doo.
I mean, I won't deny that. Really, it's really bad.
I mean, it is. I mean, shot from South Florida. I know, so, like my middle school, like it had a bunch of kids, Haitian kids from Pompano, like the same fucking projects as Kodak and shit. So I knew a lot of them motherfuckers, and I don't got no problems with Haitians at all. I'm not on that. But I mean,
All right, Andy.
so I don't know. They're cool people, man. But I mean, yeah, their country's fucked. I mean, I don't think the country
I
there
like
gonna
I like the people of the Caribbean, like Trinidad and Tobago and shit, Aruba, like all that shit. They
The
good
Haitian
people.
immigrants pretty fucking humble. They're cool people.
Facts. Especially my Jamaicans, bro.
Yeah.
I mess with Jamaicans, bro.
You don't?
No, I do.
Oh, that racist shit or like hating somebody because of their nationality. I don't get that shit, man. Everybody's a fucking individual, man. You should judge people on an individual level, not like dudes from here, this dude's whatever the fuck race. That shit's ignorant. Oh,
Yeah,
I ain't on that Chivo shit.
like bro, like it's just like it's just ridiculous. Like people need to do better things with their time.
Right.
Yeah. So are you smoking a Chivo, Cubano?
Oh, of course.
Like how many times?
At least 3 or 4.
Y'all get along?
No, we usually like get along for like 5 minutes and then we just end up arguing and then I just like fuck around. I'm like, admit you're black, Andy. Just do it.
Dang, poor Andy. That dude definitely got some mental problems.
I always make like alt accounts just to piss him off. He always like bans them like in fucking like 2 hours.
Oh man.
Like he's like the Dominican Uncle Ruckus.
I'll give him respect because at least he moved back to the Dominican Republic because, like, he's like, I'm a Dominican nationalist, and he actually moved back. So, like,
being Dominican.
Like, what the like, bro? Like, even like the most right wing group, which is like Order of the Dominicans or something like that. I don't know the exact words for it. Like, they got black ass members too. Is he gonna tell them they're not real Dominicans? Like, these are Dominican
crypto Haitian.
I mean, he
like,
said it, bro.
Their eyes and say that.
Yeah, you Haitian. He's gonna say you Haitian then. Yeah, I don't know. Like he sounds like he thinks that all black Dominicans are Haitians or some shit.
Yeah, like, bro, would he not consider Big Papi like Dominican, like the hero of the Dominican Republic?
Nah. I've heard somebody. I saw somebody on his live say that Sammy Sosa wasn't Dominican.
Oh
like,
my!
Is there anything
goodness.
behind that? Like, I don't know these dudes' entire genealogy, but
bro, he was born in the Dominican Republic.
But I talked. Well, I mean, I commented on Chivo's video once, asking him like, you think like because like there's like 11 million descendants of Haitians in Dominican Republic. You think they all got to go? Like even if it's like a great grandparent from Haiti, it's like all of them got to go. Like
exactly. Yeah, they'll take it that
insane.
far as like it doesn't matter if you're born in the Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
Like,
bro, Andy,
your grandma's Haitian, so you're not really Dominican.
Andy wants to form like this like like the fucking Dominican SS, bro. They're gonna go house to house looking for Haitians and checking
yo.
DNA.
Yo,
No.
you ever seen that recent stream when Chivo threw Dominican Renaissance under the bus?
Is that what he said? He's a black man living in a white man's body.
No, it was like this black guy came in and she was like, the black guy said like Dominican Renaissance looks like the average Dominican, and Chivo got pissed off and says like, no, the average Dominican does not look like Dominican Renaissance. Like
that's really mean, bro. Like I feel bad.
Yeah.
That's mean, man. Yeah.
But they do though. He does look like the average Dominican. They don't look like Andy. They don't look.
I'll just be calling him Dominican restaurant because he's kind of a bitch too. Like,
no, he is. He's like laying too.
He's not stupid. He's just very like misguided and misled.
Very, very misguided.
I don't know. I can't trust nobody who was good friends with Chivo like that. I don't know. Gotta be something wrong when you fuck with Chivo that much.
I mean, to my defense, like some of us were like Chivo fans before we discovered like OG Rancho.
I mean, Chivo's entertaining, but I mean, like, if you actually like
Well, I
buy
saw
into
some
his
of his
shit,
older videos. Like
yeah.
he used to not be as crazy.
Yeah.
So
Like
what
you saw
happened to
that? I saw that video where he went viral. Where he went on. That's the one I first saw him like a few months before I knew he was on. Like this dude is fucking insane. Like who has that much energy inside of him over some fucking trivial ass stupid
I didn't
topic?
know
Like,
I didn't know about him like that. Like I was never a fan of him. I found out about him
yeah,
because of the stuff that was going on.
the
I forgot.
riots?
Yeah, the riots. Yeah, and it was like Dominicans protecting the whatever and against rioters. And then I saw his video pop up in the feed in like the recommended, and he was just screaming in his car about killing all black people and stuff like that.
Whoa!
yeah,
Imagine,
yeah.
imagine someone walks past them and he's like, "What the fuck?"
Fucking spitting on his camera, screaming at the top of his lungs. Dude's fucking
And then,
insane.
like months later, I find out about Dominican Renaissance because I'm looking up Dominican
I
culture.
knew who he was
Yeah,
for a while.
he seems way
Yeah,
more chill though.
He went on this man named Zero what's his name? He's from Peru. He's like a Peruvian fascist, but he has a podcast where he would
I think
invite
Rancho was talking about him.
Zero Schizo. Shizo?
Yeah, that dude. Yeah,
Yeah,
Rancho was talking
he's
about him.
great, bro. He probably is one of the best channels out there,
I'll
honestly. Like
check him out.
I was a fan of him
what's it
like
called?
even
What's
as Zero.
Yeah, type that shit down.
I can't. I'm on my phone. I would like disconnect
Oh,
from the
okay,
live
somebody typed
feed.
it down.
somebody did it? But yeah, so I
Yeah,
found out about him a couple months, Andy a couple months ago, then Dominican Renaissance because I was looking up Dominican stuff, and then you, and then I was like, I just didn't know y'all knew each. It's cool that we have like a
oh,
Hispanic like sub,
yeah,
culture on YouTube and stuff.
And, like
yeah. That's cool, man. Yeah.
honestly, the worst stream like like for Hispanics is what's that girl's name? Nita or something.
Oh,
She always has
Ex
like these,
Tina,
yeah,
ex
she has
Tina.
like these 8 hour live streams like like the state of the Hispanic community, and all it is like just fucking like nonsense, bro. Like it's just all these like liberal Hispanics and like
dude, I can't get it. They're so fucking annoying, man. These like super liberal
bro. If you seen that
American
shit, there's this
Latinos, man.
woman named
It's too
Paula
fucking most.
who's like a
Yeah,
black who's an, she identifies as Afro Latinx. She's married to a woman and has a baby. And like the scariest thing
dude,
is
they're
that
so fucking weird.
this bitch is a school teacher. Like she shouldn't be anywhere like near like allowed near them children.
I mean,
And
like their movement's like too fucking racist. Huh?
I'm glad I don't gotta keep watching the Latino BuzzFeed to
Dude, I
get my.
fucking hate that shit. People like block the fuck out of me. They block me on like all
I
my
was
accounts. I don't even be saying shit that I don't say nothing that offensive, but like I was replying one day and I'm like, dang, nobody's replying to my fucking comments. What the fuck's going on? I go on my other account, like none of my comments are there. They
damn.
block the fuck. I don't know, man. They soft. I don't like any of those people. I don't like Me Too, pero like old one Flama, but that shit died like
Yo,
3 years ago.
Flama with Joanna.
Yeah, like I mean
I
they
just
were
hate.
little. I
You know
mean,
she's a Jewish Venezuelan lady.
yeah, yeah.
Yo, she's still bad though.
I like that one. I like that one Cuban lady. I don't remember which one she was on. That fucking
That
the
channel
original
used to
Cuban
be
lady.
good,
That
and
she
then they
funny.
got gay as fuck.
Yeah, I don't like
It's
Pero
just
like
such.
at all.
It's like such disingenuous, like watered down content, and it's like not even for us. It's for other
Yeah,
people to enjoy.
yeah,
Not,
definitely. It's just like yeah, like I'll see a lot of the comments like just African Americans, white Americans, other fucking non-Latinos and shit.
Being
I'm
like,
like, why y'all so
wow,
interested, dude? Why?
yeah,
I don't
they're
get
like,
it.
wow, so insightful.
Like who do I? Like
I
I don't
hate them
fucking
people.
watch Asian American channels. I don't give a fuck what y'all doing. I don't care. Like I don't know why people are so obsessed with Latinos and shit. And then they like got the nerve. Like one thing like I do like she will just upload a video like Black Americans can't speak for Hispanics. This dude like saying like you wouldn't be seen as white anywhere else besides the Dominican Republic. But I mean yeah, whatever the fuck. I don't like when white Americans or Black Americans or whatever the fuck else want to speak for Hispanics. Like y'all don't even never been to any of our countries. barely even knows. I seen this one girl trying to speak to her
No.
Spanish. She was
They'll
like
be
from
like,
some state with no Hispanics at all. Like I don't fucking get that shit.
they'll be like, I've been to Mexico. I've been to Cancun.
Like they fucking love just fucking putting their input on our fucking topics and shit.
It's rough because it's like we get stuff from the left, the right, black, white,
Yeah,
indigenous,
yeah,
Spanish,
definitely.
everywhere, everything. Like it's crazy.
That's fact.
And they hate like real South American like leftists, like the left Latinos in America. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah. And they too extreme, man. I don't know.
They're just bitches, bro. Like they
Like I don't know why they still
listen,
crying about
there's no
colonialism and
need to be
shit, bro.
politically like correct with them, bro. These people are
Yeah,
just bitches.
yeah,
They're college students. They don't even work a manual labor job. They're
yeah,
pencil pushing like bitches, bro.
Yeah, bro, and
yeah.
they can't understand like the sense of humor that Hispanics have, bro.
Yeah,
I
bro.
know. Like they get offended over every little shit, dude. I'm like,
That's not
Triggered
what
over
real
It's
that's not what
kind
real
of annoying,
Hispanics do, bro. Like I went to
yeah,
trade school. I said fuck that college, and most of my class was like Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. That shit was funny as hell. But like if I went to college, I just would have been with a bunch of white people that would be like, "Did you just insult that man?" I'm like, "Yeah, we call him gordito because he's fat." Like
yeah,
I'm not fat shaming him. He's just a fat bastard. Like they
yeah.
wouldn't understand things like that.
That whole fat shaming
Like
thing, man.
calling
They too
someone like
fucking
Flacco,
soft.
they would be like, why are you calling him based on his weight? I'm like, because that's what we do.
Yeah,
I think everything needs a balance. It can't be chaos, but it can't be just like you need to go through something in order to be strong.
Yeah, we
yeah,
come from like a roasting culture. Like that's just what it is. Like
well, yeah.
we always got something to say, and it's usually pretty funny.
Yeah, like you need to get your ass beat sometimes to be
That's
You're
tough.
a
not lying.
fact.
You're not lying.
Yeah.
I'm willing to do it for them. I'll beat them up for free.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nah, I can't handle that, man. Can't handle a fucking post on fucking Instagram. They gonna be handling.
But yeah, everything's a balance. Like I could take from you guys, I could take from whatever that guy, the fruity native guy.
Yeah,
Just mix it all together and stuff. I don't like everything so divided.
for sure. Yeah.
Well, where you guys stand like politically and all that? Like you guys really ain't into that. Y'all just trying to save
Yeah.
the
I'm
culture.
not
I would
really
say
into it.
I'm more liberal and like lefted, like stuff like that. But I also don't buy into like I could tell when something's fake and it's not for black people or it's not for indigenous people or Hispanic. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I consider myself like a left wing nationalist. Like economically, I'm pretty left, but like I'm not like a little bitch. Like I'm not like an intersectionality, like feminism and all that bullshit. Like culturally, I'm like pretty right, but like economically, I'm pretty left.
yeah. I'm like I could buy into that stuff, but I know when it's like artificial. And it's not coming from the people who are the forefront of it. Like it's not coming from indigenous or black people. It's coming from higher ups that want money or attention or something like that, you know. So I could see through that and just I don't mess with some of the stuff, but that's where I lie.
For sure, dude.
Indigenous podcast channel.
I should get him on here, man. I'm sure he'd be willing to hop on. I don't know if he'd like it though.
You should get one of those like those
Yeah,
liberal indigenous people on.
he's kind of like that. Yeah, he's like one of those mestizos who took a DNA test and now they're Indians and that's they embracing that hard as fuck. And yeah, he's like that. He's less like I don't know, he ain't extreme as like indigenous. He wouldn't even know. But
get radical Latino here, bro.
isn't he half Ecuadorian?
Yeah.
He's white, bro. He
Like,
can grow a full beard. He told me.
has anybody ever seen that dude?
No, but I picture he looks like Gabriel Iglesias.
he has pictures of like his body like on Instagram.
That sounds sus.
Wait,
Yeah,
I know,
wait, is he like left or right or?
I
super
think he was
left.
left. Yeah.
But I will
Well,
give him credit. He doesn't like really believe in like the terms like Latinx and all that, from what I gathered from him.
I don't know
Um,
who the fuck's really rocking with that Latinx shit though. Like,
I'm
Bro,
not
that's
even rocking
fake.
with
That's
Latino in general, like the term, because it's like there's some like Latin people, like actual Latin people and Spanish people, and not everybody is that who is called that. So that's what.
I've noticed
right.
here on the East Coast though, like we call ourselves Spanish. Like
Yeah, on the East Coast
uh,
we call them Spanish and shit. All
yeah, like
Hispanic.
like Cubans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, like we just say we're Spanish. Like it's not like it like you know what I mean. It's weird how
Yeah.
that works though. What East Coast?
Yeah, that's mainly like that's not even like a thing in like South Florida and shit.
Yeah, I was just
That's
about to
like
ask
New
you guys.
York.
You guys don't say like you're
Nah,
Spanish.
nah, it's like Hispanic, Latino and shit, but not
I
like
think it's because we like us island people. We were the first and the last like to be of the Spanish Empire.
yeah, for sure, yeah. I mean
It's
Cuba
like
was a fucking still part of it.
people be like, oh, he's Spanish, and I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, I, I guess, but it's not really how I feel, you know.
Yeah, like I don't get that shit like my fucking yeah, my baby sister's grandma's fucking Garifuna and shit. And her dad was like referring to her as Spanish, like she's just African and Indian, like she don't know European blood at all. And like
I
I'm
think
like,
it's just like we
it's a
like it's
language.
like the language. The language
Yeah,
is the identity in the East Coast.
yeah, for sure.
And then people will say uh American, and then it will be like a white person, and that's like, no, that's a European, not an American.
Uh, you know what, bro? Like ever since I like got on Twitter, like that's what really made me like hate like white people. like they're always on some nut shit, bro. Like I see these
For real.
people.
I need to
How?
start reading these comments, bro, because I'm gonna start really getting on white people, bro. They be saying some crazy stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
I try to stay away from like white liberals and all that.
we
I don't
try
know.
to
I
stay
can't
away
stand them
from
at all.
roasting white people.
Yeah, I love fucking around with them white liberals though, man. Cause
White
like
liberals are the easiest to offend.
I know, but like it's good to be like from like a mixed race speak of respect. I mean, like they'll take anything I say, and like I'm like, yo, that was offensive.
Yo, I
I'm
do the
so
same
sorry,
thing. I
please.
do
That
like
shit's funny, man.
if they try to say I'm racist, I'm like, what you mean? I'm Hispanic. I don't have any institutional power. I thought I can't be racist.
Yo, Camila, hop on. Don't call my dude cringe, man. He's 16, man. Chill on, dude, man. Hop on, Camila.
Why
Hop
you
on.
You gotta
why
share
Where's
you
the link,
Camila friend with?
cringe, bro?
you gotta share the link, bro.
Why you calling me
It's
cringe?
it's it's on it's right there. I mean, this shit's right there.
Background and everything
Somebody
is
pasted
so
this shit.
cringe.
Daniel, can you like copy paste the link? Camila, join,
Yeah,
man.
only
Say it
like
to him, man.
moderators can like post that shit.
Yeah, Daniel's my fucking mod. Daniel, copy paste the link.
What did you say that was so cringe, bro?
Don't be a
I
keyboard
don't
crit.
know.
Come up in here.
I know, man. Dude, 16, man. You gotta fucking chill on, man. That's a fucking kid. Like, where the fuck were you at when you were 16? Fuck. A dude smarter than fuck. I was at 16. Shit, leave him alone, man. Shit. But yeah.
Y'all know about Ramirez? Angel Ramirez.
Yeah, Jordan, that dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He got banned.
he got banned.
Oh, he's back,
Yeah,
But yeah, he
What?
got like a chip. Like he links all his videos to like his website and shit. And no shit going on.
yeah.
but he got a whole website. I think that's dope, actually. Somebody should
It
make
is.
that for like Hispanics.
But
Why you not getting on here for me to hop on, man?
it's a lot of it's
Nothing's gonna
expensive,
happen.
bro.
She don't want the smoke.
She
Wait,
don't.
wait, that's a girl?
Nah, probably not.
Camila Cabello, probably not. I don't know. I don't know how many girls be
It's some
interested in
fat
putting my
dude.
shit.
it's a dude.
Yo, Camila, are you how you get to my channel, Camila?
It's
Who brought
the
you
real
here?
Camila Cabello.
I like your music.
I hate her.
Is that a
That's
musician? I don't
garbage.
know who that is.
No, she's trash. She's actually trash.
So with us, like somebody catfishing
I've
as a
noticed with a lot of
musician,
female singers is that they're just good looking and their music is doo doo.
that's all they gotta do.
Yeah.
That's mostly all pop music is just like watered down super badly.
I mean, Selena's music was kind of nice. Selena fucking whatever her name is, Quintin, whatever. Tejano girl, man. Why you catfishing, Camila?
Bro, you're
I don't know what Camila Cabello is. But how there's 11 people on here? There's like 3 people typing.
Make us mod, bro.
they just like they got this in the
We
back.
gotta say something controversial.
Yes,
We get
somebody
more
talk,
people.
man. Well, which y'all
We
wait? That
gotta
shit's
debate.
creepy, man.
We got to debate.
Yeah, we'll just have a fake debate.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, what's good?
What's good then?
Run it
What's
up.
up?
What's up?
Hey, yo, back up.
Gee.
Yeah. You what were you saying about a website? You said a website is expensive.
No, I'm saying like his website is expensive because he has to like, since he's like uploading like these like hour-long videos,
Oh yeah.
it's not that
That's why he links them all too.
it's not that cheap for the storage.
Yeah.
Not a catfish. Oh, okay. But are you a man or a woman?
I'm a Camila Cabello fan.
I don't know who that is.
Listen, like I know you're not supposed to do this, but like when I see people that like listen to modern pop music and all that, like I'm just like I can't take your political opinion seriously.
I don't even think she has a political opinion. She's just calling my dude cringe, man.
like
Oh, no.
bro, I knew this one girl that like she was debating me in real life in politics. We were at a party. And like I was
Yeah.
like sauce, and I just looked at her. I'm like, "Come on, bro, you have a Billie Eilish shirt on. Like I'm deducting 30 political points from you."
Yo, she bad though. But her music kind of trash. But
Billie Eilish got fat now, bro. Like that bitch need to lose that weight.
I
She's
like
like 17.
him round. Damn.
you like him round. You don't even like him thick. You just like him round.
Oh. But yeah.
Man, I don't think Guatemala wants to be African American, man. Man, I see a lot of people saying this shit. I mean, like, you're from South Florida, like, I mean, it's impossible. Like, if you grew up with around black people, like, some of that shit gonna rub off on you, man. That don't mean he want to be black either.
Well, I mean, I'm like.
I mean, that don't mean you want to be African American. I mean,
that's why I try to like I don't know, stay in my own lane because that's once I go into telling people what I am. What does it say? I can't take the opinion of someone that wants to be an
man,
African
you
American.
just 16, man. What you just on an account? You a fan of this person? I don't know. I mean,
I don't
nobody
speak
knows who you are,
because
man.
that's not like where I come. Never mind, bro.
I know. Man, I'm on the same. I'm on second generation American. My parents didn't speak to me in Spanish. Only my grandma did. Because that's how my grandpa learned English, speaking English to his kids and grandkids and shit. So I don't, I grew up speaking English more than anything. I didn't start taking interest in learning Spanish. So I was like 14. So I understand that, man. You don't speak. It's hard to just pick up a language.
My point. Regional accents are real Haitians with and the lower accents are pretending to be exactly.
Are there really like a lot of Haitians in Sinaloa? I don't know.
Nah, there's not, bro. The Haitians are like in Tijuana
Oh yeah. Why the fuck they go to Tijuana? I figure they go
because
to
they
a
want to
place like.
cross the USA.
I mean, I don't know. I figure they go like a place on the East Coast, Mexico.
Exactly. Thank you, Tupac. I did not listen to your music, but thank you, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm more of a Suge Knight kind of guy.
oh, that's fucking.
Bro, that's my stuff.
He's Suge Knight in jail right now, prison, whatever.
Yeah, bro. He's like one of the top, like he's like one of the best super villains out there, bro. Like he's up there with like the Joker.
That dude just
fucking
looks
the
evil.
Emperor
That
from Star
motherfucker just
Wars.
looks evil.
He looks like evil boss.
He looks evil.
He looks like Kingpin if he was black.
Yeah, Black Kingpin, bro. Yo, speaking of that stuff, bro, what do y'all think about that stuff that's been like getting pushed around about celebrities being clones and stuff like that, or like
That's bullshit.
Motherfuckers is crazy
I
as
think
fuck, dude. I don't know how people
Yeah.
buy that shit.
That's
It's
some
dead
that's just
fucking
crazy.
insane.
People
I don't
were-
believe in like the clone shit, but like I do believe that people in Hollywood be on some like weird like ancient magical like butt stuff, you know, like they're just weirdos.
Ancient magical butt stuff.
Like
do y'all believe in Pizzagate?
I do. Like
You do?
is that so far fetched to believe that rich people fuck kids? Like no.
It's actually
Like
like
listen.
bro.
Like
Yeah.
you know, as I said, I'm on the left. Like you know, and when you read like works from like Stalin and all that, like in his Soviet Union, like they talk about how like the rich bourgeoisie and the royal family would like fuck men and kids and shit and like practice pagan ceremonies with Rasputin. And I'm like, yeah, they probably do that.
It's not far fetched because if someone normal can do it, like and not a high status, a lot of people do it.
Yeah.
What's stopping someone who can hide it, who has money?
You get away with this shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, we need
gotta
more
hate
people
yourself.
here.
Where you from 2030, man? Hop on this shit.
Hop on this shit, bro.
And Camila, why won't you hop on, man? Hop on. Talk all this shit to Dude's face, man. Come on,
Hop on, bro.
Because he knows he's just gonna get roasted.
I don't know why they hate you so much.
I don't know, man. New face, feel me? So just wanna hate.
Well, hop on, Bizarre.
Hop on, bro.
I have to go. I got school, tomorrow.
Why? Good night, dude.
All right. See ya.
Bro.
I thanks for joining, dude. Man, everybody gone.
Alright, bro. Guess I'm gonna call it quits, bro. It's been a
Alright,
good stream. Peace
yeah,
out.
I'm gonna hop on stage for 5 hours now.
Right.
everyone.
All right, when
Yeah.
you streaming next time?
I don't know. Turn on notifications and some shit. I don't know. I'll try to again this week.
All right, nice stream, bro. Peace.
All right, thanks everyone
Peace
for
out.
joining. Shit. All right, Daniel, everyone else. I'm gonna hop off. All you 11 people, just I don't know what y'all doing, but I'm gonna hop off, man. So I'm hop off this bitch. It's that fucking almost 1 a.m. I've been on this shit for 5 hours, man. But I thank you, OG the Rancho. Thank you, that Dominican dude, that Guatemalan Boricua dude, that fucking that Cuban dude, everybody else who got on. It's been cool talking to y'all, man. So yeah, that's it. I'm gonna go off. Yeah, that was cool having OG on this thing, but I peace. I'm gonna end this shit. Everybody subscribe to me, man. Thumbs up this shit, man. You know, I'll do more lives like this later on. All right, bye. I'm off. Or nature level one. I'm sorry, people picking on you. No, it's not nature level. But all right. My name is Rob. And dude, get a better microphone. I'm out. And this